Is it weird that I'm just laying on my belly like this?
Now that you're here, it's a party.
Sweet.
So yeah, I think we're live now. So it's Travis, everybody. Woo!
Hmm.
Look at him. He's got his little comforter all napped underneath his little chin. He's Mr. Cool Mini or not now.
Wait, you have to. Where's the link to the thing? Is there a link to the YouTube?
How how is it? How is this possible? How am I?
How are things on the 12th season of Duck Dynasty?
The old standbys.
Mm,
It's cute.
I try.
Yeah, what's new, man? What's exciting?
Nothing. I'm just working, man. Just
Just
working. I was up late working until about 8:30. I just got home.
up late, 8:30.
I was
It's not
working
late.
until 8:30.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Working until 8:30, my dude.
Um, just sorry, I'm dealing with. It's weird. It's like for some reason, like this thing wants me to like. My thing wants to think that my Gray Fox account is my main YouTube account, and it isn't my main YouTube account. And I also, before anybody can post anything, I have to actually break the seal by being a post myself. For some reason, there's some new setting. Oh, look at this! Your coworker in crime is showing up as well. So,
What's up?
hey, Peter, look who crawled out from underneath a rock.
He's not under a rock.
Well, no, but I mean, we haven't seen him. For
I just talked to him last week.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
We shared nudies and everything. It's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like that every time you talk, Tom Brady comes on my screen.
I'm the greatest in the world.
I like the guy that's next to him that's like looking like he doesn't realize, like it's the first time he's ever seen a camera. Whoa, your face is horrifyingly like blended in with your background.
I know, it's awesome.
Hey, Peter. I saw you found taco flavored Doritos. So good for you.
By Publix, when my wife were walking down the thing, and she says, "Look at that!" And I looked up, and they were on my shelf, and I was like, "Oh my god!" Grab 2 bags. Yeah,
it was kind of like when I finally found Pib Extra for the first time ever.
Yeah, it was quite exciting, actually.
Yeah. Good times. Good times had by all.
Good times.
So Travis, catch us up from like DNA to now or whatever. Like you've been guy incognito for quite a while from the show.
Yeah, bro, that's what happens with that COVID. I don't want to get it over live stream.
Okay, fair enough.
What's been going on? I work at Simon with Pete now. I'm actually Pete's personal assistant. I'm in charge of braiding his hair.
Mm-hmm.
No, I work at Simon as a designer and a developer, and I started in January, and it's been awesome.
Yeah,
working on some cool games. Yeah, some cool stuffs, and just trying to stay out of trouble, which for me is usually harder than it should be.
No, you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
You think so?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. I feel like I get in trouble all the time.
Man, today was a long day.
Yeah, what was up with that? I saw your cryptic post, and I'm like, okay, what?
It's not really cryptic, and I mean, it was a challenging day.
Was there something wrong with the Kickstarter?
I don't really want to get too deep into the weeds. It was a challenging day of inbox shenanigans.
The usual.
And today was just more challenging than most. I had to step away.
I thought maybe it had to do with Kyle Rudolph, so I wasn't sure if that.
Oh well, I mean he was on sports ball. He was on the books for like 16 mil, and there was no way on earth he was going to get paid 16 million. And so, the Vikings were just like, well, either you got to come back to the table and we're going to pay you drastically less than that, or we're going to part ways. And and to his credit, like basically Kyle would get more money going somewhere else.
Yeah.
And if he re-signed with us, because we've got two pretty good tight ends still. We got Irv Smith Jr. and Tyler Conklin, and they're both really good. I mean, and anybody will agree that Kyle Rudolph's career is on the downward trend, right?
Sure,
I mean,
10-year vet. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, he could easily go to like a team like the Saints, I would see, or I could see him going to a team like Seattle. Seems like everybody ends up in Seattle from Minnesota. He could go someplace like that where they need, because he's not a great blocking tight end. I mean, he's average at best, but I mean, like any quarterback who's played with him, they say like red zone, he's got the softest, it's like they say it's like he's like a human mattress. It's just like it's like just throwing it into, he's got like the softest hands ever. Like he's just really sure-handed. So he'll go somewhere, they'll pay him like 8-9 million, which is probably like 5 million more than the Vikings would have paid him, and he'll probably catch like 60 passes and 12 touchdowns, and everybody will say, "You idiots, why didn't you keep him?"
Yeah. So they said next week's going to be a massacre, free agents getting cut. So I expect a lot more. All right, there goes our sports ball for the night.
No, there's our sports ball.
I'm gonna say, can we talk about something interesting like taxes or?
Yeah, okay. I'm glad someone else thinks the same thing. I was like, this is a board game podcast. I'll talk about
no, not really.
No, it isn't.
It's not a board game podcast.
No, it isn't.
It's board game adjacent. It's
not even.
Yeah, but it's also very sports ball adjacent. It's very politics adjacent.
I would venture that we talked more about sports in the last 365 days than we've talked about board games on this show.
No,
well, I wish
board
someone
game
would have
adjacent. Anything to do with publishers, Kickstarter, absolutely anything board game adjacent counts. Sports is like, I mean, I guess there are sports board games; those count.
Here's the deal. I mean, it's just like and I mean, it's like
this is the Seinfeld of YouTube shows. It's a show about nothing, really. I mean,
but here's the deal. It's like
nothing would be preferable.
There are two sports I really, really enjoy are football and baseball. I really enjoy. I mean, one of my quiet joys of working from home during the summer is the fact that I can turn on, like during the afternoon, there'll be a baseball game on. I can just turn on the radio and I can just have that on in the background. That's like one of my favorite things. It takes me back to my childhood of hanging out with my grandpa or my dad, and just listen to the ball game on the radio. And so it's just like, I really like it. So that being said, I understand there's a lot of people who are just like, I don't really understand sports. Doesn't really, interest me or whatever. And cool, I get it. But it doesn't mean, liking sports is wrong.
No, there's nothing wrong with liking sports. Who said that?
No. I mean, I do. It's weird. I call it sports ball, and I really should stop calling it sports ball because it's just like that, sports ball. But that actually diminishes the people that actually enjoy that stuff. And when you say like, oh, you're enjoying your sports team, it's just like, oh yeah, because I'm a douchebag for liking sports.
I mean, we are a bunch of people who have plastic dragons on our table and think that's cool. I don't know if we can really judge anyone else for their interests.
Well, but see, that's just the deal. Is that if somebody comes over and it's like, "Hey, how's your Dungeons and Dragons? Did you kill the wizard?" When people
did
say
you
that,
use a magic mythal?
Yeah, and they come over and they say that, we get all like, "Dude, whatever. I don't make fun of your shit." And the thing is that most likely you do make fun of their shit because you think like following sports teams is
as
asinine.
someone who follows both lines, it's perfectly fine.
I'm not saying
to
you
me,
do that, Alex.
nothing,
I'm just saying that there's a lot of that going on.
No, I have a personal disinterest in sports, but like it's nothing to do with judging what other people like. I just happen to not be interested. I mean, I'd be equally interested in the subject about bird watching. It's just not something I have an interest in.
Nathaniel Robinson mentioned Tanny Epic Dungeons, and I was just like, I don't even know. I don't even know.
Do
we
want to go there? Do we want to go there?
I don't even know how to approach that as far as opening up. I have so many feelings about that I should probably just keep my mouth shut.
Next.
Yeah, exactly. That is just a.
You see, this topic is so much more interesting to me than sports.
No, but I will say this as a blanket statement. Kudos to Michael Coe and Nathan and his team for addressing it and recognizing it and making a change, which I think was in their decision. And I think they did the right thing. And then now they are just treating it like plutonium. They aren't talking about it on their Kickstarter page. They aren't discussing it. They're just like, we have heard the discussion. We're making this change, which I think it was a positive decision on their part to make that change and make the alterations. And the crowd is just they've got their teeth on that chew toy, and they're just not gonna let it go, just because I don't know.
It's a very it's an interesting conversation, and one that I hear. I hear anyone who's bothered by it. I absolutely hear it. It's the whole Hawkeye initiative all over again, just being done again. I understand it. I also understand that companies can't always pivot mid anything to whatever they might want to. We have lifetimes of embedded ways that we handle things. I'm happy they made the change they did. I understand that they won't necessarily go further, and I understand people will be upset that they changed as much as they did. I understand people will be upset that they didn't change more. It is a balance, and it's I think not talking about it and refusing to engage further is smart on their part.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it is I don't know. It's a tough thing. It's a tough nut to crack, and I like I said, I have so many strong feelings about it, and a lot of it is that since I'm technically I'm a publisher, because I work for Gray Fox, and I'm part of a team that publishes a lot of board games.
Yeah, Ragnarok's is way over cartoonized.
Yeah, so I mean, it's one of those things where I really don't think it's my see. This is okay to talk really high level, and without judging. I don't think it's my place as a publisher to question another publisher's decisions about what they do with their game.
Not unless you want to keep your job. Probably best not to.
I don't know if it's an issue of place. It's always tricky calling out your peers. There's a balance. There's a big balance because it's a balance between trying to improve the general space of the world that we all live in versus pot and kettle. I mean, we all have room for growth. We all have room for improvement. I would say any calling out should be done privately to your peers. Talk to them and give it and move on from there. But
yeah, and I agree with that. It's one of those things where I have seen like other publishers, and I've mentioned this before. I've seen other publishers like post like reviews of like other companies' games that weren't just the standard, hey, this game, I played this game, it was awesome, which is like the standardized, like, oh, thanks so much to publisher, Ace Bandages or whatever, thanks so much to publisher blank for this, it's like, had a great time playing with it with my family, and they'll post like a picture on Facebook or Twitter or Instagram. And then I've seen, which is fine. It's kind of just generic, hey, that kind of thing. But then I've also seen something like, oh, I played this, and where I can see what they were going for, but I just didn't quite, grasp what they were trying to do. I'm sure other people are having fun with it though. And it's just kind of like, yeah, you should probably just shut your mouth. Just like, I guess
it's a balance. It would be the equivalent of me going after other reviewers in the YouTube space and saying, hey, those reviewers are trash because they do this, this, and this.
Well, here's the ridiculous thing about that is that for some reason, I don't know. I think at the point where like if you're like going after somebody and somebody's livelihood in some way, right? I think that's where, I don't know, man. Again, this is such these are such sticky wickets. It's a really difficult conversation.
So about the Vikings.
Yeah, about the Vikings, exactly.
Other news. Yeah, Travis, congratulations for you're now what's it called, head designer. Come on, right?
Oh, sorry, we're not talking about sports anymore.
I think we moved on. 2 subjects behind.
Yeah. Well, senior designer. I mean, I'm one. I'm not the only one.
When do you start, or did you already start doing stuff?
I started in January, so I'm working on 4 games right now. but
Nice. Which ones can you talk about?
None
None of them. None of them.
None of them.
None of them. But 3 of them are games that have existed in one form or another that will be brought back that are
Cool.
grailish games, so that'll be cool.
Oh my god. Okay. I mean, you don't have to say anything, but I know. Wait, Eric's still involved. So Chaos in the Old World is always a possibility.
No, that's
Blood-
not a possibility because the
No,
Warhammer
not the
license.
license, not the license,
Yeah.
the rebranding of it. Like I know Battlestar
Don't
Galactica's
even
having a
bother. We're
rebranding.
not going to tell you.
No,
Ah.
I'm not looking for telling. I just enjoy the. I mean, so I'm unabashedly one of Kaman's biggest fans, at least in terms of the games they put out. I don't like everything, but I do like way too many hordes of plastic. You can see it all behind me. 14 different zombicides, including the newest one that I'll be 100% getting. But yeah, and I know Eric's already confirmed a Blood Rage 2, or a sequel or something. So I know that's coming. But yeah, cool, very cool.
Thank you. I wish I had more to share. It's just it's awesome. It's
So how does it work for you in terms of you, like what to what degree or extent are you still involved with like everything else?
What do you mean by that?
Like, I mean, I can't remember all the companies, but you're involved with a bunch of companies, right?
No, I just work with Simon now.
I'm saying what you used to be and Indie Boards and Cars. I mean, I think you were, right?
Many years ago, yeah.
Many. Okay. I don't follow the we traded games way back in the day, like 2015.
Yeah.
In the before time.
In the before time.
Yeah, the true.
Back then, you were probably still Action Phase in 15, weren't you? Or had you already switched to
Yes.
The username at the time was Action Phase. I'm just pulling up my email here.
Yes, that is right.
Wow.
Back in the good old Ninja Camp days and Gentleman, or what was the other one? The Society of, what was it? I can't think of the name of it now. Scoundrel Society, was that it? There was the 2 games that came out real close together. It was Ninja Camp.
I remember Scoundrel Society. I really liked it.
Was it Scoundrel Society? I couldn't remember. I remember it was a little black box game. I was trying to remember it.
I don't know.
Yeah, good stuff.
You don't remember Scoundrel Society, Travis? Is Travis locked up, or is he?
I think Travis is frozen in time.
It does look like he's frozen.
Well, it kind of looks like he's trying to blink, like maybe
it's like 2 blinks and call the cops. He's in trouble. 3 blinks, he's okay, but he's having a seizure.
Oh, there
he goes.
Today I went over 4 on my thank you waves and taking my kids to school and picking them up for letting people in that obviously are in a
Does
hurry.
it surprise you anymore? I never get the thank you wave
don't, anymore. But I just make a mental note that they're going to spend eternity in hell, and and that makes me happy.
My wife's brutal when it comes to that. She most of the time picks my daughter up from school. Every once in a while, I'll do it if she's busy. But yeah, if she doesn't get a thank you wave, she will go out of her way to make sure that person never gets in line again. She's very vindictive that way.
I just how tough is it just to do? I mean, you just have to go like this. That's all you have to do. I go the extra mile. I mean, I feel so bad that if somebody lets me in. And I want to make sure I roll down my window and stick my hand out and do the big wave, so they know that I because I would hate to think. I know how annoyed I get when I don't do the thank you wave. So I can only imagine there's other people wishing.
Totally agree.
I was currently roasting in the fires of Hades or what have you. Yeah, but there's that then. I was trying to think of. I had a grievance. I had something that had annoyed me, and I was trying to remember what it was.
Well, I accidentally called you Lance Mixter again in my YouTube video.
Well,
instead of Mikester.
It happens. I mean,
that's a grievance that will never end.
Oh, I got a comment. I was like, I know.
I told my wife when I was like, be prepared, and you'll be correcting. You're gonna be Jeremy Howard. Get in here.
Yeah, Jeremy, I have to leave early tonight, so just so I give you a heads up.
I
just told you a minute ago that I may not show up. I decided to stop what I was doing early to pop in because I'm gonna be playing a game shortly. So I will not be here the whole evening.
Tonight is the night of the early night, I guess, because I have to go in about 45 minutes.
Tonight's the night.
Yeah, probably around 45 minutes for me as well. Somewhere in that range.
No. Well, that's fine. I'll carry on by myself. I'll just be.
So
I don't
don't
think-
I.
I don't
my
think-
way. What's
I don't think
So
Aldi's
did I.
gonna make it on tonight. I don't think he is. I would be stunned if he does. I know that he is obviously dealing with a lot of stuff on the site and what have you.
Yeah, what's going on with that? I heard there was some stuff going on the site. What is it actually?
Well, I mean, there's just okay. So once again, I'm not going to touch the subject of how this is. Yes, it is pronounced Mike Stir, Chris Richardson.
yes?
So or as my father always says, he when somebody mispronounces his name, he writes down the word my and he says, pronounce this, and they say my. Okay, now add the rest of my name to it. Yeah, that's but he was an English professor, so he was kind of he was kind of a Jay Brown when it comes to that stuff. But anyway, there was a massive thread in regards to what got brought up.
Is this more drama? I thought it was a technical
no,
thing.
it is
No,
that,
no, drama.
but then like the massive thread that was just boom, but boom, but boom, but boom, but boom of people like posting. Eventually, what happened was moderation came in and like just started deleting comments, and I haven't seen it. I don't know what was said. I don't know what was deleted, but the general consensus is that there is a faction of people that believes that their viewpoints are not being welcomed by Board Game Geek, and that they have been not allowed to express their opinions, and that only the opinions of what BGG wants is being allowed to be broadcast. And this is what I'll speak openly about this because I'm not part of Board Game Geek. You know, I do consider Scott a very good friend, but here's the deal. Board Game Geek it's not freedom of speech. It is somebody's website. And yes, it is forums and people can post whatever they want, but because it is not like going down to the street corner and standing on a soapbox and having shouting out what you want to say. Hey, Chris.
Hey, how's it going?
It is a spot where the people that own it can say, I don't want you here and I don't want you posting this crap. And they can kick you out if they want to.
Absolutely correct.
And I would venture to say that I feel that the people that are going to be like, oh, I don't really like what you're doing, I'm going to leave. And I don't know this for sure. This is just my opinion. I don't know if it's the case. I haven't had a conversation with Scott and found out if this is how he feels. But I have a feeling that the people that own and run and the people that work for Board Game Geek are probably good. Leave. Don't ever come back. Because
yes,
you aren't helping us at all, and we'll be much better off without you. And yeah, I guess I can.
Was this about the topic that was discussed briefly
Yes.
earlier?
Yes.
Okay, that's I wasn't connecting the dots because I don't know anything about any of it. I've stayed off.
I can understand being on the outside and looking in and saying, oh look, you guys are like, why aren't you letting me say what I want to say? And I can totally get why they feel like this isn't fair, but it's just like it doesn't have to be fair. It doesn't have to be fair. I mean, it's just like it I don't know. I guess just go away. Just go away. There's tons of places on the internet where you can go and talk about whatever you want, and they'll welcome you with open arms. Find those places and go there. Anyway.
Okay.
Cool. So what else is on the agenda? Speaking of censorship,
Christopher Cluey,
I'm here.
Your thoughts on Kyle Rudolph? Did you ever play with him?
I did play with Kyle Rudolph. He was a rookie when did he come in? It was like 2008.
He's a 10-year vet, so it'd be 11.
11? Oh, wow. Yeah, he came in late into my career. He was a fairly good dude. Got some really weird sleeve tattoos that everyone gave him shit for. Because he came in with no tattoos at all. And then I think it was 2012, he showed up during the off season with like an entire sleeve of colored tattoos. I was like, whoa, where did that come from? But no, he was good tight end. And it's I thought he would probably play for another 2 or 3 years.
I think he wanted to.
Yeah, no, I'm sure he did.
I'm sure he will. He'll get picked up.
Yeah.
Well, I was just saying, some team like the Saints or the
Saints can't afford him. They're $60 million over the cap.
All right. Well, some team like I could see like this, like I said, the Seahawks picking him up, or I could see him showing up in Dallas. Well, maybe not Dallas because Dallas is screwed too on the salary cap too. Yeah, I don't know. They may have to franchise Dak Prescott for like $37 million or something like that. I can't even imagine. Well, I can't even imagine being.
What do you think
Prescott.
your cap number would be, Lance?
My cap number? $7 and a caramello.
7 and a caramello. I would probably say mine is a cool 10 spot and 2 taco flavored Dorito bags.
So I will say I would have loved to have been franchise tagged, like that's guaranteed money. But on the flip side, like you're not getting what you could have been getting in free agency.
Well, what's the cap number on punters anyway, though? It's probably not super high, right? Like a couple million, probably.
Well, so it depends how you structure your contract, right? So because what teams generally do, they'll give you a signing bonus, which is a pretty decent amount up front. So like for my contract back in, I think it was like 2008 when I signed it. It was like an 8-year deal. I got like 1.8 million up front. It was a $8.2 million total contract, but the bulk of it was backloaded. So like for that 1.2 million up front, for the first 3 years of the contract, I was making like 600,000, 700,000, 800,000, and then it bumped up to like 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, something like that.
Gotcha.
So it's and that tends to hold true no matter what position you play, because players are fighting to get the upfront money because they know it's guaranteed. And teams are fighting to get the backloaded money because they know they can cut that guy after like 3 or 4 years.
Right.
And they don't have to pay him like the bulk of the contract.
It's just one big game. See, we're still talking games because NFL contracts are as about a gamey as anything else.
Oh, it is completely a game.
It's more Euro than the Euro games you're playing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, no, I can totally understand why guys get pissed when they get franchise tagged, because like the thing is you always have to account for injury, right? Especially when you're not playing as a punter or kicker. Like your odds of getting injured during a season are
pretty high.
And so, yeah, sure, they can franchise tag Dak Prescott, for 36 million or whatever the number is. But when he's looking at what quarterbacks are making, which might be anywhere on the order of 150 million over 5 years, with 80 million of that front loaded, like 36 million versus 80 million is, one of those numbers is bigger than the other. Yeah. And obviously we're into the realms of FU money.
Yeah.
like once you get past $2 million, it's like you can live on that for the rest of your life.
Plus, let's face it, Dallas, he's getting 75 million in endorsements a year. So the contract is like the lower end of what he's going to make that year anyway.
Right. But what it is okay, am I valued appropriately compared to what other people are doing at my position? And, and in that case, like I'll absolutely support a guy being like, hey, you're not valuing my work to what it's supposed to be valued. Like it would be for the board game industry, right? Like if someone created an absolutely blockbuster, amazing game, and then the publisher was like, okay, well, we're going to sell this for $5 and you'll get 10 cents a copy. It's like, well, fuck you.
That's about right for royalties in board game industry anyway.
Right.
At least mine. That's what I felt like I made on the 2 games I made.
Yep. Twilight of the Gods wasn't much better. It's always nice to get that like $5.93 royalty check.
Oh my God. I actually can say that my royalty check last year was less than $5 for Shark Island and Delve combined, probably. Yeah, those games are both like 4 years old now and are pretty much non-existent.
Right. So yeah, I mean, it again, when it comes to the NFL, obviously it's way more money than any one person needs to make in a lifetime. But until we destroy capitalism, that's kind of what we're stuck with.
Yeah, that's what we're stuck with. Okay. Oh, round 2 of the sports talk is done. So
It's okay. I got stuff to work
we
on.
actually
while I
have
wait.
relevancy since Chris did play in the NFL, so it makes sense this topic.
Yeah,
So.
I gathered as much. I don't know you personally, Chris, but I kind of picked up from the conversation, and I realized there's only so much anti-sports that can be in this context.
Oh no, you can be totally anti-sports.
This is
Paying for sports is stupid.
And to clarify, because you weren't there for the first part, I'm not anti-sports. I'm disinterested in sports.
Yeah. On a list of 1 to 10, sports would be
Can
11.
I make a comment? I'm following the chat here, and I'm sorry to bring this up. We're going to go back into it. Now Chris is here, so he can field a lot of this too, and I can just take a step back and let him blather. I am open to anybody bringing up conversation pieces and bringing up points, and I am totally I can find validity in many arguments, but and first of all, I just want to say Stick H, I don't know who your first name or anything like that, and you pointed out that your desire that somebody had pointed out the fact that the men on the same cover of the board game were also being like, because of their bulging muscles and their empowerment, was also propagating a fantasy trope or what have you, and it's just like, so I get that, and I get that men also have issues with their body image, and they have issues with am I strong enough, or
Mine's easy. I'm fat. It's simple.
No,
I'm over it.
But the thing is,
you do know the whole power fantasy thing, right, Lance?
Just let me finish. And
okay, fine. Just waiting to see where you could go. So
here's the deal. And yes, I mean, there is definitely a conversation to have there about men and young men having a feeling of inadequacy because they don't look a certain way. I'm not saying that doesn't exist, but the problem is that, and you feel free to disagree, is that women have had centuries of like basically objectification and sexualization of them in like every bit of media that has been crammed down people's throats, and it's just like, and these are both things, yes, that need to have a conversation, and both can suck. But when you say yes, but what about this, you're not saying, oh, I think this is important. You're saying we need to also talk about this, and it's like, no, we can talk about both of them, but when you do the whataboutisms for these things, this is also a thing. It diminishes the conversation that you're having, and I know that sucks, and I know that if you feel very strongly about something, and if you feel that what you see as a problem, and you feel like it isn't getting the attention that it deserves, then you can feel marginalized. And I'm not trying to say that those feelings aren't real. I'm not saying, and this isn't just this one commentator. This is something that I saw repeatedly said over and over and over again in these discussions that were happening. But we have to realize that, like, that kind of approach to it can be meant in very, very good intentions, but in a lot of cases, it's not meant as a good intention. It's meant to try to diminish the problem, and it's meant to try to like draw a focus away from it. And when something like this is brought up, I do feel like focus just needs to be like centralized on that, and to make it like a point that people look at. And I mean, that's just my feeling. And it's just, perfect example, like, and praise my wife for like dragging the caveman me out into the light and a lot of different things. Like when we went to the last Avengers movie, and there's that like 30-second thing where like all the female characters, do their thing, right? And they all, and to have that moment on the screen. And I was just like, I said, I'm all for the female superheroes being powerful and contributing and everything like that. But I said, that just seemed like a really, like, and I've mentioned this before, and I apologize if people have heard this before. I said, I just felt that was like a ham-fisted way to do it. Couldn't they have done it better? And she said, you've literally had 10,000 hours of movies and TV shows where the men are always the hero. You can deal with 1 minute in that movie. And I was just like, you know what? Fair enough.
Yeah, so I think, and for context, I guess, for those who don't know me, I am fairly right-leaning on a lot of issues, but I like to think that I'm right-leaning with a balance. And the background is only relevant in the sense that this conversation, I think the conversation has been brought up again and again and again in terms of the sexualization of men and women, and the idea of, you know, He-Man sitting in his practical bikini with his muscles flexed out is a male power fantasy. This whole issue, if you haven't looked it up, Google the Hawkeye Initiative. There is a difference between the way comics are drawn and represented to generally deliver what men want. That is the delivery. Now, for most men, they're frustrated because it feels like something they like is being attacked, and it feels harmless, but it's only harmless to the people who feel it's not harmless. When you really look into the Hawkeye Initiative and the double standard that's being presented of the way men versus women are drawn, sexualized, portrayed, it really is a huge difference. Now, speaking for myself, I'm not bothered by it, but I recognize that I'm not the one who's sitting there, you know, with a portrayal of myself that's bizarre and not realistic. So it's a complicated conversation, but I get people who want to call out what they see as hypocrisy. I get that. My biggest argument in life is always going to, whenever I'm debating someone, the thing I will try to point out is inconsistencies, because I can't sit there and say you're right versus I'm right. But if I can show you how you're inconsistent, then I can say you're wrong. So I understand people who want to pull out that card, but that card has been countered again and again and again. It is consistent. It's just that your first call it is men versus women. You look, it's both of them are sexualized, but it's really, really not if you look into it.
Right. Well, and so the other thing too is that, especially in terms of comic books, and Lance, to your example with the Marvel movies, like if there was equality there, we would have seen the same amount of woman focused as the protagonist Marvel movies compared to what we had Thor, we had
well, here's Chris, I know you want, but here you just maybe I want to make this one other point. The thing is that if they had done a better job at presenting a more like unilateral, like, you know, women empowerment thing, a more equal present, that 1 minute of the movie wouldn't have felt out of place. It wouldn't have felt like, what is this? It would have been like, oh, okay. You know, it wouldn't have stood out. But
the other thing is, on the way to get to where everyone is equal, you still have to have those incidents where it feels out of place, because those people's views haven't been represented up until that point, right? So that point in Avengers where you have all the women Avengers coming in and being like, hey, here we are, like, here's our representation, like, can you imagine something like that happening in like the 90s or the late 80s? Like, there wouldn't have been a single movie executive who would have signed off on that. I guarantee you. Like,
I'm absolutely all for the idea that people want to sit there and say, but look, the source material has more men than women. And that's a reasonable argument because the source material is what will sell. But if you look at how long it took them to get to a Wonder Woman movie, to get to a Black Widow movie, which we haven't even had, even within the source material that we do have, the women generally have been pushed to the last. Now, there is a fascinating discussion about the economics of things here, because I get the economy of things. If more men are going to pay to see a movie, then there is a discussion to be had. But it's a complicated conversation. Who's the right, the obligation on to put out the less best-selling thing? It starts to devolve for sure. But there is plenty of source material that's not plenty. There's not a lot of source material, but the source that we have had hasn't been made, or at least not until much later in the game.
Right, but that being said, you have to look at who's writing the source material, right? Mm-hmm. Like, for the vast majority of comic history, it's been white men writing the comic source material. So as we progress forward, as more women of color, women in general, are writing the source material, like, those viewpoints need to be represented in terms of the big tentpole productions just as much as your Wolverines, right? As your Thors, like, as your X-Men in general. Like, as a business person, if you're only appealing to heterosexual white men, you are leaving so many customers off the table. Like, there are so many people out there who want to consume comics, who want to consume board games, who want to consume geek culture that aren't white men. Like, why would you leave that money by the wayside? Like, why would you not try to appeal to those people? Why would you not present characters that they can identify with and who they can see themselves as? Because, again, ignoring all of the social and ethical implications of it from a pure business standpoint, you will make more money the more people buy your product. And heterosexual white men, us as a demographic, we are shrinking. We are going to be the minority in the not too distant future. We have had a long time of being catered to. It's okay if other viewpoints are presented. Like, and it will make more money.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. And the thing is that I personally, I'm not as open minded as I wish I was. Like, I still get the little goblin that creeps up in the back of my head who says to me, it's like, just like, it's like, why can't things be the way they were? I mean, I'll fully admit that I get that way, and it is a challenge. I'll just have to kind of push that little goblin down and make him shut up, because it's just kind of like, no. I mean, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that, like, I'm going to be 50 here and this year, and it's just kind of like one of those things where, as you grow older, I mean, the world moves on. I've said this before, the world goes on without you. You kind of just, that's the whole thing of being on your lawn. That's true. But you can have your lawn, and you can just have but don't go outside and spout your racist diatribes.
So here's the other thing. As heterosexual white men, there will be plenty of media produced for us. Like, that's not going away anytime.
Oh yeah, we still have money in our wallets that that people want.
It's not about that necessarily, but this isn't a new conversation. This isn't even a new conversation to Alaboom. I mean, the idea that people just want to enjoy their things and feel like everything's being politicized, I understand where that opinion comes from. But it's Chris, I've heard you say this on the show, and you're right that it's such a weird balance of trying not to turn everything into a discussion versus understanding that there are people who feel on the outside, and if you turn it into a discussion, you might bring them in. I understand where people come from. It's just you have to be mindful of people that are more than just yourself.
Right. Well, and also, Lance, to speak to your point on, you have that little voice in your head where it's like, oh, I can't say the things I used to say. Like, I totally get that. Like, I grew up in the 80s and 90s. Like, there are plenty of times where I'm just like, oh, my initial instinct is I want to be an asshole because that's how I was raised. But if you want to continue growing and learning as a human being, you have to recognize that the world doesn't just revolve around you, right? Like, you have to take in the input from everyone around you, and voices that you may not have heard as a child or as a teen, you might be hearing now for the very first time. And while your initial instinct might be, oh, well, why are these people talking about this? Like, why are they making this part of my business? It's, well, what if they had made it part of your business in your formative years, right? Like, what if they had made it part of your business when you were growing up, when, okay, that's how the world is supposed to work. Like, you're never too old to learn something new. And I mean, admittedly, I'm coming at this from the perspective of someone who my entire life, like, I had to deal with coaches telling me, no, you're doing that wrong. You need to do this different. Like, you need to be able to learn this new thing. You need to be open to changing what you thought was right in order.
And if you'd done that, we would have won the 2009 NC championship game.
Exactly.
No.
Because not only punted better, we would have scored 5 more touchdowns. But
bastard.
Yeah, you will never let that go.
True story.
It is a true story.
But no, like that's to get to the core of the discussion is that it's okay to recognize that your viewpoints when you were growing up, hell, even like a week ago or a couple days ago, like, you may not have understood how this affected someone else. The part where people tend to go astray is that they get stuck in their ways and they feel like, okay, what I was taught 10, 15, 20 years ago, that has to be the truth. And then they don't change. Like, it's okay to change. It's imperative that we change because the world is constantly changing. So if someone tells me, hey, like, you're not referring to me in the way that I view myself as a human being, I'm not going to be like, well, no, you're wrong. It's like, okay, well, I didn't know that. And now that I know that, I'm going to work on changing myself to be a better person so that way I can understand who you are as a human being. Because to do otherwise is to say, I don't care about you as a person. I don't care about how you see yourself. All I can see is who I think you should be. Like, does that make sense?
It totally makes sense. I mean, but the thing, like, I mean, I guess, you know, I mean, and this is not accurate or what how things should be or anything like that. I think where a lot of the problem comes from is the fact that it's just so goddamn hard.
Yeah, no, it is hard. It's always going to be hard.
If you've got decades of life, and life lessons that have been beaten into you, like, you know, and it is to, like, all of a sudden try to, like, you know, start rowing uphill, you know, just like, it's like, you know, when it's just so much easier just to either A, continue being kind of a prick, or B, just say, screw it. You know, I've got what, maybe 30, 35 years left on this earth. Yeah, I can't deal with it. I'm just gonna play video games and coast.
Right. So I will say in response to that, if you can learn the rules to Twilight Imperium, you can learn how to refer to someone as their preferred gender pronoun. It's really not that hard.
Twilight Imperium isn't that hard.
I think my biggest complaint, I guess, is the focus on rights versus obligations. Meaning, I'm a big fan of the idea that it's on me. I have an obligation to treat people the way I want to be treated. I'm trying to think of a good example here, but let's take privilege. Privilege is a great example. Speaking for myself, I hate the concept of privilege as an attack. You have to recognize your privilege. You owe me something because of your privilege. I don't like that. I do view privilege as an obligation. It's on me to recognize where I'm coming from, the benefits I had in life, and to treat everyone I can with that context. But I believe we have an obligation. I think this is true, again, going back to the fact that I'm like right-leaning. I'm against a lot of forms of taxes and wealth redistribution, but I'm very for charity. I give a lot of charity. There's a big Jewish value to give 10% of your income to charity, and I do that. And I'm a big fan of that distribution coming from the stance of I have an obligation to do so. I very much view the conversation just from the bias of I have an obligation to treat other people the way I want to be treated. I don't like as much the focus on tearing people down to a degree or adjusting the conversation to you have to do this, this, and this, and this. Now it's complicated because the problem is when you don't do that, some people are a-holes. So it is a complicated conversation, but I would just say the way I come at it is don't focus so much on what you have to do for others and focus on what you have to do to be a good person.
Right. Well, so that brings up an interesting point. The whole tax versus charity thing is that from a game design perspective, if you tell a player they have to do something, they are far more likely to do it, right? So if you tell a rich person you need to be taxed in order for us to gather this money to help those who are less fortunate, that's far more likely to happen. Versus if you offer the player an option to do something, the players who choose to do that will do so, but those who feel that they can get an advantage by not doing so will not engage in that behavior.
So I'm not. This is a larger rabbit hole than I tend to go down.
Yeah,
Obviously, in terms of again, I'm for. It's complicated. I'm for taxes. I believe in taxes. I think it's a complicated conversation because the more you take away taxes, the more you make taxes harder on people who have money, the less you incentivize the development of wealth. This is a much longer conversation, but I completely agree with your premise that, and that's like the last point I ended on, of how do you get the most people who won't for people who won't put that obligation of being a good person on themselves, how do you change the game?
Right. Like, how do you make not good people be good people?
But I think that's why I specifically referring to or talking to Lance in the context of, if you are a pretty decent person, then start with the basis of how do I continue to be a decent person, and don't focus as much on, well, I have to do this and this and this because they're making me do it. Like going back to like even just pronouns. Like it's this might get me in a lot of trouble, which I probably shouldn't say it. But,
you probably shouldn't say it.
So Jordan Peterson and his whole.
Oh my God!
No. I'm keeping it very localized. Keeping it very localized. No, very localized. I agree with his thing of he doesn't want the government to. One
no,
second.
don't, Alex. I don't want you to say anything. I don't
No,
want. I
it's
don't want
very
to not,
localized.
No, I don't want to
No,
not
he
like
was
you.
against the mandate. He was against the mandate of speech.
God, no.
Wait, let me finish. Let me finish sentence.
Can you find somebody else? Can you find somebody else that has this opinion?
Let me
that
finish
is
the sentence.
Not this.
But
this.
he-
This.
Okay,
horrible
forget
human
him.
being.
Forget him. Let's go with me. I am against the mandate of speech of controlling what you have to refer to someone, but I would never not refer to someone by the preferred pronouns. It's that dichotomy.
But how
First
is
of
it a
all, I
dichotomy?
mean, Alex,
Yeah.
this seems like a really weird hill to die on. Second of all, I don't want you to ever bring up that person again.
No, it's
Ever.
the concept of my obligations to treat people the way I believe I would want to be treated versus the insistence or the legality behind it. It's the same consistent approach.
So I would say legal does not equal ethical.
I agree with you. I completely agree with you. We're on the same page.
So,
Okay, but here's the deal. If somebody walks up to you, Alex, if you walked up to me and somebody was like, "Oh, Alexandria," and they just called you that, and you're like, "Hey, but I my name's Alex. Just call me Alex, please." I'm going to call you Alexandria.
No, you're right. It would be offensive, but
Yes.
I wouldn't expect that. Again, we're talking the same language. That would be offensive.
Okay,
I would never
okay.
dream of referring to someone not by their preferred pronouns.
So, but here's the point. When you bring up someone like Jordan Peterson and
Sure.
the fact of the legality of something is that why should it not be a societal offense to view someone as less than human when they have told you this is who they are as a person?
It should be a societal offense. Societal.
Right. So, and that is laws. That is how
Oh, you mean
society
you mean legality?
determine what is acceptable and what is not acceptable.
So, do you believe that people should legally be obligated to refer to you by your name? That someone should legally be in trouble for calling me Alexandria?
I believe that if you as a human being wish to be recognized as who you are, that if someone else refuses to abide by that, we as a society should have consequences for that person because they are, at the core of the argument, are denying your humanity. They are refusing to acknowledge you as a human being.
So,
it doesn't hurt you in any way if somebody is like, I prefer the pronoun like they or call me a unicorn.
Just be clear, we're all on the same
whatever.
page that I believe you should do so. I'm only debating the legality.
But here's okay, then fine. I mean, well,
No, hold on. Lance, let me take this one.
No,
Okay?
I just want to be
clear what stance that we.
It doesn't harm anybody else in any way to reference somebody in the way they want to be referenced.
But we're on the same page that I agree with you, right?
My daughter, her best friend in the whole wide world, told everybody about a year and a half ago that she wanted to be called a different name. And it took me a while to recognize what that was and realize. I mean, it was just like, and did I at the time when they said, yeah, she wants to be called this name now. Did I think it was silly? Yeah, I thought it was like, what's going on with that? But then now I'm just like, you know what? That's what she wants. So
okay,
sure.
but we're on the same page.
It doesn't hurt me at all by saying that.
I just want to be clear. We're on the same page that we agree on what people should do, right?
But who cares about how the legality of it?
Right.
That's my only discussion. This goes up the same thing.
So here's the thing: you cannot use legality as a argumentative point because in the 1700s, slavery was legal in this country. In the 1800s, it was legal to beat your wife and children in this country. In the 1900s, it was legal to prohibit Black people from riding a bus.
Sure, but what
in
argument
the same
do you
section?
think,
that was all legal.
What argument do you think I'm making here?
I think you're saying that you're okay personally coming from a point of privilege that you do not have to deal personally with the ramifications of bigotry and misogyny and all the other terrible things that people have to deal with from a legal perspective because you present as a white male, which affords you privileges that our society has been designed, systemically designed, and I say that as a white male, to give you benefits. And I'm saying if you are arguing about the legality of that, you do so from a point that a lot of other people cannot make the same argument and are harmed on a daily basis by the society that allows you to make that point.
And I guess, I mean, and Chris, I'm just going to count to 10.
Sorry, I'm sorry. That got a little too real. I apologize.
So count to 10. Just because we're going to take a step back and then we're going to drop the subject, just because it's probably not going to lead us down an area that's going to help. But the thing is that it's one of those things where I feel, and I'll let you respond, Alex. I'm not going to cut you off. But I feel that when you make an argument like you're making, it's like when, in my experience, when I have dealt with people that are saying, you know what, and I'm not saying this is you, I'm just saying, when I've dealt with people who said, you know what, I'm totally in agreement with you. You know, people shouldn't act like that. But it's like, I always get that, like, well, why the but? Just there's I mean, unless there's some like specific little nugget of wisdom or something that's going to be superlative, that's going to just blow my mind, I don't need the but. I don't need to step into that. But we all agree it sucks and people shouldn't act like that. Period. Moving on. And that's just, I guess that's where I feel it. I will listen to your response.
So the only
say.
context I'll give there to the quote unquote the but is this wasn't a conversation about preferred pronouns and then bringing legality into it. It was the reverse around. I was having a conversation about focusing on my obligation towards others versus their demand on me. And then from there, we moved there. I wasn't looking to have a conversation about preferred pronouns and then delegitimize it with a but. The entire conversation started around the idea of obligations towards others.
And I just think we have an obligation as humans to just, I mean, treat people kindly and decently. And there's a lot of, I mean, I struggle all the time with, like, you know, like when people don't give you my thank you wave in the kids in the school parking lot, I feel like, you know, walking over to their car door, opening it up and just slapping them in the face and just wave. That's all you have to do. But you're, you know, but you know, society just keeps me from doing that. And I do struggle. I struggle with, like, I grew up in an extremely white Christian world in the upper Midwest, and it's just, and you know, we had our one black student, you know, basically my entire school career, you know, it was just like, you know, there was no diversity to begin with. And so, you know, and then as the society, that, because I still live in the same area, as it became more inclusive, and it is nowhere even close to being, you know, truly inclusive, but it is way more than it used to be. I dealt with my ingrained predispositions towards different races, and I, you know, I mean, if I'm going to be honest with myself, I had to, I mean, perfect example. I think I've told this story before, and I apologize if people have heard it. Origins, like 3 or 4 years ago, they feel like, hey, we're going to be at this tiki bar, you should come. And, you know, I was like, all right, cool. And I didn't want to pay $15 for an Uber. And so I looked at it and it said it was a 15-minute walk from my hotel. It was like 11 o'clock in Columbus, Ohio. You know, just never been there in my life before. Well, you know what? I can make this 15-minute walk. And Google Earth or whatever told me to take this walk, and I'm walking around, and I as I was walking down, and it literally took me down an alleyway. The way to get there was, because I had to get down an alleyway to find the place. And as I walked down the alley, 2 African-American men walking the same way. And I immediately had like that moment of like, oh, this is weird. I'm like, you know, I mean, I wasn't scared. I mean, I was like, I can take care of myself. And I'm also like, I'm in a weird spot, and I'm walking around. There's like no traffic, nobody, you know, this is just, you know, I mean, I'm very odd. One thing, I told that to my wife, and she said, there's no way on earth I would ever do that. And I was like, because I have no concept. She's told me that you have no concept of what it's like to be a woman walking by herself and down the street. You don't understand what that's like, because you have this thing. And then when I got to the bar, a friend of mine actually said to me, I told him it was really, really weird. I had this moment of like fear, and I was just like, that's my problem. Cause like, just because of the people that I saw, I shouldn't assume that they were going to rob me or attack me or something like that. And he said, you're like 6'1", 300 pounds, giant beard, scary looking guy. He's like, out of anybody at 11 o'clock at night, if they saw you walking down an alleyway towards them, they were probably more scared of what you were going to do. And I was like, I never even considered that. I was like, because I come from a world where, like, I don't think of that. I don't think of my outward impression, and it sucks because, Alex, I know you're a good guy and I know you're a good person, but when you say things like that, it makes me feel like, you're part of the friction that people run into when they're trying to like just do the right thing and just be good people. And I don't know. I think, and I could be wrong. I mean, I know you're not a bad person. I know you're not. I mean, through all the conversations I've had with you and the discussions I've had with you, I think you just are a good person. It's just, it rubs me the wrong way. And I hope you understand that. I don't take it personally. It feels like it's an excuse that other people that aren't as well meaning as you will seize upon and say, well, look, there's these other people that feel this way, so I can't be me. Maybe I'm feeling the right way, and I'm gonna shut up because I'm blathering at this point. But I hope you got my point. Is where I'm going for.
Oh
Anyway.
boy. I would say, given the conversation we had and the degree and quote unquote sides I took on basically every single issue except for the legal mandation of speech,
Look at that
to
hat.
then say that you made that one line makes you feel like I'm part of the problem is interesting.
Well, and it's just like it's probably more of the fact that I've engaged with people that were far, how do I put it? I've engaged with other people that were like, that have expressed the same things, right? And like, when you where they're like, oh well, let's it feels like an obfuscation of just like, why can't we just be good and decent to one another? And we don't have, and why does there have to be like a deeper, like, what's the legality of this? Who cares what the legality of that is? I mean, it's I don't know.
I will say, for me, the problem when we start talking about charity versus taxes is that
Is that what we were talking about?
that was
That's
the
what
original part of the
started
discussion.
The conversation was about the obligations you
Right.
have towards one another.
Right, exactly. And so the problem that I have with charity versus taxes is that taxes is society determining that this group of people has more than what they need, right? More than what any one person could spend in a lifetime. And so we need to redistribute those resources to those who don't have as much. Whereas charity is, I, as a person with more resources than other people, get to decide, A, do I want to redistribute those resources? And if you do, congratulations, you're helping out other people. But B, who are you giving those resources to? Because who you view as worthy might not be necessarily the people who most desperately need those resources. And that, to me, is the difference between charity and taxes, is that taxes is all of us as a whole coming together to decide, okay, we have this much in this pool and then this much in this other pool, and there's some people who aren't getting what they need, so we will make sure that they get what they need. Versus charity is, oh, I have my pet projects, I have my certain things that I believe in, so I'm going to make sure that those people get that, but it may not necessarily be helping out the people who need those resources. Like, do you get the difference between those two?
I understand the difference, but again, I think you're hearing specific parts of what I said. I said I'm fine with taxes. I said I support taxes. It's a question of the degrees and the amounts.
Right. And well, okay. So do you feel that, and this should hopefully should be an easy one. Do you feel that taxes currently are at an appropriate level?
You'd have to be way more specific.
Okay. Are taxes on people with a net worth of more than $10 million at an appropriate level?
Excellent question. I don't know what the level they're at is.
So,
I mean, I don't know what percentage someone's giving $10 million is.
Currently, the income inequality in the United States, can't speak for the rest of the world.
Oh, the income inequality in the United States is terrible. The question is how
Right.
do you best fix that? This is a much larger conversation about how do you fix that.
We get some guillotines.
So that one hasn't worked out well historically either.
No, it really has. so I'm gonna put on my
as a heads up, I told Lance at the beginning I do have to leave early in this conversation, which might be in the next 5 minutes. Not because of this conversation. I told him a while ago.
Yeah, no worries. I'm gonna put on my historian and political science major hat right now. The only time that radical wealth inequality has been fixed has been when violence has resulted against those who have had too much. And there has been PhD level studies on that. So if we do not want to have guillotines, we need to figure out how to tax the wealthy and reduce the level of income inequality, because otherwise that is the end point. Historically, that is the case. It happens every time. So if you want to be rich, or if you are rich, excessively so, you should be looking at, how do I avoid the guillotine? How do I make other people's lives better? Because if you don't, we end up in the same spot.
So I'll say this. I remember I read something really amazing, and I think we actually talked about it one night, where the idea of taxation is like the premise behind it is for anybody is like, hey, you worked really hard, but we're going to take some of this stuff, right? I mean, it's like, so the harder I work, the more of my stuff you take. Like the premise of it is by nature kind of destructive, and it hurts, right? And it isn't. But if we have those same people are like, oh, would you like to donate money to this charitable foundation, and then we can celebrate your name, and we'll have a luncheon in your honor, and everybody can point to you and say, oh, look, you gave $5 million to starving kids. Like, people feel good about that, and they, and so there's been proposals where, like, if our taxation was actually yes, it would be mandated, but there would be some way that it could be shown to be like a giving of your money, and then you could point to it, and then there'd be certain sort of compensations towards it, like, oh, look at how amazing this person is. Yeah, sure, they made a ton of money last year, but the taxation or the donations that they gave were able to create this low-income housing and help subsidize these farming institutions and things like that. I mean, and I found that very interesting. I mean, if you could somehow take that negative stigma away from the fact that you're just taking money out of somebody's wallet that they've earned with our taxation, I kind of dug that. I was like, and I don't know, food for thought, I guess.
Well, so the interesting thing is,
I don't know what I walked into.
Right? You're welcome, Grant.
I had an actual board game question for Alex.
All right, well, wait. Alex might have to go soon. So what's your board game question for Alex?
My board game question for Alex is, I've never played a Zombicide, and you're very vocal about Black Plague being your favorite. Why is that your favorite?
It's my favorite because it improved the original formula of Zombicide with streamlined everything, meaning it gave you better components, it gave you more streamlined rules, but they went too far in Invader by removing the way zombies spawn in rooms, which to me is most of the fun of Zombicide. Invader became too clinical and procedural for myself, whereas Black Plague had the best of the original, all the chaos, and then better components and rule sets. I think Undead or Alive will also be very good, but I'm not sure exactly where it'll end up.
What about 2.0?
2.0 I haven't played yet. I actually have played Undead or Alive, so I can't speak for 2.0, but I imagine they're similar.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'd like to try something in the series, and I will say I feel like I can get my friends to play the theme of 2.0 more. Like I think they, it's like they like The Walking Dead. They probably will like a modern setting more than the like medieval setting. But I haven't played any of them before. So
yeah,
Grant,
Black Plague was still
Grant,
my go-to recommendation.
Actually, Grant, I have an important question for you. How are your sled dogs doing, by the way?
I mean, they're great. They got me to the show. I was only a little bit late. Look, it was raining and 50 degrees in Los Angeles today. Okay, so this hat is appropriate for here.
So I remember reading about like the Iditarod and stuff like that, about how like for long stretches of it, like you're running behind the sled. You're not riding the sled. Like you are like, it is one of those things where it's like it isn't just like let the dogs do the work. You are like actually like, like obviously you're like a lot of the forward momentum of the sled that you're holding on to is handling a lot of that. But I found that very interesting that like they actually are like kind of half jogging, like you're just to stay so you're not adding too much weight and you're letting the dogs deal with it so much. But yeah.
Grant, does Buck die or no?
I like somebody in the chat was like, it's Bigfoot. Oh, it's just Grant. Never mind.
No, don't get Lance started.
Yeah.
I'd rather talk politics than Bigfoot.
I was watching an old episode of Fringe today, just because it's just something I've rewatched.
Show.
What?
That's an old show.
It is an old show. But somebody makes a mention of, I can't remember what it was. They made a mention of some supernatural thing or whatever, and then the crazy mad scientist father character said, oh well, that's ridiculous. He obviously wasn't mauled by a Bigfoot or a Yeti. And then the local sheriff character says something. Is he being serious? Do you believe in a Bigfoot? And he's like, of course. Just because somebody hasn't seen a talking lion or a flying monkey, it doesn't necessarily make the predisposition of their non-existence a fact.
Leave all you can.
I was just like,
leave all you can.
I just said immediately. I looked at my TV screen. I went, yes, yes.
Everything I have said over the last 20 minutes is nothing compared to Lance on a Bigfoot fan.
The fake mad scientist character on a 15-year-old TV show agrees with me.
Hey Scott, how's it going?
Good.
Wait, so what were you doing tonight that Lance thought you weren't making it tonight?
It's been
we do the more meeples the merrier. I hang out in the
nice. Yeah, so I really need to make that. What's his name? Tim invited me to that a while ago, and the problem is Wednesday is movie night for me. I watch a movie with my wife, and then usually when the movie's over, that's when I come to this thing. The problem is the more meeples the merrier starts a little too early, so I'm waiting for the timing to line up where eventually here and there our movie nights gets pushed or pulled or whatever it is. So I'll figure out a time.
It's fun.
Yeah, it looks fun. I've tuned in here and there. Like I'll actually watch it. Like I'll pop it up in the background and follow the chat here and there, doing my movie night. Probably should not be on my phone, but
I'm actually sort of amazed how many people are playing so many games. Like I struggle to play a game, and everybody on the chat on that show has played like 3, 4, 5 games a week. Like what is going on?
And are you talking like pre-pandemic, like post-pandemic gaming, or in general?
No, they're playing. I mean, I don't believe anybody's playing in game groups. They're playing virtually. They're playing.
No, I'm saying, is your disbelief at 5 games a week because of COVID or in general?
Yeah, COVID.
See, can I? This is my theory. My thoughts on that. People playing more games. I think one, by the way, I think it's Paul Tompkins' birthday, or it was very recently. He just turned 40. So happy birthday, Paul.
40.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday.
You're 1 year closer to death.
I could be wrong, but I think I saw something mention that
Yeah, I mean, I'm playing way more games right now because I don't have shows at night,
Yeah.
It's like Paul Tompkins. I show up late to Alaboom because of the Meeple show. Aldi is an asshole for putting it up on Wednesdays.
Why does Aldi have green
I
eyebrows?
did not mean to put it up on. This is
and,
pretty fun.
And the porn star stash.
No, it's pretty great actually.
I for a half a second there, I thought you actually had a mustache, and I was like, oh, that's a good look for you.
It works pretty well. It's pretty strong.
The NSA is breaking down his door as we speak.
I know.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, so speaking for
no,
myself,
that's fine,
I'm
that's
still at
fine.
10 plus games a week, but like most of my
Wow.
gaming is either solo or with my wife. So like, I mean, we on Saturday, I'm offline the whole Saturday. I don't touch a computer, touch a phone, anything. We play games half the day. But yeah, it really helps.
Is that your
It's pretty awesome.
Is that your Walter from it's Shomer Shabbos?
Yes, that's Walter. I'm Shomer Shabbos. I'm Shomer Shabbos.
Well,
That's
I
right.
know I don't roll.
I know you're Jewish, so
That's what it is. No, it's
Yeah.
Walter. It's Walter.
Yeah.
I don't roll like that.
Do you play by candlelight?
No. So the lights can be on. You just can't
Oh,
turn
the
them
lights
on and
can-
off. So it's like as
Right.
long as you leave the lights on, you're cool. So we know electricity. No,
see
we
that where you-
utilize electricity. We don't alter.
Where they could
electricity.
where the numbers were always on, but you had to push the button to make them not be on or not, or what was it?
It's just
forget what movie that was.
it's one of my favorite scenes where like he won't let it go and he's just like, well, Shomer Shabbos. God damn it, Walter.
No, that's what it is. I love that scene. I do love that scene. But that's what it is. I'm telling you, if you turn off your electronics for a day, there's not a lot to do past reading books and playing board games. So as someone who plays board games, I play a lot of board games.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm
in a rut
I play a ton of board games, but
of
it's like the
patterns.
same game over and over again as we play test and play test and play test and play test.
Oh, that's-
Boring. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've played since Monday. We've played 7 games here in the house since Monday. So
wow,
That's pretty decent.
it's pretty good.
pretty solid in 3 nights. Yeah.
And Lance, what was up with that? Ragnarok's had an expansion on the Kickstarter page before the expansion was announced.
Because Mr. Christian Strain posted it, and then I had already posted an update, and I personally have the attitude of like I don't like if you jam people's inboxes with the information, like multiple updates, then they just stop looking at them. You know, like if they get an update like 2-3 in the same day or something like that, they're just like, yeah, I'm out. You know, and then you lose
I
customer.
am very
contact.
curious what the data is in that because I mean, Command runs amongst the most successful Kickstarter campaigns out there, and they obviously do, 3-4 updates a day or whatever it is. And I am very
Well, that's
curious
when
what
they're
the data
breaking
shows.
through stretch goals. I mean, and if we have stretch goals that we break through multiple a day, we'll post multiple a day.
But a new expansion's a thing.
Well, I understand, but I mean, the information was up there, and it
I heard my
was.
name.
I just love watching Aldi just switch up.
Well, so
Yeah, you did. Hey,
I should
Strange.
pay attention.
I have to hop off. I'm gonna try to hop on soon if I can, but I have to hop off right now. If I show up again soon, it means my other plans got canceled.
Shomer Shabbos.
Shomer Shabbos.
Shomer Shabbos.
I
What
don't
is-
have money. I don't drive a
like to
car.
say
I don't-
homicide question.
I'll see you soon.
Shabbos?
If
But
not
you
this-
answered the phone. But you answered the phone just now, Walter.
All right, I'll
How
see you
come?
soon.
Wait, before you leave, why is
yeah.
it pronounced Shabbos when it's spelled Shabbat?
So
Just part of the
isn't that
pronunciation.
the pronunciation? S-H Shah.
Yeah.
Abbos. Shabbos.
Oh, it's Shabbos. Okay, I thought it was spelled with a T.
it's yes. So Shomer Shabbat is another way of doing it.
Okay.
It's a Hebrew thing. The letter for that is either pronounced with an S or T.
Oh.
So people will say Shomer Shabbat and people will say Shomer Shabbos. Depends on your origination of, I think it's Svarad versus Ashkenaz, but it's a original. I don't know. It's a pronunciation thing over a specific letter.
Cool.
Got it.
Yeah.
I've learned
Makes
something
sense.
new today. Thank you.
I'll be back on. Hopefully, I'll be back on soon. If not this week, then well, some other time. Thanks, guys.
Oh man, take it easy.
Nah. Wait, Aldi, you were answering Zombicide stuff in the chat. Have you played 2.0?
No, I've only played Zombicide 1
Oh,
vanilla, and I
Yeah.
had a great time with it. I think you'll have fun with it. I mean,
Why have you not played any of the other ones?
just haven't had a chance to.
Yeah.
I want to play Black Plague because I think that one will be my favorite.
Yeah.
Just because I like medieval fantasy more than guns.
Totally.
But
Cooperative.
there's great fun in the basic game.
All right.
Yeah, you're
'cause
not gonna go
I know
wrong.
that
You're not gonna go wrong.
2.0 is sort of the same setting as the original, just with sort of updated mechanics.
Is 2.0 out?
No, it's like pre-order right now. It's already funded on Kickstarter.
I know they added a big mechanism in Black Plague that I can't place my finger on, I'm sure Alex would have known, but I can't remember what it is. That's something that was like, oh yeah, that makes total sense. That would make it really fun. But I cannot remember for the life of me what that is. But I don't know. I think you could probably apply it to the base. I don't know. I can't remember if it's that easily applicable, or if there was some other piece of game that had to be in the box for it to work. I'm just drawing a blank on it. I knew it at one point, and I can't remember now. You really won't go wrong, though.
All right. Good to know.
Which ones are you looking at? You have Zombicide, and you have all those I think all those first expansions are just extensions of the main.
Yeah,
system.
I'm somebody that doesn't really need to own all of the things in a series. Like, I own one thing in a series, and I'm like, I got it. I get that series. I know what's going on, and there's just so many games that I feel like
you'll be good with the first one.
Yeah, I'd like to own one of them, and I think that I would like it.
All of the zombie tropes are in that game.
Yeah.
You run into the helicopter, you got to get off. You get out of the map,
Yeah. All right. Good to know.
Cool.
Thanks.
Yeah. It'll be fun.
To know. Hi, Chris.
Hey, Lance. How's it going? You invoked
Like
my
a
name.
man
so
in
I
an
had to
ass
pop-
kicking contest, as per the norm.
You invoked my name. I had to pop up.
No, you're fine.
I finished my first game of Sleeping Gods.
Oh yeah?
About 14, 15 hours ish.
Yeah.
I've only gone halfway through the first campaign. I hate the walkthrough, but the game itself is good.
Oh, the walkthrough was it? It doesn't teach you the full game.
No, it doesn't.
You have to still read.
That's why I hate it. It says
it gives you a false sense of the game.
Yeah. You have to do this walkthrough. It'll teach you some of the game. And then afterwards it says, now you have to read the rule book. Why'd I have to go through the walkthrough then? I would have just rather read the rule book and then play the game.
How long does the walkthrough take?
It gets you, though, going. I mean,
it gets you
like
going, but I could get going after knowing rules.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that difficult of a game to wrap your head around.
Well, the other thing is you're going to need to know the rules at some point anyways, so you might as well start with them.
Well, I mean, it basically says like
mechanics that are not in that.
Though. Yeah, and it mixes the story, the beginning story, into the walkthrough, so you have to play it, otherwise you don't know what you're doing.
You could just read it too.
You could.
In fact, a lot of it's programmed. You don't even have choices. You just put markers on things, and it's like you can't.
That was another problem. Is they will say something like "draw your fate card." You go okay, and then it goes, "You got a 3." You're like, no, it didn't.
Yeah, it tells you what you rolled basically on the random. But here's the deal: the game's awesome.
The game is awesome.
Even that with that little knock.
It's my only issue. It's the walkthrough of it.
So I've heard some people online say that the combat is pretty brutal.
It is.
Do you feel like it's brutal?
I got TPK'd 3 times. Total party kill. And you can't get away. Like if you're locked in the combat, you are not getting out of it. You can't run away. But here's the deal: if you play normal mode, which is the way I was playing, you lose 6 turns. You restore full health. You come back to life. You're technically like knocked out, and then you wake up in an inn or a port, or if your ship gets destroyed, and you lose 6 turns. I lost 18 turns in my game by getting knocked out 3 times.
We were playing extra hard mode by adding fatigue every time we attacked.
Ooh,
and because we
that seems
the
like
roll. No, it was by a mistake.
A mistake in the rules.
Yeah. So,
but I mean, it's and if you really want to play with real fear, play hardcore, or they call it brutal, where you basically just lose. Your game's over if you die. Like start over.
Who wants that though?
I could see how it could add a real level though of fear. If I had like unlimited hours of my life to play this game, like if I had no restrictions on my time, I could see playing it that way, because it would add like a real fucking like, oh shit, we're gonna die and lose 10 hours of our game.
He released an easy version, and it was so easy. I feel like it's a little sarcastic.
What was the easy version?
He put it on BGG. It was.
Yeah, he released it after the fact.
Yeah.
He what? He deleted it?
No, he released it after the fact.
Yeah.
It's not printed.
Yeah. He released it after the fact, but he said, here's the easy version if you're having problems with the normal version. And it is like it gives you like 20 coins and just tons.
Oh,
of
it gives you
stuff
tons
at
of
the
money and
beginning,
command.
and yeah.
Yeah.
So, and it says if you get knocked out, here's a whole bunch more stuff. You know, it was like it felt a little over the top. Like, all right, here you go, you snowflakes.
I wish I could sell stuff.
That's not what he said.
I wish I could like if I could sell my items for like 1 coin.
Yes.
Because I get like 15 recipes.
I know.
Like cooking is a big part of the game, cooking stuff, which heals you and heals fatigue. But you start getting almost too many recipes. Like 5, I had like 7, I think, by the end of the game. And one of them was
brag
really
about it.
What?
I said, why don't you brag about it?
But I want to sell stuff at like a video game, right? Like I can always sell my shit for like really cheap.
Right.
I need like, oh wow, I need 1 more coin to get this really cool thing.
You know what I never understood about video games was like when you're trying to save the world, but the merchants won't just give you the magic sword. Look, I gotta go kill.
There's a great.
I gotta go kill the thing that's threatening to eat our universe. I need that amulet. Hey, I got
Not
a
my
family
fault,
to
buddy.
feed. You're not gonna have a family if I don't have that amulet.
So Lance, Lance, do you see how capitalism is baked into the system?
No. I waited to come on until you guys were done with that.
Okay, that's it. I'll shut up.
No, I've always thought that was just ridiculous. That was just like.
So I did fudge my ending. I unlocked the first level of unlocks because I didn't want to like, and it wasn't that big of a spoiler, but it's kind of it's a cool thing that you get as you play the game more. The more totems you find, like how many you find total, unlocks more and more stuff. I think there's like 5 or 6 unlocks.
Now, by end of game, you mean you went through the event deck, right?
Yeah, I went through it 3 times.
Oh, so you have to go through 3 times for a full game to be done?
Yep, and there's little vignettes in between, and then there's an end. So first vignette, I don't want to spoil it, but you do something. Then second time through, you do another thing. It's part of the story, and then third one is kind of like do your scoring, figure out where you're ending. There's 12 endings. I got 1 specific ending.
Yeah,
And,
we haven't finished.
Pretty satisfying, I have to say. I'm not disappointed in it at all.
It does feel very sandboxy. I have to say he has cracked what's the code or whatever it is to get that sandbox feel finally.
It does. It feels like wide open. Because you could just sail off in a different direction than you played last game, and you will never see what you saw in the first game.
Right.
Or you could play it more tactically and go, well, I really want that dog as an ally, so I'm going to go get my dog, and then I'll go from there and see whatever. Yeah.
I just don't have the patience for. You said 14 hours, man. You know,
over 3 days time.
Yeah, you don't
say 4 hours a day.
You just leave.
Plus, I'm streaming it, so it slows me down.
Well, some people take their gaming seriously, Grant. I guess.
I'm with you.
How long is a game session for you? 2 hours?
For us, yeah. 2 hours. Yeah. Well, I mean, there are nights that like pre-COVID, we have like game nights, and those could be like 6 hours,
right.
But we're not playing
one game
that's more than like an hour, and we're probably playing 4 games and drinking beers in between, and
yeah,
that sort of stuff.
It's an epic play. I mean,
yeah. And I will say,
but if you're having fun the whole time, does it matter? Like if you're like, what's around the next corner? And that's what this game is like everything around the corner is like, oh wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it too. You don't have to wait for your turn. You're always kind of doing the stuff together. It's like whenever you're playing, Zelda Breath of the Wild or something, it's like, I'll just look over this hill, one thing, and then I'll turn it off and go to bed,
Yeah.
It's the Civilization one more turn.
Yes. Yeah, same thing. Like, if I hit the one turn, I get this thing. But yeah.
Yeah, it is that feeling. And it's the turns are fairly like the game loop itself is fun. Like it's just, and it's easy. And you're like, I want to do this. I want to get to the meat of the game, which is the exploring.
Right.
And that happens 2 times every 5 minutes. And then you're thinking about the decisions like I got, and this is not really a huge spoiler. It's literally like the first location on the map.
I love how if I even like breathe and spoiler, you're like, Lance, don't say anything.
It's 1 paragraph out of a book of 900 paragraphs, Lance. I think I could. So to give you a choice, like you meet this lady and one of your ship members knows her. Like it's got this weird. It doesn't tell you exactly everything that's going on, but through the conversation, you're like, oh, they know each other for some reason, and you're like, why is that? Why do they know each other? So it's got this sort of mystery going on, like some history between people, characters in the game. And they give you an option, like you can try your cunning skill to talk her into giving you the map. You could brute force it, meaning tie her up and steal the map, or just steal it outright, or burn the house down and nobody gets the map. Like those are your choices, which I thought, wow, that's pretty diverse choices there.
Yeah, like the first event we came across, and again, no spoilers, but it was just like, do you want to rob these people or you want to buy something from them? And I had to say, okay, who are we going to be in this game?
Yeah, what kind of character you want to role play? Yeah.
And I was playing with my partner Erin, and she was like, well, we'll just do whatever feels right. I go, okay, so bad people.
So Scott, would you
so
say
I played all good, but there are definitely some bad choices, like really bad choices in that thing.
Well, we've picked a few of them.
Okay.
So Scott, I was going to say, like, I actually wrote a choose your own adventure style book for a video game, Path of Exile, and like this sounds very much like that style of game book, but with a board game element. Like, would it be fair to say that's what it is?
Yeah, there's definitely a choose your own element to it, because you don't know. You get to kind of know what's going to happen. Like, and a lot of times it'll be like, do you want to test your strength? If you fail, this will happen to you. You want to test your cunning? If you fail, this will happen to you. But when every once in a while it'll say, pick A, B, or C, and it'll say turn to page this, or this.
Right.
Like 3 different choices, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't get to look ahead at that. Obviously,
right,
you could, but you're not supposed to look ahead.
I was talking about this on my show the other day. Is whenever you have a choice and it tells you you're testing strength, and here's what happens and fails, and here's what the test is. Or there's the other kind that's like, Arabian Nights, where it's like test strength and you don't know if it's pass or fail until you actually do it. That does 2 things. Like, one, whenever the first option, which is what Sleeping Gods does, it gives you a gamer feel like, oh, let's pick this one because we have these skills and stuff. Yeah. But you also aren't always choosing what you would do in a story. Right. Like if it was just an RPG and it says, oh, you come across a guy and you think, oh, we're all good at combat, let's just attack the guy kind of thing. But in this one, because you know the things to, the levels that you have to make, you could go, well, normally we might attack the guy, but this is a strength 10 and we can't do that. So we'll choose another thing. So that's one thing I don't like, is that the challenges, since you know what there is to beat, kind of dictate what your choices are and not just the story.
Yeah, there's a bit more foreknowledge to consequences of your actions. Okay.
Board game wise, it's good. Story wise, you have to make a sacrifice one way or the other that way.
Yeah.
The story is piecemeal. Like, because there's 9,000 paragraphs, right? You have to how do you build a cohesive story if you don't know which direction someone's going? So you get these little vignettes of like story, an overall kind of thing that's happening. And each character has like tons of backstory, but you reveal it through exploring.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Like,
it's a neat game. I mean, I'm
like if you were trying to hide everything behind you choose this action and then turn to this page, like that would be like 15,000 paragraphs instead of 9.
No, that only happens in a few times.
Okay.
Yeah, there are consequences to choosing poorly.
Sounds
interesting. Yeah, I mean, and the consequences are like mechanical parts of the game, like take damage or get fatigued or take a status, and they have like maybe like a half dozen statuses, like weak or low morale or madness.
Okay.
Venom.
Are there any instant death statuses, or is it just minor damage? Well,
who knows? I don't know. I have not seen an instant. I have seen the game target specific individuals. So like it'll tell you a little story and it'll say Gregory jumps out in front of the bullet, or I'm making this up, I don't know, but like, and he takes 4 damage, and it'll specifically say,
sounds to me
Gregory
like you're not making it up. I'm just saying.
Curse you, Gregory.
Gregory is one of the characters.
Yeah, so now I'm going to play it, and I'm going to be like, oh, Gregory jumps in front of the bullet. You son of a bitch, Scott.
I don't know. I'm infatuated with it. I don't know why.
Favorite,
does your wife know?
Game?
Sorry.
Is it your favorite Red Raven game?
This is his best game.
I really like, and of course I can't remember the name of it, but it was a while ago I played it.
Mirror and
The worker
Farm?
placement game where you're fighting off these giants, monsters. What was that?
Oh, it's Ancient World.
Yeah. Ancient World.
That is a really good one.
Yeah, and I haven't played the new one.
I have the new one, but I haven't implemented the. I got the things to change it to the new one.
It's a worker placement. It's a really cool worker placement game, fighting off these giant monsters.
Which nobody talks about.
No, it's competitive though, and it's mean.
Yeah.
And I never played. What's the one where you're sailing a ship around all a bunch of islands?
Oh, that's a good one.
Islebound.
Islebound. Should I pick that up? Is that competitive though?
It has the exploration, but also the worker placement feel.
Okay, I'll just pick it up anyway. Not to try it.
Do you have one in the?
I backed it and I put it into the BGD library. I just never played it.
You're such a giver.
Well, I look at the games and I'm like, I'm not gonna get around to this, so I'll just put it in the library. Like BGD con time, I really peel away a bunch of stuff out of the house and put it in the library. I can't see myself liking another game more than that this year. I don't know, unless Frosthaven comes and just blows everybody away.
I mean, I think that one. I think Sleeping Gods is probably going to be on a lot of top 10 lists of the year.
It should be.
Yeah.
Now I've seen criticisms. I've seen valid criticisms. Like, gosh, I'm getting too many quests. Like, you can walk in that game like play an hour and get like 10 quests.
Oh, it's like when you like boot up Skyrim and you start playing.
It's very
like
much
you
like
walk
Skyrim.
into a city and all of a sudden it's like you haven't even like, oh, this guy walks up to you. It's like, hey, did you hear about the? Did you hear about the bandits out there?
Can you get this arrow out of my knee?
Okay, and then hey, can you help me go and find this sunken wreck? Yeah, I'll get.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey,
you never turn anything down.
Yeah.
You don't ever turn down a quest.
I need you to bring this sword to my buddy. Okay.
Yellow exclamation point.
I didn't know that an arrow to the knee was a what do you call metaphor for getting married.
Yeah. Oh, look at that.
I don't know.
Are you married?
Define married.
And we're back into politics.
I was gonna say I'm not married, and I also didn't know that. So maybe that's just the thing that guys that aren't married don't know.
I didn't know about it, and I am married to my wife and also to the land.
So I cleaned off my game room a little bit, cleaned off my desk, threw a bunch of stuff away, and I had this giant stack of role-playing game books because I had a bookcase collapse on me about a year and a half ago. I was just sitting there and I heard this and I was like, what? And I slowly turned around and this bookcase it just dissolved like the
Wow.
particle wood just exploded and like all these books fell down. I was like,
So are you saying there's going to be a great Calyx meltdown in like?
No,
10,
so
15
I'm gonna die if that happens in my house.
So
Like, it's
behind
gonna
me,
collapse on me.
behind me back there is probably around like it's like 500 or so RPG books that I've like they've been sitting in stacks on the floor forever, and I'm just like, this is ridiculous. And I finally just picked them all up and I put them on that table back there, and I got to go through them all. I did find some stuff that I thought I'd lost though. Some like there's a copy of probably one of my most prized RPG things. It's a copy of I didn't meet him. It's one of my biggest disappointments ever is I never met Gary Gygax. I heard that he was like an incredibly interesting individual, and he always gave his time to people that would walk up and talk to him. But a friend of mine, gave me a copy of Castle Zagig, which is an adventure that he wrote for Troll Lord Games about a year before he died, and he signed the inside cover. And I thought I'd lost that book. I was just like, God, what happened to that book? And then I found it in the pile. I was like, oh, look at this. Here it is.
Boy, the universe destroyed that bookcase on purpose.
Yeah, no, I was. Do you ever do that? I mean, like your post just recently about the Jesus and Mary Chain song, Scott.
Oh my
like
God.
That See, I
Can I
get
tell the story about that?
when when I read your post, and you can tell the story. Feel free, but I mean,
feel like I gotta share the story.
But yeah, but like
It's an
I'm the
obsession.
same way. I'm the same way about weird songs, but I'm also the same way about just weird things that I know I've owned, that I know I put away somewhere, but I don't know where it's at. Like just like ridiculous small things. And I'm also ridiculous. Like I have a problem. Like before I can fall asleep, my wife thinks I'm crazy. Like if I don't find my car keys, my wallet, there's like 3 or 4 things that I have to have, and I have to
Right.
take them, and I need to put them in a drawer or something. And if I don't do it before I fall asleep, like I don't sleep well. It's like and my wife just thinks I'm
You're
absolutely
uneasy.
nuts. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like I don't want to have to look for it in the morning, right? And it's just like, and when I lose something, it drives me absolutely crazy. Like I can't like literally like it's gone. Like I mean, I remember I lost a set of keys, and I was like, I remember this is back when my wife and I lived in an apartment, and just we weren't married yet, but had our daughter, and I had a set of keys, and it literally vanished. It was like I came back home. I put my keys in the counter. The next day, I couldn't find them. I had a spare set of keys for the car, but it's like, what happened to these keys? I mean, they were on the counter. My daughter wasn't tall enough to grab them. And it was just one of those things where it's like, what happened to them? Like literally, like it was one of those things where, like, probably somebody knocked them somewhere. They ended up in a pile of something that got thrown in the garbage, and the garbage got taken out. That's like the only thing I can think of that could possibly happen. But I tore apart the entire apartment looking for these keys, and I was still upset about it like weeks later. I couldn't find those keys. I don't know. I'm kind of dumb about those things. Anyway, sorry. I've talked all over your Jesus and Mary Chain thing.
Fine. I mean,
I saw them in concert. I saw them in concert in Lollapalooza. They were pretty good.
so I never saw them. I barely knew about the group.
Really?
Yeah. They weren't
Weird.
like a mainstream.
No. They showed up in a couple of collaboration albums of like alternative rock stuff. Like and they we sold a lot of their albums at the record store I worked at.
Who is this?
Jesus and Mary Chain.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. I think it was 11 years ago. I went to Ireland for a pre.
Why don't you brag about it?
Yeah. Okay. Went to Ireland. Met up with some friends from Chicago who moved there, and one who was just visiting. So it was really fun to meet up with friends in another country. We went to the Guinness Storehouse, which is it's a fascinating place. It's like they show the entirety of how do they make Guinness, like the beginning to end. It's really.
I have heard that if you drink a glass of Guinness there right as it gets done, it's like the best tasting ever. Like fresh from.
It's okay.
Anyway.
I couldn't tell a difference, but yeah, it was fine. It was good. But they have this really great exhibit, and it's multi floors, and there's a million things to look at, and listen to. But they had this one area where it was like Guinness marketing, right? Like all their marketing stuff with like posters and like paraphernalia of like just stuff they made over the years. And they had a video going on of all their ads, right? It was just in this loop of playing all their ads back to back. And I was watching it, and then they were playing the music, the sound, and this one popped up, and I hear this song in the ad, and I remember the ad, people coming out of the water, like they're kind of walking out of the beach, and then it's like drinking Guinness and having a good time, and the song was like fascinating to me. I was like, I know that song, but I couldn't remember what it was. 11 years ago, and every year, like every once in a while, I'll be like, yeah, I gotta find that ad online. It's got to be online, right? Everything's online. Couldn't find it year after year after year. So fast forward 11 years, found it last Friday night. I did my search again. I went through my 120 minutes. I knew it was like an alternative song. So I was like, okay, it's got to be on like 120 minutes, or it's got to be on some like 90s or 80s alternative playlist. So I would just listen to playlists over and over, just try to find the song. And I searched again, and a Spotify playlist popped up and said Guinness ads. And it was like a Spotify playlist. And as soon as I saw it, it was like Jesus and Mary Chain, Just Like Honey. I knew it was it. Played it, didn't play. I had to go to YouTube to find it. Watch the video. I'm like, yep, that's it. So 11 years of searching. Not every day, but every once in a while, I would be like, maybe this is the day that I find the video.
I like to imagine it better than it is every day.
Oh yeah, can you imagine me searching for that shit every day of my life? Wouldn't that would be real sad? But I would also probably feel a lot better. But I feel pretty good that I found it, and I posted on Facebook,
I can't
and
believe
one of
you
my
were that
buddies
dedicated.
found the video after like a minute. I don't even it felt like a minute after I posted. He's like, "Here's the video." I'm like, "What the fuck?" So the video was posted on YouTube in 2019. So I would not have been able to find it all those years up until 2019. And it has nothing. It doesn't say Jesus and Mary Chain, does not say alternative music. It just says Guinness commercial. And it was not in color. So I would always skip when I was looking through YouTube, I would skip the black and white ones. Because I'm like, this was in color, or it was like sepia toned, like shades of brown, right? Like not color, but not black and white. So I would mostly skip the ones that all had black and white, which I shouldn't have done. But it was there. We found it.
Quest complete.
Amazing. So one little nugget gnawing in my brain put to rest. And it's an awesome song.
What song is it?
Just Like Honey.
Just Like Honey.
Did you know the lyrics at all?
The Jesus and Mary Chain. What's up?
Oh, hey, Alex is back.
I'm back. Yeah, I was supposed to play a game tonight, but it doesn't look like it's happening.
I found a song once in a really cool way too, which is Reddit. There's a specific Reddit forum where literally if you just get like, and I typed in, I got this song, it's a lady singer and it's ba ba da ba da ba ba ah, and I posted that, and I swear to God, like 2 days later, so it was like, that's Annie Lennox, No More I Love Yous.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
like,
I was
oh my
about to say, I recognize that a little bit.
Well, you also heard me saying it, but I typed
Yeah.
it out. It was like do. And it's
Right.
the internet's an amazing place.
It is. I should have posted about that a long time ago. I almost thought about writing to the Guinness storehouse, and being like, can you send me a list of all your commercials, or just send me that video? But I just never got around to figuring out how to do that. So, anybody else have a searching thing they've done for years and years and never found it?
There was a series of books that I
Just
found
True
recently.
Love. Just True Love.
Not
Yeah, for me, there was a book that I read as a kid that I was trying to find for somebody, and I spent like not years and years, but I spent a good 2 weeks before I found it. So not quite as dramatic, but it was a book about a kid that was bullied. And what I loved about the series was it was 2 books. One was written from the stance of the kid who was bullied, and one was written from the stance of the bully. And when you read the other book, like, it's amazing how perspective can make both people seem complete, like the exact same events throughout both books were like literally fact for fact the exact events are the same, but the perspective of the bullied versus the bully, it just was a fascinating thing of reading the 2 different sides of the coin.
like Cobra Kai.
Yeah, I kind of same idea, just but yeah, I like perspectives.
Clint Eastwood did those 2 movies that I thought were pretty interesting.
Which 2?
One was called Flags of Our Fathers, and the other was called Letters from Iwo Jima. But it basically was about, one of them was like the United States perspective during this specific battle during World War II,
yeah.
and the other one was from
Always
the
wanted to
Japanese
watch that.
perspective.
Got around to it.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, if you're ever like writing something, a good antagonist, like, they don't think that they're evil, right? Like, everyone's the hero of their own story. Like, everyone has reasons for acting the way they do, and it makes sense in their own mind.
100% nuanced characters. So one of the reasons I love Game of Thrones is the villains. I mean, some of them are straight up evil, but other villains in Game of Thrones are people that you are rooting for at different points throughout the series. Nuanced characters are so much more intricate than I am evil. I want to steal the moon.
That's honestly,
I am Lord Asshole.
DC. That's why Marvel is better than DC. You
Yeah.
know?
Thanos is interesting.
Yeah, and like,
he's like the best villain.
Magneto is like, man, this guy had a bunch of bad shit happen to him, you know? And whereas like Lex Luthor is like, I'm bald. You know?
Hair loss is a serious thing, Grant.
Yeah.
But yeah, nuanced characters are much more interesting. Far more interesting.
All right, I'm gonna be back in a little bit, guys.
Okay.
Promises.
Oh, wait.
promises.
Before you go, what did they change mechanically in the Black Plague? I remember there was something specific they changed. They made it
Which to which?
from basic to. Black
I mean, so they changed friendly fire. That was a big deal.
Oh yeah.
And then
Can
they
you apply that
upgraded
rule?
components.
Can you backtrack that
Yeah,
rule?
yeah, of course. You could backtrack that rule in 2
What
seconds. Yeah.
was the rule?
So I never played the original Zombicide, so I'm not gonna be perfect at this, but I believe in original Zombicide, your misses always hit. Like if you're shooting to a zone with your allies and you miss the zombies, then by default your allies took the wound.
That's right. I remember.
And I think in Black Plague you roll for it or something like that.
Okay.
I think.
So
Like,
there's
it's
a chance
potential.
of not hitting your.
Yeah.
All right.
But it's still fun to hit your ally because
It's still fun. It's
kind of
still fun.
hilarious.
It just felt it was
You're like,
weird. It's
damn,
oh,
sorry, I
missed a
shot you in the
zombie."
face, man.
Yeah. No, it's still solid. It's still I like it a lot. I mean, Cthulhu Death May Die is my preferred light beat 'em up genre, but Zombicide's still pretty awesome, and they managed to pump out a Kickstarter every single
Cthulhu
year and a
is
half.
Yeah.
It's great. We didn't really talk about it on here before, but it's awesome.
It's rising too. It's like what, top 200 on Board Game Geek, which is impressive for a game that had to fight all the negative. This is a Kickstarter game with exclusive ratings.
Which
Speaking of which, Aldi, while I have you here, I have a bone that I think the entire world wants to pick with you. Why don't you delete all the 1 ratings on Board Game Geek?
That's right. Look, hey,
I'm joking. I'm messing with you.
What was that Cthulhu game called? I can't remember now.
Cthulhu Death May Die.
Must Die.
No, I love the threads that will always pop up about how BGG should moderate its ratings. And I'm like, people don't understand
rating
numbers.
Cthulhu Death May Die. Death May Die.
Yes.
The only thing I'd say about that is that I don't think people should be able to put ratings until the game is officially out. But there's no way on BGG to say.
How would I ever track it?
Yeah.
There's no way.
Well, if there was a way, yeah, you're right. There's no way.
It's a conversation that doesn't. The problem is people care in the moment of why is my game being unfairly rated, but in the scheme of things, it doesn't actually matter at all initially.
They were 10s. Would anybody care?
Yeah.
Well, when
That's why
that
people do
matters to you,
Absolutely, because there's lots of people who say you look in there. It's like I'm voting this a 1 because
I'm
of
gonna
all
give
the
you a-
10s.
I'm
Who
just
has
doing it
the
for
time
balance.
to do
I'm
that?
doing it for
Like,
balance.
Who does that? Who's like,
I
oh,
was-
gotta spend my
People find time.
Thank you
People
for
find
that.
time. There are people who literally go to every single Kickstarter game and say, I'm rating this a 1 because Kickstarter exclusive are unethical, and I will continue to rate this a 1 until this changes, and you should copy and paste this and do this too. I've seen those in all the games.
I had someone rate one of my games a 3 because we gave the print and play out for free, but it wasn't in color.
Okay, so first of all, they gave
That
us
should've
3
been a
not a
1.
1. You should be grateful.
They even said in their comments we hadn't played it because I'm not going to play it if it's not in color.
Well, I've heard some people are saying I'm voting as the 3 because the algorithm erases the 1s. So
Honestly, if you want true evil, forget nuanced villains. If you want true evil, there are people who go on Amazon and rate a product because the seller didn't ship it. Those people are true evil.
I love that. Like, what would you think? I love Amazon thing. It's like arrived late, 1 star.
It's like, what
Here's
does this
the
have to
thing,
do with my
Amazon
toaster? My
ratings
toaster
are
still works.
Amazon
Or
ratings.
Or if you get a
completely
broken
rigged.
thing in the mail, how do you rate something a 1? when
My
it doesn't
personal
on a
fear
run?
of that too are the questions on Amazon where somebody says, you literally, I mean, this, I've seen things like this. It's just like, does anybody know if like, say it's a toaster, does anybody know if this is large enough to handle a bagel from Bapa's Bagels, something like that? And somebody say, I've never toasted bagels, I don't know. It's just like, why?
Thank you for contributing.
You're just like, why did you?
Honestly,
just-
if you ever just get bored of life, there are a lot of fun things you can do if you just have the patience and time.
I haven't been bored since I was a kid.
Yeah, same here. But I'm saying hypothetically, like if you're just super got nothing to do with your life at all, and you just want to have fun, you can find hobbies. You can answer stupid questions on Amazon. You can come up with review systems. There's just a lot of things you can do to entertain yourself if you really, really, really have no life.
I have
Right.
absolutely been bored in my life.
But the question is your entertainment derived from someone else's misfortune?
There's a word for that, and they're called trolls. So yes, there are people.
There are lots of them.
It is fascinating the
Employed.
mindset behind somebody who does something specifically with the intent to provoke a reaction. It's a fascinating mindset. I don't know like what that means as a human being, but like it's a fascinating mindset.
I think, well, so for me, full disclosure, I used to play a lot of World of Warcraft, and
Oh,
I
boy.
was very active on the Realm forum.
Mhm.
The Realm that I played on, Kill Jaden, and I was an absolutely terrible troll. But the way that I approached it was I was always trying to punch up, and that like the people that I would go after was people who were trying to make other people feel bad. So I'm like, all right, you're being a dick online. I'm going to be an even worse dick to you. So I feel like there is a distinction there between what is your target and what are you trying to accomplish. Like if you're trying to obliterate someone's BGG score or some Etsy seller's like rating
Mhm.
on Yelp, you're a dick. But like if you're someone who goes on Amazon and it's a completely shitty product and you leave like a 1-star review that's actually really funny to read, right? Like it's satire of what this thing's supposed to be. Like I appreciate that because you put in some time and effort to let people know, like, not only, yeah, this thing is bad, but like I enjoyed reading this review of why this thing was bad. So I feel like there's a big difference between punching up and punching down, and there aren't like more people need to understand what that difference is.
Well, as long as you can sleep at night, that's all that matters.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and you know why I sleep at night, Lance?
Because you ever got a bed full of money?
Nope, because we lost the 2010 NFC Championship game.
First of all, it's the 2009.
It was played in 2010, so that's
it doesn't matter. It is called the 2009. Yeah, and you
and you were so angry.
I was.
Yeah, your comments about trolling the trolls reminded me of like one.
That was
thing
all on Brett Favre, though, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't on Brett Favre. It was on the fact that we fumbled it like 6 times throughout the course of the game.
No, add it up.
That's it's really hard to beat another team. When
I just remember Brett Favre throwing that interception at the end of everybody's way.
And moving on.
No, let's dwell on it. Let's dwell on it. Sorry, Sender, you were saying something?
No, I was saying your comment about trolling the trolls just reminded me of a thing of conspiracy theorists. I just remember it was basically a thing. Oh, so yeah, my Twitter thing. Not Twitter.
It's Alex.
Just rename Alex. So my full name is Alexander Sender, so that's a long
Oh,
story.
okay. Sorry.
Yes. No, I go by both. But there's a thing about conspiracy theorists that the way to handle conspiracy theorists is to just out conspiracy theory them. So
yes,
like, yeah, like we never landed on the moon, and you're just like, you believe in the moon.
Well, no, the best way I've done that is that like, because if you just do that, they know that because you're mocking them, and that. But if you can actually portray to them, and I've seen people do this where they're like, oh, well, you don't understand. Like the conspiracy is that, so and so, like just. Just like you'll say, like the World Trade Center or whatever. Just people think,
I know them all.
Yeah, like there isn't enough heat to melt the steel or whatever, and then you say. It's like, you know what, I agree with you, but I realize that you're actually most likely part of the government plan to actually perpetuate the fact that this is a conspiracy to hide the actual true nature of the cabal that's behind actually that's what you're in place for. And I've seen people do that and they're like, well, no, that doesn't make any sense. No, it totally makes sense. I've run into a lot of people, just like, and they're like, no. See, I'm trying to, it's like, no, you're part of actually the cabal of the cabal. It's like, but see, you don't even know. They've just fed it to you, and that's why I feel sorry for you. And they're just,
things have gotten so bad that you can't. Like, how do you get worse than flat Earth? Nowhere.
Oh, my favorite thing.
Nowhere.
You
think
think
the Earth's real?
Have you seen that thing about like members all around the globe?
Have I seen what?
There's an image from the Flat Earth Society on Facebook. At one point, they had a picture. They said like Flat Earth Society with members all around the globe.
Yeah,
and someone took a screenshot of that. Like, you may want to correct that.
I think those were like 4 or 5 months ago.
Yeah, no, it's conspiracy theories it's fascinating. It's I guess it's the problem with the internet. Going back to, I think Forrest said the internet's great. The internet is great, but like one of the problems is everyone's an expert on everything. Yeah.
Well, it's also it has enhanced our ability as human beings to convey information to each other, but there's no inherent value in information, right? Like it can be good information, it can be bad information, and now it can be spread way quicker than it was when it was just like here's this village, and here's this village, and here's this village.
But we haven't been taught how to take in all of the information. That's the problem.
Right.
But also, with conspiracy theories that drive me crazy are the ones that, like, who would be benefiting from the flat Earth conspiracy? Who is making money off of that?
That's an interesting question, but that inherently presumes that there's somebody at the top who knows it's false but is interested in propagating the lie.
You can't have a conspiracy if there aren't people.
Oh, interesting. Oh, yeah, I hear you. You're saying from their stance, who
Right.
is interesting.
Right. Yeah. Who is the
scientists are
conspiracy?
lying? Why?
Well, I
Excellent
mean,
question.
I can answer that question. It's
Oh,
Globe people who make globes.
no, it's Bigfoot.
oh God, here we go. Joker meme. Here we go. Go on, Lance. Enlighten us.
No. We've been down that road. We're not going to go down the
Yes,
Bigfoot
we
road.
have.
I like Scott Alden, Steven Seagal look though. The long flowing hair is
Get a little long.
yeah. Don't ever cut
Longest
it.
I've
man.
ever had it.
Just
Do
let
it.
it roll.
Let it go.
Scott, do you
Yeah,
feel
I have no reason to cut it. What's
I
up?
was gonna say, Scott, do you feel like you're under siege from this?
Am
pandemic?
I under siege?
Oh, I
yeah.
actually just did I tell you about this? That my son knocked his tooth out, like sliding down a slide. I know Chris knows because I was late for a meeting because of it. But no, I know my son was at school. I'm sure he was doing something stupid, but of course he's smart enough now to lie, you know. But no, he knocked out one of his two front teeth going down a slide. He hit the side of the slide, hit it exactly perfectly, popped the tooth out in his mouth. They put it in the milk. We got him to the dentist. They, just went to go pick him up. He was just a face full of blood. So now we just gotta kind of hope it takes root again, or we're gonna have to put a fake tooth in his mouth, and just roll with that. But anyway, regardless, bad luck or whatever, crummy thing that happened. So Barry woke up. No, so but so that happened as far as that. But I got him to the dentist, and he fixed it up. Good to go. And he said, come back in 2 days. I just want to make sure because like they basically wired it to the two teeth that's next to it. And he goes, come back in 2 days after the swelling's gone down a bit and let me take a look at it and just make sure everything's good. And then come back in a month and we'll see where we are from there. No, we did. My dentist is a nice guy. And he has his office is like I could throw, he's a 1 minute drive from my house. So it's kind of nice. He's a nice guy. But we got there and he was just like, he's like, oh, hey, good to see you again, Kel. Let's take a look at the teeth. And then, before my son had his hat on, but my son's got long hair. I mean, he's just, it's past his shoulders. It's, and he's definitely dealt with a few people that have said, it's like, oh, it's like you kind of, because he does. If you just glance at him, he looks like a girl, just because of the fact that he's young, he's a kid, and he's got long hair, so people have that impression. And he's told more than a few people, he's like, yeah, I'm a boy, I can have long hair. Look at my dad. He's like, he says that all the time. But I wanted to tell my dentist to shut the fuck up because he was sitting there and he was just like, hey, you got some long hair here. About time for a haircut? And he's like, no, I don't want a haircut. He's like, oh, are you going to be a hockey player? He's like, no. Well, hockey players have long hair. I mean, that's why you'd have long hair, right? He's like, yeah, I just have long hair. And then he's just like, oh, well, might need to get a haircut. I was like, what the fuck, dude? Just check his teeth.
Yeah, drop it.
Yeah, just
I guess it's small talk or something.
Yeah, just how about you just ask him how his school day was at some point?
What's your favorite subject?
And then I finally, and then I feel bad because the guy's, he's balding, and and he's just like, I was like, hey, just because you can't grow it, man. And I was like, ha ha ha, God, just shut your mouth. God, it's just like I don't even. People just annoy me. But anyway, that was a grievance that I was going to bring up. I didn't. So,
I thought the last one was the martial arts teacher, right?
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
so
and it's just and that's cool. I mean, hey, and most people when it happens, they say, "Oh, how old's your daughter?" I'll just flat out say that's my son. And they're like, oh, I'm sorry. No, it's no big deal. I totally get it. I totally understand. You know, it's like not knowing, you know, like by looking at them, right? I mean, you know, it's just, but like, you know, it's just, it's.
Hey, did you guys watch The Real World New York, the very first one? Do you remember?
Like the very, very, very,
Very first one, yeah.
I remember seeing parts of it. I am almost
Watched it
ashamed.
religiously.
I am almost ashamed to admit that I think I saw all of the second season just like because reruns.
Who
rolling
didn't?
in the
Everybody.
background.
That was San Francisco. That was amazing. That was a great season. That's probably like the best one.
Yeah, that's like
It was with Puck and remember him? That
okay.
asshole.
well the guy
Mhm.
that they just basically had because they knew he'd cause problems, so it would create
The
create
skateboarder.
issues.
I'm trying to remember the name of the guy who died. What was his name?
Okay, I was wondering where this was going.
But anyway, yeah, they're doing a Real World reunion on Paramount, which is now, or CBS All Access, which is now Paramount.
Did they
That might
switch
push me over the edge.
Did they switch to Paramount now, or is that still in the process?
What's that?
Tonight or tomorrow they're going to switch over to
They
Paramount.
switch over, so my CBS All Access becomes
Paramount Plus.
Paramount.
Yeah.
Do I got to re-download the app then and stuff?
They'll probably just make you an update,
I
right?
Plus, you're
think
gonna get the Peacock too, right? Because you get the WWE.
Yeah, I mean, I'll
Also-
switch. I'll be getting the Peacock here pretty soon because that
I think
happens
if
on
you
like the
jump in
15th.
early enough, you can get it like
Pedro.
50% off the first year or something if you're a CBS Access.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I think if you jump in, like if you sign up, like yes, I'm staying with you or whatever, they give you some kind of like
Extra month free or something.
to look at it. Yeah.
Pedro.
I'll
was
have
that
to look
guy's
at my
name.
CBS All Access. God, I hate having to fix things. Just switch it for me.
Well,
No,
they
I'm
make-
serious.
How
I
many
agree.
services do you have now?
Probably
I've got
too many.
way too many.
Probably too many. But
Disney?
I mean,
You got Disney.
I got Disney. I got
You got
the
Hulu?
Hulu. I got the Amazon. I got the Netflix.
You got Amazon.
I
You
got
got
Yeah,
Netflix.
those are the four I have.
You got WWE.
which is now going to be the Peacock. I was actually going to drop WWE because I was fed up. And then they're like, oh, by the
Did
way,
you-
you're going to get.
Did you do the DC thing?
I did not do the
I
DC.
get
Oh,
that
who
too.
plans on watching what's it called? The 4-hour-long director's cut.
I'll watch it.
Oh yeah,
I'll watch it.
getting in on that. I
No,
like
the
first one.
Superman one was great.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't great, but
Wait,
it made
Superman,
more
what was
sense.
great?
The Superman cut.
They
The
did,
Donner
they
cut.
did director's cut of Superman?
Yeah, they did it.
I
Yeah,
missed that.
the Man of Steel. No, I don't know. What is that? The Man of Steel with
Yeah, Man
with,
of Steel.
with Zod.
Man of Steel director's cut.
No, yeah, with Zod.
No, that was the original.
No, oh
the
no,
first
Batman
two
versus Superman. Batman versus Superman.
Oh yeah,
The
definitely.
director's cut of that?
Yeah.
It's better.
Was it good?
Good deal.
It would have
No,
to.
but it was not bad.
This is very relevant because we're in the middle of rewatching the
It's worth
DC
watching.
universe.
I thought it was worth
No
watching.
way to make it worse. So
The ending of that is terrible.
It could
Yeah,
literally
they could add
your
another
husband-
half hour to it. It could
be
make it
better.
worse.
Interesting. I'll have to get my
But,
hands on this.
but
take Wonder Woman
it makes more sense if like with some stuff that's key.
I've been going through this. The Godfather 3 did this.
What?
The Godfather 3 came out with their
I never
director
heard of it.
cut. I forget what it just came out. Like, a
Ah,
couple months ago.
nice. The best
it-
thing about the Godfather movies is they just made two.
Two
and they were
movies.
done.
That's what I'm saying. Is like I watched it. I thought it was okay, but now it's like, do I want to spend another 3.5 fucking hours with a movie I already know to see if it's any better?
That's one of my favorite running
Yeah.
gags. Is the best
worth
thing about the
watching once.
Matrix is that they only had one movie.
Yeah,
They
there's
just
only
told their
one.
story and they were done.
I
Fine
told my
too.
kids that when we watched The Matrix, I'm like, and that was the only Matrix
And you're done.
ever made.
I don't understand. I actually didn't mind 2 and 3.
I like 2.
Yeah,
I didn't see the problems with 2, but 3.
I
was
think they're
fine.
great for entertainment, but they're just not good movies.
Right. Like
First
the
one-
action scenes are cool, but
Yeah.
in terms of like cohesive plot,
Waste of time.
or not.
If you want to see like a rubbery Neo beat up a whole bunch of Agent Smiths, it's a fun fight.
yeah.
Yeah,
But, yeah, writing wise,
I remember it created like this whole philosophical argument. They even had all this stuff on a website you could go to and discuss it and stuff. The other two were just popcorn fun movies. And that's fine.
I think there's only one movie, and I could be wrong here. I'm probably not forgetting, but I think there's only one movie which genuinely made my experience of the prior movies worse, and that would be the final Star Wars, like the last one, Episode 9.
How did it make your other experience worse?
Because regardless of how you felt 7 or 8 were in terms of their cohesion and which one was leading to something, both of them to me led to a potential something. And then they just, retcon I shouldn't say spoilers. Then they just did a whole bunch of stuff in 9 that to me just completely took away from any progress 7 or 8 were making, whatever pathway you're going for.
Yeah, I can see that because
Yeah.
it's like you need to move past the original at some point if you're going to establish a universe. And what they did was very much like, and here's this character. It was like a soap opera.
Yep.
So, yeah, no, I totally get that. Like I had kind of checked out at that point anyways. Like I went to see it because, hey, it's Star Wars, but
yeah,
I wasn't expecting a whole lot.
I think I'd enjoy it more a second time, actually. I think the first time was disappointing.
Are we talking about Star Wars again?
Oh, did I miss the Star Wars conversation? I missed the Star Wars conversation.
You're new.
No,
We'll give you a
happened?
pass, but only once,
Lance's personal bugaboo.
motherfucker.
I am not a big Star Wars person. You won't hear me bring it up a lot.
On the whole, I felt they were entertaining. I don't know that they were super well written, but I don't think they were terribly written. Like
I'm not a huge like originals person. I liked 7 and 8, both of them. But for me it was 9 that was jumped the sharks for me. Yeah.
9 what?
I'll be
9
right
what?
Episode 9, Star Wars Episode 9.
Well, there was a 9th.
Exactly.
I was just about to say Scott's about to leave.
Yeah.
I only know of 6 movies.
Yeah, I don't know anything other than that.
We've had a really good prequel with Solo and Rogue One. So I guess technically I know of 8.
Rogue One was pretty good.
Yeah, so I mean, I actually like Solo a great deal.
Solo was decent. I don't have any complaints, but I didn't pull me in either.
It was a cool heist movie. I like the action pieces.
It kind of made me want to watch that Frozen train movie. What's the one again? That became a TV show, Snowpiercer.
Yeah.
Like Solo to me made me think.
Snowpiercer is a fantastic world building exercise that doesn't make any sense.
It's a critique on capitalism, Lance.
It is a fantastic world building exercise that doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
I've heard the TV show is better than the what's it called?
Yeah, it is. The show's pretty good.
I haven't watched the TV show, but I really love that movie. I mean, just the whole process where it was just like they're the big giant fight, and all of a sudden they realize it's like they've gone around the Earth one more time. And everybody stops and like, happy anniversary! They all cheer for like about 10 seconds, and they realize they've reached that marker that show that they've got it. Then as soon as they get past there, then they go back to killing each other with axes. It was I thought that was good. I tried to read the manga that it was based on, and it was as with a lot of manga, it just feels like why tell a story in 10 pages when we can tell it in 170? So let's just drag this piece of silly putty out as much as we can until it's just like a wafer thin, without snapping.
On that note, I actually subscribed to Crunchyroll recently, and I'm on episode 768 of One Piece.
Well, I've got buddies who are like these giant One Piece fans, and I'm like, it's just like, does it ever go anywhere?
Good story. Like, it's a really good story, but it has these little filler arcs that are like, no, we can tell you didn't have anything to do, and you needed to fill in airtime.
It's kind of like Wheel of Time books, right? Until finally, he died, and somebody else is able to come in and just square everything away.
Yeah,
Wheel of Time was just like, let's just not actually progress at all on this main plot, and just.
But Wheel of Time is great up through book 5, and then you can just skip everything else and pick it up at book. I think it's book 12. Like the ones in between get really bad.
So according to this, I can log into Paramount Plus tomorrow and continue. They will just continue my subscription. I will see. I'm gonna see if there's an app already. Paramount Plus. Let's see if there's something I can download for my phone. Yeah, I can. Look at this.
And by logging in early, you have now screwed yourself.
No, I'm not. I'm not touching it. I'm not touching it until tomorrow. My biggest thing is that I want to my annoyance is that CBS All Access didn't have an app on the PS5, so I wasn't able to actually. So I had to basically Chromecast it to my phone, to my TV from my phone, which is a little annoying. Why did I get CBS All Access? Oh, I got it so I could watch the Super Bowl. That's right.
The Vikings were playing that, right?
No, you screwed me out of that.
Watch the new Star Trek.
What?
So you can watch the new Star Trek, right?
Well, no, and then I got done with that, and then I started watching. I hadn't seen Picard, so I was like, all right, I'll watch this.
It was good.
Did you watch the Twilight Zone?
Oh yeah, I love the Twilight Zone.
I mean, like the remake.
Like the movie?
No, they made a remake with
What's his name from
Redo.
Key and Peele.
One of them.
No, I didn't know that was the thing.
I don't remember which one.
That's wow. Yeah.
I saw the half of the first episode. And I think
I saw the one with the comedian.
Yeah, the thing is,
alright.
I got where the whole episode was going, like the first 15 minutes, and I was like, man, there's still like 40 minutes of this left.
Black Mirror is the new Twilight Zone.
Yeah, pretty good.
Black Mirror is all right. I'll say. I mean, I'm not.
How dare you?
I'm not trying to give it faint
It's hit or
praise
miss.
or anything like that.
There was some good and some not so good.
It's definitely hit and miss, absolutely. But that was Twilight Zone too.
There are I don't know, Twilight Zone, especially the old stuff, repeatedly hit my chords way better than Black Mirror does. I think the problem I have is I love the old Twilight Zone because it was a half hour. It told a story in 22 minutes. And if it wasn't any good, I wasn't lingering around waiting to be told the story. Whereas Black Mirror, it's like, okay, well, this is 60 minutes.
That's what I was saying. Is the new Twilight Zones, I think, are 42 minutes or an hour too, and it's too.
So they
long.
ruined it.
I mean,
you guys are too
well, the problem with any kind of
it's like I see the story ahead of time. Like I already know what
you foresee the story.
Isn't this the opposite? Are we saying that the original, in the olden days, we all had a short attention span, and now we're trying to extend it, and people can't take it anymore? All you old people and your attention spans.
The people that complained about,
I think there was better writing back then.
There was definitely better writing back then.
It held your attention.
And the name is Long Division, as it's called.
Long Division.
Long Division. So, all right, 37 into 231. Okay.
Jeremy,
or was it?
I want to know.
Hadn't been viewed before.
I didn't hear the beginning of that, Chris.
So was it better writing, or was it writing that we hadn't seen before?
I would say that there was nothing like it on TV, and plus, if you look at the people that wrote that stuff for the Twilight Zone, I mean,
better be talking about Twilight Zone, by the way.
Yeah,
if
you go and
there's absolutely nothing else you can be talking about except for Twilight Zone.
Well, no, but Chris is right. Chris is right. When you I remember when I watched The Sixth Sense, I think we talked about this last week. When I watched The Sixth Sense, it blew my mind. And then when my wife watched The Sixth Sense,
how did you not see that coming?
Well, because back then back then it was a shock. But nowadays you said to people, and people are like, "Oh, yep, I know exactly what's going on."
I think it's a different case.
I'm totally being that guy right now, but I mean, when I watched Sixth Sense, I was 45 minutes into it. I was like, "Yeah,
you
he's
did
dead."
not.
Yeah,
I did.
But you know what? But you know what? Can you? This is the difference, though. This is the difference. It's just like when people watch Inception.
What gave it away was
whatever.
The dinner with his wife. The dinner with his wife totally gave it away.
But here's the deal. It's like you you're in such a minority. I love when people try to argue from a place of strength when they know that this is, the situation though, right? Why do people remember Sixth Sense so well, so fondly?
Because it blew them away.
Right, because it hadn't been done.
No, I don't think
it was also it was the one with the twist, right? So then
it.
everybody wanted to watch M. Night Shyamalan movies because they had the twist, and you were trying to find that in every single movie, right? You were trying to find every single one of his movies.
We went through an age of great movies with tons of twists, like the Ocean's 11, the Prestige, all these
but with
the
Sixth Sense, the ending never really got out. People held that secret.
Right. People actually held that out too. That was good though.
That would not happen these days.
And I think that's the phenomenon of that movie.
The one thing I love about,
I'm hesitant to say something. I'll say it, but I'll pause. I'll be like, so I watched The Sixth Sense, and
the thing I love about Twilight Zone, which I'm watching still, like I love watching Twilight Zone, is they had this is the best part about it. They set the scene. So it was like we knew what we were watching. We were about to watch. It's like they laid out this general concept, and it was like, now we're gonna put you in this world. Sit back and watch it, you know? And it was like, I love that. Like, I love that idea. I don't know. Like, and I like shows that format themselves like that. So it's like, all right, I kind of get a concept of what we're going to, but this is also the Twilight Zone. So anything can happen, you know? Yeah. And some of them were very straightforward. Like, it was just like, okay, this is a very straightforward situation, but it is weird. And that's the thing. Sometimes it could just be a little odd, you know? And then there's also that point of where, oh, they zoomed out, you know, like I was talking about the street one where it's like they zoomed out and these aliens are watching them. And they're just like, there's a, you know, on the street everywhere. I'm like, holy shit. You know, like it's the first, you know, those are the types of things where you just go like, wow, like we never get that back again. Like we can't really be amazed because there's so many formulas that have worked so well. And so many of the published, like the designers that we love now were so inspired by it. And then they kind of worked off of each other in a sense that it's like, there's no true new idea. Like there really isn't. There's like homages like to those people, you know? And that sucks. It really sucks. And it's like, once a formula hits, studios can't take a risk of not doing that. You know, it's like every science fiction movie is sort of like Aliens and Predator. Yeah. And every horror movie has either the Aliens element or like Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Like
that's also why the exceptions stand out. Like what was that? That's also why the exceptions nowadays stand out.
Right, like Hereditary. Actually, Hereditary is
Midsummer. That guy.
In Midsummer. Yep. And the witch. But that whole director, he's just different. Or like Aronofsky, a lot of people are trying to like do what he does. I'm like, you can't do what he does.
What was that knife movie again? Recently?
Scream?
No, there's a knife movie. It's like a mystery. I can't remember what it's called.
Oh, Knives Out.
Knives Out. Like that was a solid movie. That was a return to something that hadn't been done well in a long time.
Right.
Yeah, and the best thing is the director of that, Rian Johnson, never touched Star Wars and never had a chance to destroy it.
They should have let him near Star Wars with 10 football.
Yeah, I mean, because that movie shows that he can make a very, very good
movie. People are saying Black Mirror was pretty much like the second best show I had seen in a long time, because that was true like conversation afterwards that you could have, and they didn't set the concept like you would have a narrator. It's just this is it. It happened. It's happening. What the fuck's happening? Like, and you didn't feel like they were in the same place, the same world. So it was always an experience.
Well, again, it's a short story. It's a short story developed for an hour and 20 minutes, and like that's what makes a good short story good, is that it might be 5,000, 6,000 words, but by the end of it, you're like, holy crap! This idea that just got presented
to the point.
No, serious. That episode, what was that one episode with that dog, that mechanical dog that was chasing? Yeah. Like, was that the most frightening fucking episode ever?
Right. I did not like that one. I thought that was
that episode, dude. That episode should have just been called Run. Like,
but that's the thing. It was
should have just been called Run. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, get out! Like, everybody run! Like,
I did not like that one.
Like, I love when things. I love
the dating simulator messed up. One of my favorites.
The one with the ear.
Eye.
The one with the ear. The thing with the thing. Yeah.
No, the eye. The eye where you can record everything and you see it back.
Yeah. Right, you had to. Well, you had to hit this. There was a thing that was.
It was on your ear. Oh, yeah. That was my favorite one.
But you could record everything. Man, me and my wife was just like, whoa.
That was like, dark.
I paused it like halfway through, and I was just
people,
like,
right? Remember that?
But that was.
Oh, that was a different one. That was a different one. Yeah.
They have that tech runs throughout several episodes.
Yeah. That was with the John Hamm episode. That was good too. There were a lot of solid episodes.
Oh, yeah. That was the best Christmas show ever.
No, my favorite one was the recording eye, though. That was so haunting.
That was so haunting. Me and my wife, I was just like, oh no, I'm not gonna say that on here. I was like, but there's one scene in there. I was just like, honey, don't think that far back. It was. No, because they were like bringing up old shit, like old arguments and stuff like that, and then you know, like if you say something that doesn't check out, you'd be like, no, fuck that. Hold on.
That's the problem. That technology should never exist.
You know, like, goddamn. But they weren't even having sex. They were thinking about themselves back then. Like, that's
so
wild.
dark.
I know, that's so dark.
My wife and I, when we watched that episode, she's like, "You have that constantly running, don't you?" I'm just like, "God damn it, it's not my fault that I remember what you said."
That one with the Star Trek one where the people were stuck in the Star Trek.
I like that one too. That was pretty good.
Oh, the simulation.
Crazy.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
That was crazy.
I don't remember that one.
Oh, how about the one when the dude goes in and puts on the headset for the virtual reality thing?
Yeah.
And then he lives the lives and goes deeper and deeper and deeper, and then at the end,
they're like, "Oh, it's been like 20 seconds."
yeah.
that one. Oh, that
one.
We're spoiling the
Yes.
shit out of all these.
No, I know this one. No, honestly, this stuff is so vague. You wouldn't.
But that, I mean, like this season Oprah with Ron Howard's daughter, where they were like, you have to turn in your like you had to turn in your likes for.
Oh yes,
dude,
yes.
This shit was
her
cool. That shit
likes
was
went
funny
down
when
so low that she couldn't
went
get
to
in
the
first class
airport,
or whatever.
and she was like,
solid
"Man,
things.
you're elevating your voice," and her likes were going down. And then like she looked at the people, she was like, "I'm not swearing." They were like, "Whoa."
It's messed up. These things. That's what I like about. That's why the run episode didn't do it for me.
We're one step away.
Did you see
have
that?
in
No,
China right now. Like
okay.
you have a social score in China right now, and they can prevent you from traveling to
Really?
different regions. Like if your social score isn't high enough in China, they can be like, "Nope, you
Shit.
can't get on that
I'm
train."
a nice guy. Shit.
No, you're not. Your social score is not high enough.
I'm a nice guy who swears a lot. Clearly, I'm not a 4.0 human.
That season connected back with that episode, right? With the likes or like the thumbs down or who they were.
Yeah, something like
who
that. They were
kill.
kind of connected. It
was a social assassin.
Yeah. Dude, that
crazy. But good stories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Jeremy,
Yeah,
I have a
there's-
question for you.
What's that?
I know that you have this quote unquote campaign game fatigue like I do, and yet I keep seeing you posting pictures of your campaign game.
No, stop. I sit on the throne of lies. I've been it's a great throne. I like being
It's
up
made
here.
of game boxes.
I like looking down
Solitary
on
throne.
people at this point, and bragging about my campaign loves. I'm sorry, man. I can't hold back. I got all this fucking cardboard and plastic everywhere. It's getting ridiculous. And I said, damn it, I'm going in. So right now I'm in my little 2 weeks straight of Solomon Kane right now. Then after that, we're doing Bloodborne. Then after that, we're doing Hexplore It.
Have you
I'm
done
just
Sleeping
going
Gods
in.
yet?
I'm just
Have
going
you
in.
busted out Sleeping Gods yet?
No, Sweet Blast is gonna be on the back burner because I'm just so
I'm
touchy.
just saying.
I'm so touchy with Ryan Lockett that it's not like, even though I've heard such great things, I'm like, yeah, but I've heard such great things about his other stuff, and it just
What other stuff didn't you like?
You gotta experience
You
yourself.
said before.
I've owned all this stuff and I've gotten rid of all of it. So
I'm in the same boat.
it's not like it's like all bad or anything. I just got rid of all of them, just like Stonemaier games. Like I bought them all, got rid of them all. So
Yeah, all I know is that we've had conversations about campaign game fatigue,
I
and
know.
it doesn't match up with your actions. I'm seeing.
what are we doing? It doesn't match up with you either. You got Alter Quest
Cognitive
back there. What are you
dissonance is what
talking
that's
about?
called.
I just
Alter Quest I
don't
haven't played. I'm debating getting rid of Alter Quest. I'm debating getting rid of it unplayed because I have too many campaign games that have knocked it out.
You know
Which
how terrible I am. I went
Wild Descent is awesome.
Yeah, I know. See, that's
Killing
the
it
thing.
for me.
I got
It's
Wild
killing it.
Descent. I may have to push this in between
Well, just-
Bloodborne, and I know just because when they sent me the prototype, which was a very well done product, I could play the game for like 15, 20 hours when they sent me the prototype.
Mm-hmm.
And I played it. Like, I didn't stop playing it. Like, I played it. I was like, damn, this is a lot of content.
Just queue them up. You're gonna come to a dry spell where you're gonna need something.
But that's the thing.
I mean, they
There's
don't.
no dry spell anymore.
There's no dry spells.
No,
No
that's
dry
true.
spell.
No, there's dry spells.
Yeah, there is.
There is
Not-
not.
Aldi?
When
I
it-
cannot believe you're saying that. It's totally irresponsible to say something like that with you. It's
I mean,
absolute- I will not allow
Uh,
you to speak. I will
You can
treat
forgive
like,
him.
hey,
You can
know what?
forgive
Hold
him.
on,
It's
hold on,
not.
Alex.
It's not
Hold on,
like he
Alex.
is the owner of a website with
Hold on, Alex. Hold
millions
on.
of
But you're talking
IDs
about
being
like-
created every
Hold
day.
on.
There's 52
Don't
weeks in a year.
make me admin you out of here, sir. Don't make me admin you out of here. No. Out of your own community. You hear me? All right.
Yeah.
What you do, Scott? Damn.
Oh, what you do? Yeah, all the out here.
So what's better? Which is the favorite of the campaign games you've been going through?
When you guys play the campaigns, do you go through the whole?
So
every scenario?
I made a point to just depending on what the game. I just kind of said this is a measure of what I'm going to do, because the booklet for Solomon Kane, they said we suggest you do these 3 books. They just, it just says like, and it says what they are. Like it says one is like, this is a sort of an intro, but this has this. And then this one has more mechanics in it, but it's this. And then when you're ready to take off, this is this one. And I'm like, I've done all, I'm in the last one of the 3. And that's it's one of the bigger ones. So it's a good.
How long does it last?
This book so far has been about 3.5 hours, and I just hit the second half.
So like maybe 8 hours
So,
total.
actually, no, I'm sorry. I gotta look at the official time on my phone, but I want to say it's at.
Is it broken up into games?
4. It's like 4 or some hours, something like that. So yeah, it's about 6 hours for that book, and that's because I'm playing by myself though on this one. So they have a really robust solo mode. So this right here, I'm breezing through it because of that, as far as how I'm playing it. But yeah. Man, yeah, this one's a really good one. But it's based on Robert E. Howard, the racist, awesome writer. But like he's right. He's a fantastic writer. I've never read any of his stuff, but like now that I'm reading this, I'm like, this guy is fucking amazing. Just, I mean, you're reading this stuff.
He was absolutely like manic depressive too.
Yeah,
killed himself.
Yeah, I mean, like when I say
after
like,
his mom died, he shot himself like shortly after his mom died.
Shit. Yeah, all I can tell you is it's impressive. This character, I didn't know any knowledge of him. Just the way it's written, like the action is written like through the cards, like what you're doing. Like combat's kind of anticlimactic, but it's like sometimes you read these cards of what's going on, and you're like, oh, that sounds fun. Like he's explaining like how he's jumping off tables and doing all this stuff.
Is it more story heavy or is it more?
So yes, it is super narrative driven game. Because you're playing these virtues who are kind of like, the Fates or like Clash of the Titans. Like they're almost like watching over Kane. And they are like not interfering, but like their spirits are there. So you're like playing out being them. And then if you have to intervene, you kind of implant yourself into the spirit realm right near the physical world and like take out the shadows that are trying to influence him. But you're kind of brushing him along to where he needs to go. And that I was just talking to Jesse and Chan. They're completely losing their minds. And I said, it's the hardest game to explain because I think what people would be looking for, if as I said you were a 4-player game, you'd be playing 4 characters on the table, moving and doing.
Yeah.
So and it's really 4 players playing things that manipulate things on the board.
I tried sometimes rolling solo, but I checked out and I couldn't follow it. There was so much out
several times
thrown out.
Yeah. I checked out,
and not his fault.
No, but I watched it now because I wanted to see how he was playing versus how I was playing, and he's a very kind of word by word kind of person. He explains his terms, but he had played an entire video wrong, and he put it in the notes, and I was like, all right, well, okay. I was like, I'm not losing my mind here. It's like he's playing this totally wrong. And he actually wrote in all the show notes that he had done it wrong or whatever. I think he's correcting it completely for his next video, but he had played something completely wrong, which is kind of essential, but it's still, like I said, doesn't, sometimes people just want to see you have fun. So he corrected it. I got a good idea of what was going on for him. I wanted to see if it was a little different, but yeah, it's a very narrative heavy game. It's told through short stories and cards. The big issue with this game is that there's parts where you don't do any fighting. You're just kind of you're rolling your dice and kind of moving around and trying to manipulate and add light to the board, to the spots, proper spots, to illuminate, to brighten his path. And sometimes there's too many of them, and they seem like filler for like gameplay filler and not necessarily
What was
exciting.
the on this one?
You know, Mythic.
Is it Mythic's typical like grindy bit?
No, this is not grindy because you're not
You think of
grinding.
Awakened Realms?
Yeah,
What's
never
that?
mind. Yeah, but they're very
Yeah.
similar companies.
This is not.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not grindy at all. This is very much tight, contained stories. I mean, literally, like when I say tight, contained stories, you're not going to have one book. You have like straight up, like this is the book. Think of it almost like an activity book. It's like, hey, this is our story unit for the next week. This is our
3
story unit
lines.
for. And
I'm
you know
not
what's
getting, man.
interesting
I'm
is,
not being pulled in. You can't do it to me.
but you know what the cool part about this is that if I said, hey, we're going to play Solomon Kane tonight for a game night, 4 or 5 hours, like we started at 5, and we were going to like 10 or 11 o'clock at night, maybe 12, we would be done with this game night.
Is it replayable or is it?
Yeah, because
one shot?
trust me, some things, there are some things because of the way you don't illuminate things or certain things happen. Like even if you kind of miss, you can tell like I kind of missed the climax here a little bit. I didn't get the best score in the climax. There may be something else that's going to happen. You might be able to save it, or Solomon will just get out of there. I don't think there's any story where he dies. Like they're short stories, but it's not like Aeon Flux where he dies or something like that at the end. Sometimes, right? This is more like you can tell he barely made it. He barely made it, or he's not okay, or he left bleeding, or something. And they have like a defeat, minor defeat, win, major win, and then like if you lose your stats like compassion or temper or strength, like they even have endings for that. Like if you just quit, like you literally just could not continue, they have that. So it's
That sounds cool.
it's just so up my alley. Like I'm a gameplay over everything person, but like some games when you write, just like Tainted Grail, it's like when you write so well, it kind of like just gets me. It just gets me. Otherwise, I'm like, no, I don't want to read your flavor text. What are we doing? Like, I played, was that Almanac Road game or whatever by Colossal? Really fun game. Scott Alm game. Scott Holmes game, and it was fun. I was not reading one bit of flavor text. I was like, what's the different worker placement on this one? Like, what is that? Like, we weren't even reading it. We were like, what's the roll checks? What did we get on this one? But that's actually a really fun little game. It's a really fun game, that Almanac game. And it's oh man, Aldi, you will love this game. You will love this game. It's literally it's 17 pages. Each page is a different type of worker placement with different actions on ways to collect
branch
resources.
too?
Yes. So then,
yeah.
So I think it's called like Almanac, something like that. I just can't remember.
Yeah, Almanac Road
to Almanac, something like that. But yeah, 17 different worker placement games in a sense. And they chain to each other, and the person who wins and bids the most can choose a different chain, and they'll have different resources that are more valuable and ones you can sell. And then it changes the rules of how the worker placement goes. And some of them are not really like insane, like great or anything, but it just changes the rules of like the way the boards are formatted and like the thematic touches to it, of how you gain workers and more contracts and stuff like that. It's a very tight game on each one, so it's like. You have to really make, smart choices, and you can't get blocked out of your own ability to take a turn just because of the way the rules are for certain things. But there's definitely interesting choices, and the system is easy to learn. And they just unlock just enough stretch goals to add encounter decks. Encounter decks because you have like a deck of encounters A, B, C, D, and E, and you have to change those up every game. I think they have 5 of each, so that at least gives you some, because sometimes those are types of things.
I remember when I saw the demo. I think they demoed it at Gen Con. If I'm not mistaken. I thought it looked. Caught my eye.
You know what it is. That one thing about Colossal, and I wish they just had better momentum and better marketing and everything, is that they actually make interesting games that I wish other people had control of. I just wish they did, because they would get more money, higher production, more, just more attention. I love the people. I love some of those people over there. I know them for a long time, but like, it's like, you know how some publishers you see their stuff and you're just like, man, if they had like $50,000 more, that would be better. It's just like, you're like, man, they would have like these awesome components. They would do this or that, or like even just having a better developer with them. You'd be like, man, if somebody was there with them, like they would kill it. But yeah,
Just talked to Travis earlier.
Yeah.
What
happened to that? Hey, what happened? I was making fun of him. Oh, little hips, where's he at?
He's on tonight. Yeah.
No, actually, I was talking shit about him in the chat because he doesn't pay attention.
He was dead quiet. Is he always that quiet?
Oh, trust me. No. No.
Travis
is a man
our subject material was highly volatile at the time, and he was just like, I didn't come on here for this. So
yeah,
gotcha.
Let me tell you something. Travis has high highs 80% of the time. Travis and me will try to out-talk each other and louder each other. He's a good guy, man. He's a good guy, and he's an awesome developer. So sucks that I missed him. Sucks that I missed him. I haven't seen him.
Logged in.
I haven't seen him for a year. I saw him last year, probably right around this time. So he's got Ruination coming soon too. I want to check that out.
Yes, he does. I have a copy coming.
Mm-hmm.
It's good stuff.
It's on a boat. Yeah, I'm ready. Oh, you like Ennis? So it's supposed to be like Ennis, right?
Ruination, really?
I think so, man. I think it's either Ennis or what's the other one I'm thinking of? Not Ennis, but
I like Ennis. I
Blood
probably like
Rage,
Ennis.
Blood Rage, Kemet.
It might be Kemet. It might have been like Kemet. He said or something like that. Something like that. I mean, it was one of those two. They was kind of comparing it to a little bit.
Yeah, any of them, I'll take. I mean, that's why I want to try it out. But the Mezzo is the same thing. I tried Mezzo for the same reason. I like anything area control, and I'll always try it.
Yeah.
Whether it stays or not is a different conversation.
That's exactly true. Yeah. I need to find the area control game.
I'm telling you, man, this Wild Ascent is making me look at more games to get rid of.
Oh wow!
Whenever I get a game that takes time that I like, I have to find something else to get rid of. It's a balance.
Yeah, this game right now. Like, here's the thing: it takes a little bit of setup, but you can kind of create a good organization system to kind of put things up. They got a really good pad to kind of say, like, "Hey, this is where
I'm
you
just
were."
assuming Solomon Kane is a terrible game, and I'm never getting it.
But
Just saves me a lot of time and energy.
Saves you a lot of time and energy, but at the same time, it's like,
hey, you don't even like Terraforming Mars, man. I
I'm
can't
looking at all
trust you.
you know what? Fuck off. All right,
point.
Fuck off with that bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
So,
Tuck your little card game up your butt. You know what would be easier to tuck off your butt? Would be Terraforming Mars, the card game, which is clearly a superior game. All right. Man.
So, Alex, this 1-for-1 trade you're doing with your collection, how long do you give yourself to decide on the in and out?
So I don't have a firm one-to-one in the slightest.
No, he does not.
It's more just a question of when I recognize something. There's lots of games that enter the collection, and some of them I know are temporary. I'll play them for a few months, maybe a year, and at some point it'll leave. Others I really, really like, and that means I have to look at something else that takes up time and attention to get rid of. It's easier to let some things slip by when I'm playing it once or twice a year, but Wild Ascent is a campaign game. It's going to be 10 games a year or not bother owning it, and so. It's hard. Like, that's the one where I'm looking at what else I don't play. I'm looking at Gloomhaven. Like, I don't play Gloomhaven. I just want to play Gloomhaven.
Yeah.
So
I'm kind of the same thing now.
I let go of Gloomhaven. I just let it go. It's my second favorite game of all time. I had to let it go. It's got to go.
If you can't pull it out, you can't play it. It doesn't have any value.
It's got to go. I'm ready for Frosthaven. And once I played Frosthaven, I was going to think about getting Gloomhaven, and then I played Frosthaven. I was like, yeah, I'll just play. I'm good. I'm so good.
It's a hard life. We got to make hard choices.
You guys play Jaws of the Lion?
Yeah, definitely. Played a lot of Jaws. I'm ready for Frosthaven. Let's go. that filled my need in the middle right there. It filled my need in the middle. Got rid of the itch for the Gloomhaven. I was like, I want Frosthaven.
Is that supposed to deliver this year?
Yeah, it will deliver this year.
Is the Kingdom Death delivering this year too?
The Gambler's Chest is supposed to deliver. So sounds like some bullshit. But anyway,
Another year.
Man,
I remember every year at the end of the year at Christmas party, Duke Nukem. We're gonna ship next year. We have to fucking ship next year. We're doing it. But yep, rah, Duke.
Dude, Poots
Okay.
is so awesome.
Another year goes by. We really
gotta
gotta
be
fucking
cool.
ship next year. We really gotta ship it next year.
It's got to be cool to be Poots. Like, just to be like, hey, man, we should probably tell the backers something, about what's going on. Nope. just move a mouse over here.
I think that is in a position to be like, it's when it's done, right?
No, I mean, but I'm honestly, he gets to do that because him and his team, like they have a lot of, it's balance. It's, you got a community of 100,000 folks plus that are like ready to dive into this. It's a lifestyle game, straight up lifestyle game. And yeah, and when I play King of Death Monster, that was a good between maybe 3, 4, 5 months where I only played that game. Like, it is a lifestyle game. There was no room for anything else. I was all in. Man, I had some great times. I had some times where I knocked the table over because of the fucking game. I didn't know what a table flip. I didn't know what a table flip was, but I knew what a table push was when I was drunk. I was so pissed off. I played against one of the characters, and there's a bad roll you can get when you at the end, it's like his last strike, and he chopped my favorite warrior's head off.
Oh.
And then I went back to the village, and there was a murder.
I was going to say, did you ever get the murder card?
Yeah, there was a murder, and they blamed the other person who was barely coming back in the. Oh my god! When I tell you,
which game is this?
I was so angry.
Kingdom Death Monster.
Oh yes.
I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
We've said that many times.
Then there was like a time where I couldn't reproduce, so I had like a whole bunch of people whose genitals were destroyed. So this is fucking nuts. What a game! Yeah. What a game! That's what I tell you. Like, what a game! There's no game more thematic than that game. There just isn't. It's just so in. It is so in. It is its own world. There's just nothing like it.
I remember there was talk of making an offshoot game with the system. I don't think that's ever happened, right?
Yeah.
I remember they're like, oh, we can do so many systems or so many other games with this system.
Why is there no game that feels that thematic that's not a TTS game? I mean, I'm sorry, tabletop RPG. Why is there no game that feels that deep?
They're hard to make, I guess.
It's just not even close. It's just not even close. Can you think of a game that's that close? Even when you play a game in like a fantasy world, that's clearly like, this is not a ripoff. It doesn't feel like Folklore is one of my favorite games, but it just feels like a D&D reskin in a board game, which is awesome. It's fun. That's why I like it. Arena of the Contest, same thing. D&D reskin, love it for what it does. It's not exactly the same. It does its own thing in its own different ways, but it's like, I like it for being that. But like, when I think of board games, I'm like, there's nothing close. There's just nothing close. Yeah. It's too thematic. Hexplorer does a pretty decent job of setting a world. This new one they have coming out is very interesting too.
I saw that. I was like, I still haven't played the other 2.
Oh shit!
I mean, 3 have come out in like how many years? Like,
yeah. Ryan, he works for
the base game.
Ryan works for GameFound. He was like, dude, he was like, well, I just found out that you were like talking about top 10 adventure games, and this is your. I'm like, dude, you have no idea how good this game is. Like, even the base concept, even when it got dry after like a couple plays, it was just like, that's a true adventure game. Like, you really are going on a full-on Zelda Mage Knight-ish quest. Like, just, hey, here's a map. You're going to make the map as you go and go about, and there is impending doom, and you're watching it happen. And it's got to happen soon, and you just kind of got to do it. It's like Majora's
I think it's like
Mask
a little under, I won't say underappreciated, but like under the radar.
It is, and the thing is they have a groundswell crowd. Like he has a very dedicated crowd, and the crowd is big. It's big. It's just low key.
It just hasn't gotten Gloomhaven level.
So he's from here, and I've been talking to. He was one of the first people I interviewed. And him and Stan Kordowski, that's how we all both met. And he might come down here and play. So we may come down here and we might play it and stream it together, because this one is like about this vampire that's surviving.
Yeah, it was more
off.
horror.
Yeah, so it's like this vampire who's surviving off. He's trying to like create a bloodline that's strong, and he's going around and he's finding these people to like basically, what should I say, like pool their blood, like get a blood pool going. But he's doing it for a reason. You won't know why. He's like, without the expansion, you won't know why. There's actually an ulterior motive, and it's a bigger reason than you think. You're thinking of him as a villain, but he's got these other guys who will go around, similar to like that will go around and, you know, basically build this blood pool is what he said, for him, and that will make him stronger. And you have to go before it makes him stronger. And whether you move in the day or the night on your turn changes things. And he's like, of course, these things have got more complicated as we go on into more games. But he's like, honestly, with this one, what you said, I have more development time on. He was like, we actually made it more accessible and more thematic than I think all the other ones. It's like, damn, man.
I
Like,
wish there was more art in the game.
I do too.
It's all
but
text, right?
But
And it's like-
they do have the stuff he showed me was a little bit more. But you're right. It is very.
it's a low art.
It's a low art game.
More theater in the mind.
I definitely
adventure.
agree. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And that's probably a big turnoff, right? Because it's also not a.
Yeah, it's
heavy
not as flashy as
it's
most.
it's not a miniatures game.
Yeah.
And interestingly enough, if I remember this correctly, because this is from a long time ago, he started this game. It was based on like he makes maps. Like he was doing like a competition for map making or something like that. It was something of that nature. And he won this competition, and somebody was just like, hey man, like you should make a game out of this. Like this would be kind of a cool landscape or whatever. And he made a game from that, based on that. So yeah, we should have him on. He is a really nice guy. Like he is such a nice guy. Like when you talk to him, like, man, I buy your shit. Like you just would. Like he's just that guy. He's just such a nice guy, you know. Like I'm sitting there talking to him about his game, and I'm just like, man, he's just a really good dude. Just like the first day I met him, you know, not like Alex, fucking sleazeball, fucking sleazeball,
fucking sleazeballs.
Lance is a saint. His beard, whole different story. Yeah.
Every time I trim my beard, I find more and more gray. It's just actually kind of depressing me.
Should dye it.
No, I have a buddy who does that. Who Chris left because he.
Well, can you do like NWO shit for a little while? Just get a little like kind of turn heel and just make it black and just.
Well, I already got
spray it. Like do a shitty job and spray it.
When my hair was actually dark brown like it used to be, this little thing right here was blonde. It's like this always grew in blonde. This little strip there. Now of course it's white is yeah.
Lance. Would you please dye your? No, come on, dude, do it just one fucking time. Come on, man.
Better, my wife.
Just do it one fucking time. Come on, man.
It won't last forever.
It won't last forever. You can wash it out after. You can just do it.
No, not gonna happen.
Oh my god, please do it.
No. Don't mess with another man's rhubarb, as they say. No.
Oh my god, you look so damn ridiculous. You look like a shitty video game character. You would look like a Divinity Original Sin character that you're trying to create, and it's all fucked up. Like
I had a buddy. I have a buddy who used to play D&D with. I haven't seen him in a long time because of COVID, obviously. But he had a big giant beard too. Put mine to shame. And I remember one time, this was back when I worked at US Bank, and I was coming down the stairs and I saw this, and he was a big, tall guy, 6'5", just big dude, and he was bald, he had like the monk look, like basically like he had the U, it's like, but, and so I walked down and here's this, and I see this big, tall, gangly looking guy, bald, with the, this patchy hair in the back. And clean shaven, just sitting there yucking it up with, and I knew that guy's girlfriend, Jeff's girlfriend, and I saw his girlfriend there, and I was like, oh, hey, what's up? And I was like, And I said, "Who's your friend?" Because I didn't recognize him. I'd only known him with this giant beard, and I was like, "Holy shit, is that you?" So I am actually scared at the idea if I ever like shave my beard or
Don't
change.
shave it. No, I'm not
No.
saying shave it. I just want you to spray that bitch. So I want you to just say that.
When, the last time Scott Nicholson came to my house, he tried to give me the new glitter beard. And I was just like, yeah, I didn't get
I'll take it.
No.
Come on, Lance. You gotta do something ridiculous, man. Come on.
I every time, like almost every time after I shower, I think maybe now it's finally time to cut my hair. You know, I always think. Yeah, I know.
Don't be so extreme. We're just asking. That's something that's totally embarrassing for
the one thing, and I've said this, and is that I am my mother's baby boy, and I still remember, like I remember she hated my long hair, and I started growing out in high school, and she just hated that I didn't get a haircut. And then I cut it short once in my 20s, and she was so happy with me. But then, like, around the same time, I started growing a beard. Like, back when I was trying to grow a beard and I couldn't grow one, so it just looked horrible. And I remember I mentioned to her once, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna stop shaving. I'm gonna try to grow a beard. And she said, yeah, you should. It'll look nice. And then I started and I never shaved again. I never shaved clean again. And my mother, she's 75, and she's every once in a while she'll say, I would just love to see my baby boy clean shaven.
My God.
And I'm just like,
oh my God.
I probably have to then, right? You know, I probably have to do it.
Boy.
You know,
my mom used to say that. She's like, I love you, you know, because I was bald. I used to be bald. I shave my head bald, shave it, you know, everything.
Yeah, I saw those dorky pictures.
Yeah, I know. Then I had like straight up bald. When I met my wife, I remember I went to the barber. I got my shit like completely shaved down, nice and glittered down. I greased my head up, everything. And then I had an afro because I had an afro before that. I had an afro, was way out to here with my college basketball. I had this crazy afro, would be flying down the court, and this afro would be moving back, shit. And then I cut it off. Because my girl she said something to me, maybe cut my hair off. So I cut it all the way off and went bald headed like I was in high school. And then
seems like a smart decision.
My mom was like, I like that. Girl. And the ladies, I know it was the dumbest fucking thing ever. And my barber was looking at me like, you for real? I'm like, yeah. You know, she was the one, right? So at the time. And yeah, I did that for most of the time when I was dating, was bald headed. I don't know why I decided. I just wanted to not do my hair. Well, I found out this is a lot more of a situation than I thought. But yeah, thank God it's not like that every day. It's just costly when it comes time to do costly things with this hair. It's too much.
When I first shaved my head, my mom told me I looked like a serial killer.
There you go.
You said thank you?
But no, you should have told your mom. You should have said, hey, but I'm hot. Chicks dig serial killers.
Nah,
so she should have said chicks dig serial killers.
The serial killers never look like a serial killer, right? It's always that. It's always the guy just with normal clothes, you know, getting his meatball sub. You know, thinking about painting his house with your brains.
Yeah,
you know, that's just like it. And then you bump into him, you're like, oh, sorry. Oh no, it's okay. It's no problem. Yeah. And then they just casually happen to look at your license plate and have their friend look up your address. And the next day you're like, do I know you?
You're terrible. You're fucking terrible.
You know, and you're like, why? And you're like, why not?
Hey, Chris, what are you up to, man?
He just sent me an email. He just gave me work to do. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, I did. But while we're doing this, I give you some work to do.
Oh, I am busy. I am so deep into my inbox right now, just with everybody emailing me right now.
I'm working on Last Light right now, actually.
Okay.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yeah. Hey, Alex.
Yes, sir.
Sidebar stuff. Chris from Legion Games.
Yes, what about him?
Yeah, I talked to him today.
And
can I give you? Can I send them to you to talk about?
Yeah,
stuff?
by all means.
All
What's the context?
The context is he just wants to figure out what he needs to do with him, what he wants to do with himself.
He seems like a good guy. I like him. I'm intrigued where he's going with things, but we'll see.
Boy, you're fucking intrigued. Okay, brother. Okay, you half-assed care is what you're saying. You're intrigued.
No, I'm intrigued. What do you mean? That's not a negative thing.
No, I'm just fucking with you, man. I'm jamming you up no matter what
Yeah.
you say. But yeah, he just wants to know. He just crossed the finish line, and then he made the most confusing video ever about crossing, a goal.
No, I did the same. If you look at my original 1,000 subscriber video, it's just as bad.
Right. No, but what I said, I said, he called me on the phone. I told him to call me. We were talking, and I was just like, dude, you're exactly where everybody else was.
Yep.
And it's
You
like,
cross a line, you have no clue what you're doing. You figure
start thinking, overthinking.
Yep.
And he has the right ideas. Like the stuff that he sees that he doesn't like, I'm like, at least you noticed.
Yeah.
And I was like, at least you noticed. You may do some of the stuff anyway, but you notice, and then you can kind of decide how you don't want to do things and how you do want to do things.
I've legit debated. The only video I've really debated deleting from my channel is my 1K subscriber video, but like it's not bad. It's nothing harmful. It's just that the goals and aspirations I had then were completely irrelevant to what I'm doing now.
And that's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
What if
Things
I
change.
don't remember if I did one of those.
The cool thing about him is I just loved, like, I told him, I said, I just want you to know how much growth you made as like just as a content creator. I was like, I think I was one of your first 20 subscribers. He's like, I think you. He's like, I think you were. I was
he posted on Board Game Revolution, I believe. Hey, I want to do content like King of Ravage and Board Game Co. I saw my name. I clicked subscribe, and so that's my intention.
You know what I did? I think I was just looking up for Kickstarter updates, and I was watching that other guy who does like a good reading.
Shelf Clutter.
Yeah. What's his name?
Shelf Clutter, Adam.
Yeah. So because he does such a thorough reading.
Very thorough, yeah.
And he does like a really good job of like walking through the pictures. You can tell it's not the first time he looked at it.
Yeah.
So he's like walking you through some of the concepts he likes. And I think he was part of the, like the next, not the next step, but like in those things. And I found him.
Mm-hmm.
I was just like, this guy, he's rambling, and they were beating him up in his little chat. And I was like, man, come on, man.
It's a growing space. Content creation is
buy
fascinating.
a mic, buy a fucking mic, get a kickstand. That's about it. That's all you need. Do that.
Yeah.
That was good. That was good to hear from him. But I said, man, I'm not the voice. There's a lot of subject matter experts. There's a lot of people doing this out
No,
here,
but Chris is good. He does his research. He reads the rule books and he delivers the content.
Definitely does. The reason why I definitely want someone someone else like you and Jesse to talk to him is because of what happened to him. And it was a positive thing. So it was like a super positive thing. And he does not know how to deal with it at all. And I was like, it'd be better if I sent you to people who would specifically deal with that specifically. And he was like, all right. I'm like,
cool. Send them my way. I'm always happy to talk to anyone.
Yeah.
We're all allies here, as long as we treat each other like allies.
Yeah, there you go.
Really? I mean, hey, Forrest, have you done any more reaction videos to songs, by the way?
I actually
right out of a shower wet.
Oh,
I actually just uploaded.
Oh, dude,
I gotta put up. It. I don't know if it's.
What
are you doing?
Here's the thing. I don't know if it's because I use that page as like my city council stuff. So once I start getting more into that, like I feel like for my city council run, I'm just gonna be I am a regular. I don't know. I want to lean into personality, and if I don't get elected, I'll be like, all right, that's fine. I don't because I don't care anymore. Like now, I want to improve everything, but it's just, I don't know. The flame kind of died out when I started putting so much more effort into Bauer's Game Corner.
So you've given up on the city council?
No. It also was over the winter time. My whole plan is to walk around my city and just pick up garbage. Like just have a big sign I carry around, and people want to talk to me, they will. But if not, just go that route and just be active on Twitter, be active on my Facebook, be active on the local news sites, and start doing that every single day once I get into that mode, because I can get into that. I can kick it up to 5th gear. I can put as much effort as I'm doing into Bauer's Game Corner as I do into that. And if I do that, I know I'm going to start getting those positive responses. And, the people want to help out and say, hey, I'll print you off business cards and shit like that. It's just, I got to get into that mode, and I'm not there yet.
When's the election?
Tomorrow.
No. But the first one I'm running for is more of a test run just to get my name out there. I'm going to run for county council, which means I'm just going to get absolutely what county means it's everybody. So I'm in a town of like 250,000 people. So it's a decent sized city. We're the second largest city in Indiana.
How will people know you now?
250.
What?
How would people even know you now? Did you run before and lost? I thought you were saying you were going to run before. I didn't know.
I was a what is it called? I did a do nothing thing. So right now it's next to nothing. I got like 2,000 Twitter followers. I'm trying to expand my group, but no, I don't have the name brand recognition or anything like that now. I got the story and I got the passion and the enthusiasm. I just gotta focus it. Because as long as you don't look at me, my backstory is good. My backstory is good.
Do you have a picture of you looking at all like a politician? Or did you really want to go for the common guy? Did you want to go for the common guy thing?
I'm going to go with the angry Yang and the button-up shirt. I'm going to go for that route.
Well, Andrew Yang does one button.
Yeah,
he lets go of one button when he's doing interviews.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do that.
When he was on Joe Rogan, I was like, oh my God, he's got a one thing. Boy, this guy's loose. Loose. He had like a pink shirt. I was like, oh, he's loose.
But it's not gone.
So was he loose then?
No, he was just. I was like, wow, a politician not wearing the same fucking blue shit.
Are you talking about the future mayor of New York City? Is that what we're talking about right now? Crushing it in the polls right now.
Who's that? Yeah. Oh, for real?
Oh yeah, he's up by like 10, 15 points already in the first polls. It's only going to grow bigger. I mean,
good luck to him.
Because nobody's ever lost from on polls.
I'm just saying. When you hear the guy talk, it's like, all right, regardless of whether or not you.
Yeah, he talked himself right into the Democratic nomination for president.
No, actually, we're not even getting into that because we all know that Joe Biden, that is a bullshit. Oh, everybody happened to drop out at the exact right time. Mm-hmm. Get out of here with that. Ridiculous.
Do you know how many votes you need to win? Like, have you looked at the previous elections?
More than your opponent.
Well, I mean, usually it'd be like 5,000 votes or something low, crazy low, nothing.
Well, I'm pretty sure I'm probably going to be the Democratic nominee because it's just everyone thinks they're going to lose because it's nearly all Republicans. It's like, I think we have 7 people.
It might as well be run unopposed.
Yes.
Yeah. They like Republican would run unopposed.
I think it's like 20,000 or something.
20,000 votes.
Yeah, I looked into all that stuff when I first got into it, and then I kind of it sat on my desktop. But I'll get back into it. I think once my kids actually, I don't know. I think the summertime is going to help.
Do you have a picture? Do you have one of those?
I was just thinking that.
Do you have one of those weird family pictures yet for your politician, like your poster?
No, I need to get that. My wife's a photographer though, so it's not hard.
You need to have one of those, and you can't take it in front of the damn notebook poster back there, dude.
Take one in front of the board game shelf.
Do you have an animal? Do you have any animal? Do you have like anything like a big dragon or anything? Bernard. Okay, make sure you get the Saint Bernard shaved a little bit. Get it out there. You want to make sure you're the one kneeling down. This makes you real human-like. And make sure you have matching socks on when you do.
I'll tell you.
Make sure you have matching socks on when you do kneel down.
I got Run Forest Run. That's the name of my. That's going to be the name of my committee. I've already signed up for it. Run Forest Run.
I think that's a little problematic right at this point.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
No. I think Forrest Gump is spelled with 1 R. I think we're good. Maybe.
I think you might want to rethink this.
So when's the last time a Democrat won the seat?
That's good question.
Well, here's the thing. I'm going to run for county council first, and that one actually is held by a Democrat. I'm going to be going up against this like 70-plus-year-old lady who's the president of the NAACP.
Oh,
but she didn't actually win the election. She just got handed the seat.
She got defaulted. Okay. Yeah. You got a chance.
Yeah.
But then what I really want to do is the city council. That's the.
Does she have good service? Does she have good service right now? Like, is people?
She doesn't do anything. She votes for stuff, and everybody else says, "No, you can go fuck yourself. We're gonna vote the other way." I mean, as much as I hate to say it, I mean that's exactly how it is. They're 6-1, and they know it's 6-1.
Okay. Well, sir, I mean, you have a possible. I say, put on your best turtleneck and do it.
Hey, you can't know if you're gonna lose unless you try and go out there.
And whatever you do, if you wear a collared shirt,
100% of the shots you don't take.
Bingo.
I swear to God, man. Hey, do not button the top button if you wear a regular shirt, baby.
I don't. It's so uncomfortable.
Don't do it. Or you could be the guy with the V-neck and the jacket. I mean, like, be wild. Be wild. Don't wear blue. Be wild.
Just go shirtless with a coat.
Yeah. Oh my god, this guy. Oh, I love taco meat. Oh my god.
And there's the thing though. I
Oh
don't
my
know.
God.
That's what I was getting back to the video. I don't know how much of my actual like personality to put into that. Like, because part of me thinks
Not as
like,
much.
well,
I know.
but here's the thing, Scott. If I find that out, then
Let's
I
say
might be
pump the
like,
brakes a
I
little
don't
bit
know.
there.
It's so weird. Either way, I'm gonna do it my own way, and it's gonna be
Of course, Forrest. Of course you are.
it's gonna be fascinating no matter what.
We didn't know. We know that's not debatable.
But I'm excited, and like I was talking to a buddy of mine, and he's like, the great thing about it is if you lose, it's not over. Like you can just run over and over.
Well, you need to get the nomination.
Yeah, you got to pass a nomination.
If you are a bum, like a bum runner. I mean, like basically, like you aren't going to be winning your whatevers. You know, eventually they're just not going to let you.
You're like, who's
run.
this fucking guy?
They can't stop you. Well, I mean,
They can't stop you, but I mean, but if you just run as hey, I'm just running as the Forrest's awesome party.
Well, Lance, you know,
like,
I'm
Okay, by the
obviously
way, I'm already in on that right there.
I mean, I could talk politics all night.
It's a working title. I like
well,
it.
anybody can talk politics. Go down to the bar and talk to the old guy next to you. You still have to be able to like have a coherent statement and like something behind it.
I got that.
Dude,
I got
bank,
because here's
don't
the
bank
thing.
on
whenever it gets
incompetence.
to
I can
that-
tell you that. Don't bank on incompetence because people will sign up for incompetence. Like it just doesn't matter.
What are the things this council votes on?
A lot. I mean, there's committees. Committees. Well, no, the county council, the one that I'm gonna run for,
A lot.
mostly in charge with the budget of the county, and so they deal with all that sort of stuff. The city
Like
council,
how to spend the money?
laws, ordinances. The city council is just everything. That's the one that I really want because that's the one where I can start saying, hey, let's start looking towards universal basic income. Let's start looking into these programs I want to get into. I want to get us into the League of Cities because then we can start getting loans and grants to really start shooting to make our city a city of the future and not just, we're not just going to fucking sit here and spend all of our stupid money on roads.
All right. Yeah, I was actually with you until you, And then it, I just want you to know that these. I want you to know that these. I want you to know that these videos are historical.
And that's the thing. I will have all this on tape.
Politician by day.
You should archive your YouTube channel, though.
Filthy man.
No. If I win, I want to know that I won, and people said, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go with this guy.
Fuck it.
That's your campaign slogan.
Fuck it.
Fuck it.
Go with this
Let's go
guy.
with this guy.
Vote for none of the
That's how
above.
most people feel
I
when
just
they
saw
vote
it on a
anyway.
man. I just saw it on a
You remember
man.
what was Brewster's Millions?
Yeah.
Vote for none of the above.
Well, no. But I mean,
I just saw it on a van.
no. I gotta
dude.
say, I have the pedigree. I mean, I was working
I can't. I can't. With you
I
right
can't.
now.
I worked with low-income kids for 10 years. I devoted
course
my
I
life
can't.
to education before COVID knocked me out of the educational field. So now I'm working from home. I'm spending more time with my kids, and I see all the wrongdoing because the bottom line is,
whoa, you went
No,
rabbit. Okay, I like it. No, keep going.
no.
I
At
like
the end
this.
of the day, my main pitch is the fact that I worked with kids in a daycare for 10 years, and I got to
Yes.
know those kids and know those families and get deeply ingrained in what their life was actually like. And
Yes.
that's why I had to run because I know what it looks like for children in poverty now, and it's fucking atrocious.
Okay,
The
now I need you to take a
stories that
shot at the person that is not doing something. Keep going.
The stories that I would hear about just the day-to-day life things like, oh yeah, mommy didn't make dinner, so we had to make stuff and we didn't have anything.
Yes.
We had to run to the gas station. And it's like, your sister's 9. Like, you're 6. What the
Does county council have any effect on that?
Yeah, I need
Oh, yeah?
shots. I need shots at the people who are local. I need you got the story. You got the hearts. It's the truth, right?
Yeah.
But you got to take shots at people who are there. You got it.
Oh, I got no problem taking shots.
Mm-hmm.
The guy that I would be running
What,
against has been run unopposed.
Oh, you got to take shots. I'm sorry, because they will take shots at your ass. It don't matter how old the person is that's incumbent. Trust me.
Well, here's the thing. I think they might just think I'm a joke and not really focus that much.
No, get out.
Well, good. Let them take shots.
Get out.
Either way, you guys can. I'll tell you all about the journey, however far this ends up going.
Don't stop.
I got a game. I got a game to talk about. I got.
See, that's Journey. It's Journey. See, get it? It's all about the journey.
There, I like it.
Yeah.
I got to sit down for like an hour and a half and learn all about the new Stellaris game, and that, woo, that is going to explode on Kickstarter if they do it well.
Did Gunter give you the demo?
Yeah, well, yeah, Gunter. We sat down for about an hour and a half, and he walked me and my buddy Adam through, and we actually just got done shooting a thoughts from the corner on what they showed us, and it just like we're both huge Twilight Imperium fans, like 4X, and it's just this seems to be so dang streamlined. They got so many cool ideas, just popping out of the woodwork. They just took aspects of like some of the best aspects of other games, just kind of mushed them all together, and I think this is going to be huge. Plus, they were talking a little bit about how Paradox Entertainment is going to be helping them out in some ways. It's like I'm really, really excited to see how it turns out. Like I could see it being $1 million Kickstarter. What?
Have you played Stellaris?
I tried it for about 30 minutes, and it was way over my head, and I was like, "Yep, nope."
Do they have the alien creation system in there?
They do. Oh, the alien creation system is cool. That was. So normally you get like characters to choose from. This one, I think they got it's called the Pick 5 system, where you're actually going to be able to pick 5 different perks.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you only have a certain number of points. So if you want like really good perks, you're gonna have to give yourself negative attributes as well. So it's like, oh, what I could totally ride this off by having increased this. It looks really cool. And then they got this tray system, and like where you're gonna have this huge tray in front of you that keeps track of all your stuff. But it also is where you're going to put everything between the games. And then there's like, what is it? A screen that goes in front of you that's actually going to have all your information on it. But that's actually the top of the tray as well. Like it just looks insanely ambitious. I'm excited. And well, I don't know. They were rushed a little bit into doing the Kickstarter, which I'm very interested to see how it turns out.
I don't know about that, man. Yeah, if you got to rush to get a Kickstarter out, sometimes that just it leads to sloppy stuff. You know what I'm saying?
But when you got an IP to a game like this, which has hundreds of thousands of people playing it every night, I mean, I understand you're gonna do what you do.
Yeah, but
pull the Stardew Valley and just release it.
Yep.
Has anybody gotten a copy yet?
I read the rules. I thought the rules made it sound very simple.
You know what's weird about that is that like I have heard this is hearsay. Somebody said to me today that they are refunding people because they sold too many copies.
Wow.
Oops.
I ordered one for somebody to send to Canada because he was like, I have to have one, and you said you would do it. Would you do it? I'm like, well, you're the first person who took me up on my offer, so I will order you one and send it to Canada for you. And then he was like, man, I'm a little concerned because I just heard from a bunch of people, which a bunch of people could be too, that believe me, board games, it's really extreme. So,
well, yeah, I mean, okay, so I think it's their first foray, and there's a lot of things people don't realize. It's like, hey, we did a print run of 20,000 games. Okay, cool. Right. And then they're like, you do realize you should probably keep about 250
right.
When there are people that have broken games or broken boxes, you are able to.
Yeah, if they sell it down to zero.
Yeah, if you sell down to zero, you will be
You'll rue the day.
Yeah.
You will rue it.
I ordered 3 copies. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, you're the guy, Mr. Scalper.
You're the guy. You're a fucking scalper.
No scalping. I'll be BGG library.
Whatever. You're a scalper.
Yeah,
I'm not reselling them.
Like, so even worse than a scalper. At least a scalper is giving someone else to play
other
it.
People
Yours
really
is just sitting
this
there.
Is the type of guy has a PS5 upstairs, downstairs in his office. He never turns the one in his office on.
Really?
He's like, I just use it for Netflix. I just use it for Netflix.
Really? You should.
You have 2 PS5s?
No, I'm fucking with him.
Oh, you're talking about me?
Yeah.
No, I don't have any PS5.
I would love to have one, but I, for some reason, have this feeling I'm going to leisurely walk in to a Best Buy, which would be weird and unheard of, but I would do it and possibly just walk in. There's going to be a PS5 sitting there because nobody goes to the Best Buy. It'd be weird.
My
Does it have any
local
games
Best
out for
Buy,
it
I was
yet?
in there. I was in there to get a new TV a couple weeks ago, and it was really weird. They have like this giant fort in the middle of it that's made out of refrigerator boxes. I'm not even kidding. So they took all these refrigerator boxes that are about 6 feet tall, and they made like a giant fort in there. And it was like employees only, but it looked like it was some sort of Halloween celebration where you go through the boxes or something.
Wow.
But
So
that was
I'm-
like smack dab in the middle of the store. That's how little they care. They're like, yeah, we're
So our Best Buy is like it was like a weird specific one that was kind of ahead of its time. Like it was made to be like a quick and go, like kind of a Best Buy where you go in. It's a smaller
quick serve.
one, and it's like it's still a Best Buy. It's not like it's like tiny square footage. It's just so much smaller than the other ones. And you can go in there and like they had online orders ready for you. Like they would always be the first to like you would call there. That's where the online orders would go. That was a pickup center. That was all that before anything of this stuff like this happened years ago. So like I would, even when like Black Friday came, you could order and just go there, be ready for you pick up. I'd be back in like 15, 20 minutes. It's awesome. But like now, I mean, like I remember when there was a Black Friday sale, it was like 2 years ago or something like that. I was like, oh, let me go get my wife a Kindle or whatever. These things are selling like crazy this year. I walked in there and it was like 50. I said, hey man, I said, wow, that TV that I just saw there was a bit, like people like run for these TVs and like, he was like, nope, we got them all. Like every movie I was looking at, I was like, oh man, you put me in a lot of pressure here because I didn't think that would be like, I was like, oh, and that Switch game I want, and that Xbox game I want. Damn, they're all here.
I was actually surprised. I
Yeah.
had my router breakdown. I went get a router. They had 20 choices.
Yeah. It's like, oh my god, physical.
They had to.
I had to get
They
a
had
new
to
cable
to
modem.
compete. They have to
My
have
cable modem stopped working on me, so I had to go to Best Buy to get a cable modem. And then when I came, I mean, like literally the thing was fried, wouldn't work. I did everything I could, worked on it for like 2 hours. The whole thing was just garbage. I left, and then I came back after I was gone for 45 minutes. The damn thing was working. So I'm like,
damn,
your internet was down.
Damn.
No. I mean, like it was. So my biggest thing was it was like the modem's old though, and I got a 3.1 modem. So I'm like, I should probably just use this anyway. But I'm also like, this is $150. Maybe I
The
should.
cable provider doesn't give you a modem.
Yeah, you gotta pay for it.
The ones
can
they
buy
give
your
you are
own.
garbage.
They are garbage. I'm about to buy one. I'm like Aldi. I just that stream just broke my heart. I was like, oh my fucking god, I gotta figure this out.
What stream?
What
This
has
made me not want to turn on the camera anymore.
Oh, you having bad bandwidth?
Yeah, I don't know
Upstream?
what the fuck was going on with there. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a couple test streams behind the scenes here and see how because I just haven't done a
Check
ton
out
of
fast.com.
I haven't done YouTube stuff, so I haven't done YouTube live stream. So I'm gonna have to do that for the MVM stuff. But for my own shit, I probably won't even stream on there. But who knows? I might do TTS stuff.
Aldi, remember about like this is like 9 months ago, 10 months ago. You and I were talking about, and it was here, and we were talking about buying another computer, and I was like the the gaming laptop I have isn't bad. It's still pretty good, but it's like 2 years old, and like it's I mean it's starting to show a little bit of age and what have you. So I'm like, so I just went cruising over to Newegg and stuff like that, and of course everybody knows that the video card stuff is just
It's insane.
it's a giant mess right now. I don't know. I'm sure you guys saw this, but like Nvidia like bragged or something, or was it AMD? One of the two bragged that like, oh, we've taken our newest video cards can't be used to harvest Bitcoin.
Right.
No.
And then the Bitcoin harvesters bought them and hacked them within 2 weeks. So it was just like,
Oh, they
yeah.
hacked it already?
Yeah, they hacked it. They were able to hack them so they can use them to harvest Bitcoin.
Is there a market in harvesting Bitcoin still? I thought that was kind of like done.
Oh no, yeah. It's just,
Don't say that GameStop thing didn't stop either.
We'll get Larry on here.
We need Larry Lemke on back on to tell us about the.
I
I mean, he's probably a billionaire now in Bitcoin, right?
Yeah,
I mean, he was into it. Do you remember that?
He was super into it. He texts me about once every week or so.
Get him to come back on.
He'll text me. I keep telling him, and he's just weird. You know what I mean? It's just Larry's crazy. Larry
He's crazy.
Larry sent
Bring
me the
him on.
pictures. Larry sent me the pictures of his Bitcoin harvesting thing, and he showed me this picture of that in his kitchen area where he had it he basically had made a kind of a loft for it.
Yeah,
Like,
I
so
remember
it
the
was
pictures
all-
of the racks or whatever was in it.
Yeah,
like,
the racks of it, and he showed that the temperature in the kitchen was 15 degrees hotter than anywhere else in the house because of
it
all
was
the
probably
heat.
hotter than that.
Yeah, it was like
That'd
all
be
the
great
heat from
for
the video cards.
if his power or his heat went out.
Yeah. So it was just I don't
I
understand
mean,
that stuff.
he
either,
has
but-
to have made money because he was doing.
Oh
it years ago.
no! I mean, Larry was the guy that said, "I want to be a multi-billionaire by the time I'm 40, or else I might as well just put a gun in my mouth." He said,
No, wow. It's fucking...
Mhm.
I like the
He did not
pressure.
say that.
I like the
He
pressure.
did
I
not
like
say
the
that.
pressure. I like
yes,
the
he
intensity.
did.
Did he
That's
really?
what he told.
No, he
That's
did
what he
not.
said to me. He said, "If I mean, he was pretty
Not
high.
a millionaire by the
he
time
was
I'm
pretty
42.
high when
I'll
he
punch
said
my
it.
own
But
fucking ticket. Whoa.
just if I'm not a multi-millionaire by the time I'm 40, I might as well just put a gun in my mouth."
I'm taking everybody with my last name with me. Like, damn,
You can
that's
have
extreme,
a lower
bro.
bar.
Hey, when you
I
get to
remember
40,
playing. We played Don't Mess with Cthulhu with him,
Yes,
and he was on the good team, and he played like he was evil. Like, what do you do? There was, and then it backfired on him.
Oh,
and
I
blew us
remember.
all
I
up.
remember he teamed up. He teamed up with my wife during Lovecraft Letter
Yes.
to destroy me.
For you.
Yeah. No, I love Larry. Larry's a good guy.
It was a fun night.
Remember for the longest time he would be on the show and he wouldn't show his face. It was just always like he had that curtain in front of him or something like that. It was just like he had that weird he basically had his kill room, just like all the saran wrap and everything on the walls.
I need to go back and watch some of those old
kill
ones.
room.
Is it fun? Have you went back? Have you gone back
No, because
9 years?
it makes me sad because I
Makes you
look so
sad?
young.
Oh yeah, youth.
Yeah, no.
It's all recorded there for your kids forever. When you die,
I
they're gonna watch
know.
back-
Isn't that great?
They're gonna
They'll
watch
have it forever.
YouTube.
until YouTube deletes everything.
Yeah, we'll get canceled.
No,
and then you have to pay for it. You have to subscribe to your own fucking shit to keep your content.
Yeah. No.
It's
I
the
remember.
long
that
play.
ain't too far off. I
I'm gonna
firmly
say,
believe.
trust me, they paid you. They want you to pay them.
Yeah, no.
And we will gladly,
kill it in a second.
gladly take it out of your monthly stipend.
Oh yeah, we'll gladly take it
we'll
out your
gladly. It's actually very effortless. You're already put to a 30-day trial for it already.
These people that have people like myself and other people who have thousands of videos and stuff like that.
Oh.
That
weren't they gonna force ads onto even if you didn't put advertising on a video?
They're gonna opt you in.
that?
Yeah, you could turn it off, but they were gonna opt you in.
Yeah, because you could turn it.
I like the opt-in for you.
Because you can turn advertising off on a video, right? But they're gonna put it on anyway.
Yeah. I like that. So
That's already
like it.
encroaching your.
Yeah, I like it. We run you. We're not your big brother. We're your maker.
So here's a question: if there was like a board game video website called Board Game Geek, would you put your videos on there if it had like some sort of monetization with board game companies?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Even without it, I would. I
already load every single video I do right now.
I think that website's kind of a flash in the pan. I'm sure it's.
But I would
not
just make
sticking
videos.
around. It has that
if I can figure out the
outdated
economics of it,
system, and
I would just
it can happen.
like straight up. I would just do
up and
videos
coming
on your
content
site.
creators.
only.
Let's have a conversation, Aldi.
Yeah. Yep. For the right situation, I would
Because
just do videos.
you're
for
not
you.
getting anything from YouTube, right? I mean,
Wait,
you know,
I'm getting a decent amount from YouTube.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I feel like
You get a
Satan
decent
say that
amount?
all the time. It's
Decent's
like,
relative, but yeah.
Wait a minute. So Board Game Geek, that's run by the guy that had like really good friends on a Wednesday night show, and then he purposely scheduled another Wednesday night show to compete with it, right?
it's not competing. What do you mean? It's a board game show.
Well, hold on. And
How is
Lance,
this a board game
Lance,
show?
it's because we don't have 2,500 viewers at a time. It's just because we don't have 2,500 people.
Oh yeah,
watching every episode. Otherwise, it's just not worth turning
I
on.
think
So we're not really
I think live
competition.
board game videos are not. There's no upside.
No, there is no upside.
That's my personal feeling.
There's no
There's
upside.
no
It's
upside in what
just-
sense?
There's no upside as
live
far
board
as-
game play.
Oh yeah.
I mean, how many years have we been doing it? Like years and years and years.
Yeah.
It's a struggle to get 50 people to watch.
It is a
live.
struggle to get 50
It's a
people to
struggle and a
watch.
half.
Well, not you can get 50 people to watch. I got 50 people to
Well,
watch before. But
it's
it's to maintain that and higher to
But-
say,
but 50
like, even
people's
if
not
they were
enough.
like excited about it the
Yeah.
next week, even though it is live, they were more likely to watch a replay more than
Yes.
a live play.
No, I
You see
think
what I'm saying?
produced video is fine, and if
Well, that's what I'm
replay falls
saying.
into that slightly, but it is more challenging to get people to watch
Yeah.
recorded live play.
I mean, when I track
Um,
stuff, it's just not.
No,
I mean, it might
and
change. It's still an upcoming space. It took us how many years
it?
of video games before? I mean, think about it. How many years of video gaming did it take before video gaming streaming was like something people did?
As soon as
Board
it
games are
started.
way behind.
I mean, I watched it on day one.
Board games.
I remember
board
Justin
games-
TV.
No, video game streaming, like video game content didn't make it. It was the fact that video game tournaments
Yep.
were making a shit ton of money, and then we could actually watch them because it was like you could watch Super. You can not keep thinking Super Fantasy Brawl, but Smash Brothers. You can watch
Yeah.
Smash Brothers, the national tournament, which was a big deal. The Mortal Kombat one, that was a big deal. The Street Fighter one, the worldwide one, that was
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah, pro
Like-
sports is a thing.
Like
Pro
pro
esports.
sports, like that StarCraft one that they like did what they had like it was like 25 minutes. It was crazy. I watched it. You know, like they had it on YouTube and ESPN. Like that's what like makes it pop through the roof. But I mean, like, you know, IGN was just like IGN even before GameSpot, IGN was the one that really like consistently because they pounded it pretty hard that made that like, oh, this is the space. But I can't think of who actually made the gameplay. I'm just playing the game.
Justin TV.
Yeah,
You remember that? It used to be like live bloggers, right? Like they would wear their cameras
that's what I'm
on their
saying. Like I,
hats and all
can't,
that shit
I just
all day
can't
long.
remember who the name was. That was
Yeah.
like because
And then
PewDiePie was like
Twitch
I'm talking
acquired.
about somebody that was just like, hey, like I watched Christopher Odd, and he plays the type of games I like. Like he likes to play tactics games, narrative
Yeah.
type games, RPG games. Like even when like Cyberpunk came out, he had like a year's worth of early news, so he was like going through doing all this shit for them. Or like Keurig ACG, he does that stuff too, very detailed. He writes great scripts. This shit is amazing. But yeah, like who we had to get to that point, right? Those people have 400,000 or 500,000 subscribers.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you got to be really unique now because everybody's.
Oh yeah, everybody's doing it.
Everybody.
I mean, I browse. I pretty much look at Twitch every day. I look at the board game channel. Never more than a couple hundred, and then I look at some of the video. Even like the silliest board game, video games are like thousands.
But like
So
even
I
then,
just
like
don't
what's
think
the
it's
size of the
interesting.
video game space compared to the board game space? It's significantly
Yeah, sure.
larger.
But why would we gauge on that? Like, why would we gauge based on video games, which are
Well,
how many times the board game
I
industry?
mean, what do you compare to then? Nothing.
We don't.
What-
We
what's
create- we
our
create
relative percentage?
Right. What's our relative percentage? And what do we start? How long do we go before we start saying like this is our number?
I mean,
Well-
if you can pay a wage to someone to stream board games during the day, maybe that's the number. If you make
I'm just-
$15, like I'll get a Twitch report after we stream for like 5 hours. It'll be like $15.
Mm,
Well,
Like,
yeah,
not exactly
Nothing.
living wage.
not exactly.
oh, what am I gonna do? Pay you $1 an hour?
Just go pay.
Maybe.
Get your paper out.
Like
get
$1
your
an
paper
hour.
out.
No, but
Yeah.
we're saying what's the metric? You have to decide which way you're working. Are you trying to put out content and build the industry around it? Or are you trying to see if it just makes sense numerically?
Yeah, right away.
Like offhand, you start by comparing the market
Either.
sizes.
If you give me either, I'll accept it as a
Okay.
valid
Because I was gonna say like you it just
money
depends.
or audience.
But what I'm saying that about that is like okay, so the we talked before about your like your S's and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like even just streaming from an actual in conference.
Yeah.
To here.
Yeah.
At some point, I'm sure it's like it's pretty stale. Like you kind of know exactly what you're gonna get, right?
Yeah.
So it's like okay, well that shit is just what it is, right? Like whatever stuff you're doing right now, that just is what it is. So now you got to launch something else. And you have to say, like, what is that and how am I going to try to convert it? Like, convert it, whatever that means. So it's like, hey, are we trying to track people back to our site? Is there a way that it stays and we promote it differently so that people go, like, this is an event that really is happening on BGG? Because I like that when that happens, when people cross stream, sometimes it makes you feel like I should be watching this somewhere because they're referring to somewhere else. And you're like, oh, this is really a Twitch channel, not a YouTube and Facebook channel. You see what I'm saying? Like, because some people, because people will be multi-streaming.
Yeah.
And you can tell the heart of their audience is at one spot.
Yeah, you can tell
because they're referring to them a lot.
You're talking to people in those chats.
You're like, what the fuck? Where the fuck are they? Well, it's like, if you do it where it's like, hey, go to our BGG page right now. This is going on right there. And somehow you have some way where you filter it and there's something actually going on that you can create an interaction that's, let's just say, on BGG only, but you can see it on Twitch, you can see it on YouTube somehow. And that way you have like a different interaction. It's really up to you. I don't know what that looks like.
It's just hard to justify.
It's hard to justify. Yeah.
I mean, I could, you have X dollars to spend on doing something every year. And if I'm spending it over and over and over again and I never see a return or a growth, and the only thing I can do is look at numbers of viewers, right? What else can I do?
Right. And I would say
numbers of viewers and potential action items attached to it.
Right. That's
like
what
my favorite thing
How
to
do
do.
you track
Well, so I was gonna tell you, my favorite thing to do, and there's no fun way to do this. It's not a repeatable thing to do, but occasionally I do late pledge videos, meaning I'll cover a game that hasn't had any active coverage in months.
He stole my idea, and I never did it. I never committed to it.
Nice.
And I said that to publishers like a year and a half ago. I was like, why don't you have like a second run of promotion? And I said, I don't even know what that means, but like, there should be like another set of videos for pledge managers. I don't know why publishers don't solicit for those. Like
they should.
Like when Vampires did that, like I actually wanted to back it. Like,
so
like,
what I do though is
I
look at those CrowdOx numbers, because CrowdOx will tell you how many active backers there are. I'll take a look for like the week before I do my video, and I'll see like barely any change, and then I'll do my video, and I'll be like, I can tell you exactly the impact I had on that campaign.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like those are exactly the impact. Yep.
So, and I love that because it's no like, well, did they release an ad on that day? Was someone else covering? Did Manifest Meeple put out there's none of that garbage in the mix.
Nope.
But there clearly is. I can tell you from my own coverage of stuff, there's clearly a tie-in to what I do and the people taking an action decision from there. But that's obviously going to vary drastically by the type of coverage, from how to play, from playthroughs to reviews to anything.
I think
very hard to.
I'm not talking about produced stuff. I'm talking about live.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but even live, it's still a question. I mean, my stuff is practically live. I don't really do much in the way of editing.
All I can tell you is if you did what Alex was doing, like let's just say you did that, just that, and you were like, hey, we're gonna do this event, we're gonna give away fucking 3 pledges. And we're going to do this. This is sponsored as fuck. We know that. Let's just have some fun, play this game. They sent us some of the add-ons that they unlocked, because sometimes people don't have those balance yet, but they have the cards. They send you the shit. You play it. You can ask questions, play with the designer. Sort of like what you guys do for the Freeman Free shit. It's like, it's the same thing. It's just how you push it. And don't get me wrong. It's like, if that's something that you do, and you can kind of schedule it, because you can talk to them and say, hey, like it's going to happen next month. We got our, we're da. They'll start approaching you about that. It's something. It puts something in your pocket right
with
away.
The margins
and then
on
the
games.
Risk, yeah.
With the margins on games,
something in your pocket.
5 people buying a game to justify it.
Yeah. And I just feel like you're worth the money, right? So it's like, pay for your spot. Give me a couple games giveaway. Fuck that. I ain't trying to hear that.
No, content creation is fascinating. Board games in particular, like again, the space is not as large as we'd like, but and it's very concentrated amongst like the top 5, in terms of the people who are just in the business. But even past the top 5, there's a second round of all the 20 to 50,000 subscribers and 200,000 views a month, and those people are still doing a decent.
You guys know what CPM is?
Click per minute or whatever it is. Click per million.
It's
cost per million.
It's cents per million.
Yeah.
It's basically the amount of money you'll get for 1,000 views.
Yeah.
It's typically like $1.
Yeah.
On where?
It depends, but let's say it averages out to $1. You might get higher. You might get higher. You might get lower. But on average, about $1.
Playback based. What's the difference between RPM and CPM?
RPM is
revolutions per minute.
No.
RPM is revenue.
That's what RPM is.
Revenue
It's revenue per mil.
Do you know where, do you know where to
Revenue per
find
minute.
this? Because I've got
Yeah,
my
if you
views
go to
and
your
my
if you go to your
SAM
revenue, I'm saying I'm seeing an RPM of 606 and a CPM of 1306.
Ooh, let's see, what are we looking at?
Well, you're above average then.
Oh, my
Yeah.
stuff is definitely above average. I know that.
Where's this number?
No,
at?
I don't mean for like elitist. I'm saying
Yeah.
I've compared numbers with other people, and I know
Yeah.
my stuff's above average.
Where do you find it on the analytics?
If you click on basic analytics and click to revenue,
I'm in revenue.
and then you'll see an RPM and CPM right there on the top, right next to your estimated revenue.
I'm gonna guess my silence has shown that I have not.
1 second, you're in you clicked on analytics. You didn't go into the all detail, just basic analytics on the sidebar, and then click revenue on the top. Overview, reach, engagement, audience, revenue.
Oh, I got views, watch time, subscribers, and estimated revenue.
You're on overview. Click
Damn
on click on revenue on the top.
All right.
And you want to be my county commissioner?
Let's see. My RPM sitting at $4.10.
Yeah.
And my playback is at $9.
That sounds about right. That sounds about right.
Forrest Bauer is out of touch with the millennials.
So for
He knows
1,000
nothing about
views,
technology.
You'll get $9.
He's a dinosaur. There's an older lady. It's your competition. She's 70 years old. She's out of touch with the millennials.
Yeah, I got a comment on a video that I posted like 7 years ago that said, "Don't like this video at all. Back to the dice tower I go."
What video was it? You remember?
Some game called
Lance.
Wow,
The
this poor
Variant.
person's been
Lance.
watching Tom for the past
Please.
decade and finally
Please.
ventured out.
Please,
Come back.
please open a conversation with him. In
Oh,
your
I
comments.
already marked it as a comment I loved, and I said
no.
said Godspeed, sir. Godspeed.
What video was it?
It's some game called Vivarium. I don't know. I don't even remember playing the
Vivarium?
game. Yeah.
I vaguely remember that.
Yeah, just like, don't like this video. Back to the dice tower I go. I had my chance. I could have.
Man, you could have added a subscriber.
Yeah, it's your chance.
I
Hey,
love
Lance.
when people bring up specific facts about the video, and it's like, dude, this video is from like 6.5 years ago. Like, no, I don't remember anything.
Yeah, I love
People are
that too.
cool.
Do you think this would work good as a 2-player game with my 11-year-old
boy.
son? Yes.
Yeah.
See if I get just like.
I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with it. I just feel like there's just nothing.
I
The
think,
audience is not there.
I think you, with your platform, can be the one that determines that over time. And I know it just doesn't seem like a profitable thing for you right now. So I
No,
understand
I
that.
mean, believe me, I want to believe you.
Yeah.
I just have numbers to prove otherwise.
Well, I like.
Hey,
I don't.
what's-
and
I don't
maybe and maybe the
Watch it
content is the
played.
problem, right? It's the same people all year that we've done it with. So
Yeah.
maybe it's just
I have
not
a question about it because I don't watch a lot of playthrough videos. When you're watching people doing video games, they get to be very expressive and talk a lot because you don't have to think about your turn, right? Whereas with a board game, you have to kind of like think out your turn and stuff. Do they have?
Yeah,
any
it's not a
videos-
compelling.
Yeah. Do they have any videos where
format.
people are playing and then you have commenters who are not playing and you don't even hear the players talking? It's like the poker world.
I know you can find things like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
If I'm saying
It's
BG's
hard to
on it.
do.
Like
I
I know
was
Super
thinking about
Fantasy
doing
Brawl
that
had a
with
tournament.
I just, like I said, that's what I think. I just talk aloud the whole time. I just
Yeah.
talk the
Yeah.
whole
Yeah.
fucking time.
But that's
It
why
is
Rado
draining.
runs through.
It
has
is
done
draining. I try not to be like the whole. I can't remember what guy said. He's like, when you're playing, and I watch a lot of Call of Duty people when I watch these streams,
Mhm.
and also Madden players. Never stop talking shit.
Yep.
And you never stop making fun of yourself. You say random, whatever you want to say. And I was just like, oh, okay, so I can just say random shit for an hour and a half? Okay, let's do it. So it's like, you're not going to, I don't post my best scores. I post the worst scores live. And I'm fine with that. But like, that's the thing. It's like, you do have to be more animated because it's like, I watch, who was those people that did Kingdom Death Monster? They've been doing Kingdom Death Monster forever. They were one of the first Twitch partners in the board game space. I can't remember their names, but like, yeah, they partnered with Twitch.
The ones that sort of copied Twitch logo.
Yeah.
And the
then
colors.
right. And then they had like this, like they were the first to do the little third screen, like, screen thing. And they did polling and all that stuff like that. They were way ahead of the curve. And yeah, I mean, but they weren't exciting. You know,
Yeah,
they
have to
knew
be
all
It's
the-
hard to be exciting.
They weren't.
You have to be. That's why Rado did well with his run throughs, thinking it
Right.
through, talking
It's
aloud.
like, dude, have
but
fun.
yeah,
Talk about the game.
Yeah, for
like,
sure.
give a shit. That's the hardest part. Is, or just have fun. It's almost like we're not really here to play a game. Like Omari does that stuff. Aki on his stuff, he's just really just having fun. It's not. I don't even know if we're even here to
Quackalo
play a game
playthroughs,
tonight.
having fun.
Yeah, I'm not really. Are we really?
Sure.
Like what? What do you want? Like, do you really want to go through rules right now, bro? Like just fucking play the game. Like give me the concept. Chuck
believe
it
me, I
and fucking-
wanna be in that mode of where I feel like that it's worth it, the time.
Yeah.
No, it's an uphill battle. There's no
already-
question about that. But I
It's
think it's a battle that's winnable.
Oh yeah,
Here's
it's a
the
huge
thing.
uphill battle.
Here's the thing, Audie. I'll tell you this: we don't know what that is at all,
What?
because business is not necessarily moving forward right now. It's
Yeah, we
not.
don't know. Obviously, COVID is.
We are still in the existence of like whatever models have existed, right? Like even with so many content creators out there, I am not seeing anything different. I'm not at all. I'm subscribed on one account. I'm subscribed to. I don't want to go overboard, but I'll just say it. At the least 150 different content creators.
Yeah,
at the
sounds about right.
least.
Oh yeah, no, I got a huge
At the least.
subscription list.
I
Yeah,
want to
it's
say like
100,
200, something, but it's like a specific account I have for that. Like I have an
Oh,
account.
okay, you switched. To
Yeah,
that
I have like
account.
I have 5 accounts, and
You
one
don't
of them
wanna
is
pollute
for
the other account.
It's just like literally like that, and like some people are like, "You just subscribe to me." I'm like, I don't even know which account this is. So I'll be subscribed as one of them. I'm like, oh shit, we switched. You know, like, but
Yeah, but there's hundreds. I mean, there's
but there-
easily 300.
but-
Oh, no, I know.
nobody is doing anything different, but their personalities are.
Yeah,
Yes.
for
And
sure.
it's like that's what
personality driven.
drives, or their delivery, just as a whole. It's like you're not changing the game. There are people who are just better visual presenters than you are. You're not changing the game. There are better people that are just better explaining rules. You're not changing the game. Most board games are viewed a specific way. And you kind of have two divisive audiences where they want instructions, and some people just want, just tell me what the fuck this is, and then tell me the rules. Like, tell me what's up. That's all. I need to know what's up. I don't really even care about your opinions, but tell me what's up. Like that's the thing. Some people will say, like, I just want to hear your opinion, but I don't really care about opinions. I just need some confirmation. Like,
I'd be curious what the
so-
overall like total
It's hard.
video consumer population is. Like, what do you think? It's like more than 100,000 people, less than 100,000
like
people?
you mean like actual board games?
Yeah,
not
just
something
like out of
people watch?
all of the content creators all across the board, what's
How
the
many-
unique count of people?
Unique viewer count?
How many people?
Oof. I mean, if you really want that number, just go to like Sharp and Sit Down and look through the most, like what do they have? They have like a 1.5 million views on Gloomhaven.
You think those are uniques?
I mean, they're not
No.
uniques, but
No.
I'm saying if you're looking at the total addressable population, what's the overlap? You're gonna have some uniques, but you're gonna have some people who never watched that video.
We were going to track that one video. You remember I was telling you about that one video where they had the sponsored one from Shucks last year, where they had they did the 4 games in like 1 hour 30, like it was like 40 minutes, and they got all sponsored, and there were 4 different games, and I was like, I told Kira about it, and I was just like, we should track this video. You should track this every stat on this video because I've never seen this done before. And we never followed up with it because it was been interesting to see like how fast it grew, like what was the response, like just 5 days, like because of course it was shut. It was on a weekend. It was like, let's just see how this does. 7 days basically, and see like, because it's just certain content and just even if it's just a little different, like that was very different. But I don't know if you remember my shitty live show that I used to do on Friday for Board Game Revolution. It was basically just a really great version of that. Like mine was shitty. I used to put it on poster boards and, do the different
Swap
games
things in and out.
take the poster board out. I was
It works.
basically,
We
I
do-
was
we
basically
do that
doing
all the
your
time.
show. I
Yeah,
was
we do
doing
that
your
all-
show.
That's a key to speeding up.
I
It
was
saves
like,
like 2 minutes per game, right?
yeah, but unlike you, I didn't have felt on all my stuff, so pieces were falling everywhere, and I had
Oh.
to set it up while I was talking about it. So, for them to have like nicely edited four versions of that in an hour, nobody talking, knowing the rules fully well, condensing it down, and getting sponsored by every one of those motherfuckers, it's pretty slick, But
Sure.
it can be done. They were the first ones to do it. Can be done. And that's what people want. People want to see it game.
Do they?
like,
I got a question. For
I
you.
still
if none
wonder.
of those games were out, None of those games were out.
Sure.
And
Yeah, new stuff is definitely more.
right, that's what I'm saying. But they had 3 or 4 different videos that were all themed, and they were all games that had not come out yet. And they basically just did like a mini Essen. They explained all the rules. They really did. He explained all. I was like, Jesus Christ, Quinn, you're perfect. And yeah, it was top notch. I was like, this is very fucking good. And they just kept the jokes. There was no jokes. It was just like
it was
straight
game dry.
Right, straight game
Bone
dry.
Yeah.
You know, like be Quinn, like just be a Quinn, but like none of that extra shit, and just hey, I like this. Boom, move on. Boom, nice transition. Good transition for Quinn. Bam, next game. And that's I don't think that's what everybody wants. I'm just saying we haven't had a point where we've had maybe enough people go through another cycle of cons. Maybe this crop of new people go through cons and they get a new idea and something happens. There's just not a lot of new shit. Like
I think there could be a huge market behind the idea of like a sponsored game day on BGG. Like, Mata was putting out a new print run of Cyclades. They contact BGG, and like you have your structured homepage with video coverage, with pictures. It's like dedicated to some game, and like it's look cool, this game I never heard about, or people they find out, or whatever it is. It's basically blasting people with just full on coverage of a game.
I swear to you, if you did, it's just not COVID safe. I say it's not like. So
yeah, we're not taking any risks. Because everybody lives in LA, but no one's going to.
So this is one that I had come up with a while back, and I was just like, all right, we don't have to go to conventions. So sometimes people was like, well, we'll just go to conventions and da-da-da. I was like, why don't we just have one publisher, like AEG, and they just have to bring their whole lineup, and we play their whole lineup. Instead of them having their own virtual con, we just have their con.
Right.
We play their games.
Yeah.
And then we play their current lineup, and then we play every night. We feature their newest game, like their game that's coming this summer. So it was like, what year were we in at that time? It was like,
do you have to learn everything yourself?
We were like Mariposas.
Teach you?
So like, yeah, it was like Mariposas would be one night.
Cupitos.
Like it was like just like Cupitos. Like I was like it was like a thing where I was saying like, yeah, you could do it like that, and instead of having sporadic, like, that's that one game. You would have it where they would show you the projections of what they have for the year, because AEG has great prototypes. They have great prototypes. They send you something early. It's
like final.
It's the final. Yeah. So it's like, they've been play testing with basically a final copy, right? So I was like, why don't we just get a publisher like that to come and play with us? That's the thing. Like, nobody really cares about sponsorship. They just want to see the fucking games. Like, they really just want to see the games in action. I don't care how you feel about them, honestly. Play the game. Show me how the game is. And
talk how it works.
Yeah. Right. And talk to how it works. And we assume you're having fun because it looks cool.
Right. I hope you're having fun.
Right. Like, it looks cool. That's all I really care. Like, they look like they're having fun. Fake fun, real fun. Who cares? I just want to see the goddamn game. Like,
yeah, when you guys did those dedicated game days, right? Were those sponsored, or there was some sponsored and not?
No,
you just did them
no, because that was the thing. We talked about that, and I was just like, and Jeremy made it really clear. He's like, we can't do that, and I was like, that's actually a good thing. Like, to have a whole bunch of games sent to you is enough, right? Anyway, right?
Yeah.
You're getting games sent to you from overseas. You're getting pre-production copies, like. Just to show you, like, if somebody were to talk crazy, I'd be like, dude, do you realize that copy of Holotal that they sent? He cut all the cards for that. Mm-hmm. All of them. He cut the board. He made the board. He cut every single card. Now, if you have a copy of Holotal right now, how many cards did he cut?
Bunch.
How many cards did he cut and sleeve? So when people tell me, I'm like, dude, no, you don't understand. He was dedicated to making that video happen. Jeremy's insane, man. When he gets dedicated to something, he goes hard, and he will not let one piece of production, he goes hard. He goes hard. Yeah, that was crazy. It's like, dude, did you cut all those fucking cards? He's like, man, it's just such a good game, and I just have big aspirations. I'm like, all right, man. Yeah, man. So I don't feel like there's that, but I feel like you can have what the digital audience was shooting for, like what they're shooting for with these conventions. You can do that in-house. and make it good. I mean, like make it real good. Take really good AEG production with your shit on there too. Make new screen, make new transitions. All AEG Love Fest. I don't know why I'm just going hard on AEG right now, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Pick insert publisher, right? Insert publisher. Yeah. And they'd be down for it. Trust me. Like if you said Renegade, they'd be like, "Oh yeah, more." Like we have 50 games we're bringing over right now. Like like they have a lot of titles, so you can play a lot of them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I posted some in chat there, Lance.
Oh, I can't believe nobody. I gave okay.
It's just nonsense coming through. I mean, whatever. I mean, it's
yeah.
Might be an AI.
But
it's
is it somebody?
It's been going on for a while.
Yeah, it's been going on for a while.
Well, hey, that means we're
hey Kabuki,
right?
Thanks for watching me on Facebook. I will no longer be streaming on Facebook. I'll be doing it on YouTube.
Why are you switching?
Why are you switching? I'll be partly because I wanted to track numbers better.
Yeah. What does Facebook give you? I've never done a stream.
Well, that's the thing. Like I didn't take the same strategy as a Facebook video game community did.
Oh yeah.
So I didn't go into like the stars programs and shit like that. I just went with it's either sponsored or not. So like I just basically said, hey, like these are the amount of sponsored videos I'll do, and when I won't, and I get to pick and choose no matter what I want to do. So it's really, me just saying, hey, this is X, this costs X. I'll put you on the schedule or not. That way I know I have exactly how much money I'm getting. I don't have to think about all the other crap. Like I don't have to. And I'd rather have it that way and keep it that way. And whatever revenue beyond that, which comes through YouTube on this side, that's fine. I'm getting mine, like that. It's not like I'm, you're an independent contractor in a sense, right? I'm not, own any of MVM, so there you go. I do have to do some hustle on my own, man. That's okay. That's how I was raised. And that's how I always did since I started. So whatever, man. The same thing. Jamie Stagmer does his live show on Facebook every Wednesday, but he immediately ups it. You know what? That's great for him. I do upload my stuff to YouTube later. But
you can get your live stream off Facebook and up.
Here's the crazy part. So my streaming software already records it.
Oh,
and it upreses it anyway. Yeah. It upreses anyway because I have to do it at a lower resolution on Facebook, sorta. And it records it better on my end. But then I transfer it over to YouTube. Then I was like, why don't I just save myself and just push out exactly what I can push out on YouTube, quality wise, and then I don't have to edit as much unless it's like a true fuck up, or I just take it down and do it again. And Kira was like, why don't you just do that? And then without a doubt you'll have more of an audience, even if it's just a straggler's day. And I was like, you're right. She's like, just even if it's just like a day where it just did not work out, you would generally have more people and publishers would be okay with that. Right. And I was like, yeah, because what you find out is a lot of people watch post, not during.
Yeah.
On Facebook.
Yeah.
YouTube,
so for
YouTube,
Facebook, yeah,
okay.
YouTube too. Like a lot of people watch post. So
yeah, because when I'm scrolling and I see you put like it'll say Jeremy H was live.
Yeah.
Or something like that. And I'm like, oh, I missed it. And then I'll watch it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's like and what I just kind of take the Twitch approach. Like sometimes I'll do like I try to be on the fly chat, but I always make sure I respond to people, even if they watch it later. And I found that that's what it was. Like on Facebook, when I did the BGR show back in the day, like I got a lot of comments post. Like I'd be on the next week and they'd be like asking me questions.
You live streamed in the group?
Yeah. So
interesting.
Back then, I live streamed.
Does the owner have to let you do that?
Yeah, so you have to have admin rights, no matter.
You have to have admin.
Carte blanche to do so. Yeah, so like for MVM, like
I wonder if that would get any extra notice in that group.
What?
To try that streaming in a Facebook group.
In BGR?
Board Game Geek.
But
Oh my
YouTube
gosh,
is
that'd
good.
be huge.
Oh, dude. Oh man, let me do that shit up in there. Come on, let's go.
You want to try?
Let's
Yeah,
go.
well, try. it,
Let's
yeah.
go. Let's
I'd be curious
go.
to see what happens.
Yeah, you changed my tune. Hold on now. No, I'm serious. No, but I'm serious. Dude, even if you did like an interview or an open conversation or like Tabletop Thursday, I got plenty of ideas. Trust me. You could do like a Foursquare and just talk about board games that are going on this week.
Hey, patent pending. Hey.
Yeah.
Foursquare has been around for 20 years.
Yeah, but Foursquare, like Foursquare Live.
Yeah, 4 people.
Yeah, Foursquare Live, and really do, and just like, and actually having a direction of like, let's say like,
Of what to
for me,
say.
like I don't do anything I have my little Facebook group, and the one thing I do every week, I'm just like, I want to do one thing every week, and that's game of the week. Everybody can talk about whatever game they played that week. You can just do that in a Foursquare format. You'd be done in fucking 30, 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Done. Every Thursday, every Wednesday. That's it.
Yeah.
Done. That's it.
I just hate feeding the beast.
In what way?
Mark
Facebook?
Zuckerberg.
Oh, I mean,
I don't admire him at all.
So the answer there is you have a few options, but the uphill battle is going to be teaching people to absorb content in the place where they don't absorb content.
Exactly.
You can do it, but you can't just like put a little bit of money towards it. You have to be willing to invest and double down on that. If you reorganize and put time, energy, and attention into some sort of BGG platform where you have dedicated, you could do the same model everyone else is doing. Hire board game content creators to specifically be exclusive BGG, have an audience poured over there, teach people to go there. But it is a battle that you have to invest in.
I think that's what you're missing, audience. You have to teach people to go there and not just turn it on and then expect people to come there. Like that's what I actually meant.
Oh yeah.
Like to get clarity for the what we were talking
COVID
about
has set
before.
us back massively.
Do you have numbers on and you should in theory, I think, on the number of people who are viewing your Wednesday night shows from YouTube, from BGG, and from Twitch? Do you have that breakdown?
No.
And that's what I was talking about before. Like
you
where's
should
your
be able to
audience
get that
actually
breakdown.
at? Yeah.
Because I think the minimum amount of it's going to be BGG, my assumption. I could be wrong.
I know when we turn BGG front page on, it'll add like 100 to 200 people.
And what's the total view count?
On Twitch. What's that?
What's the total view count?
Let me look. Twitch gives you that, right?
So Twitch is the one I don't know, but YouTube will tell you how many came from YouTube versus how many came
from external
off YouTube. Yeah.
I just remember when we did YouTube live, nobody would watch it. Like it'd be like, I mean, not nobody, but it would be very, very low.
I mean, that's on what's his name's channel. It's on Tim's channel, right?
Oh, you're talking about tonight? I don't have
in
access
general.
to Tim's channel. I'll just go to one of mine. Oh. So let's see. We did a show last week. What was that? Last Tuesday, I think. Can't remember which day we did it. We played Sleepy Gods last Tuesday. What was that date?
Who was that, Scott? Was that you solo?
23rd. It was like me and Lincoln and Nikki. All right, 243 average viewers.
Woo, nice.
Yep. I want 240.
Are you guys impressed with that number?
Yeah,
I
think it could be better. I mean, I
No,
don't think
like,
it's not
what's
bad.
that? Well, you
but it
tell
could be
me.
better.
Well, you tell me 200. You sell me 200 videos. I'm like, that's pretty. That's really good.
It's all right.
That's really good.
Yeah, it's fine.
That's a good audience. That's a good audience. That's a good audience. Just like we have a good audience.
I don't know what. How do you find total?
Hey everyone, it's Ryan Mock, one of the designers of After the Empire.
Hey Ryan,
Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
Thanks for having me on. I've been lurking in the chat for the last few weeks here.
Oh my God, lurker! Oh
Hey,
God, this is
Alex.
weird. This is weird.
Alex,
Yes,
I
sir.
sent you, did you get
Got the
your
serial
did you
killer
get your
in
copy of After the Empire?
After
yet?
Empire's not yet.
All right, I was gonna check on that because I know I was wondering if we had unpacked our retailer like the retail
Lance.
versions of the games.
I'm not in a rush. I got a backlog. Always a
I
backlog.
know, Lance. I'm the same way, but I was outside one day with my nostrils against the window, breathing very hard, hoping for a copy of After the Empire.
I'm excited. I'm excited.
I was
sending you
actually
one.
excited enough where there are times where this is the thing. There are times where you have a ton of shit to play, but for some reason, the one package where you know something's coming, you're like, I actually just want to open and play.
It's
that.
okay. I got a box from Lance this week, and I was like, it's my After the Empires. It's packed a little crappily, but like it's After the Empires.
Ooh.
It was not After the Empires.
All right,
Oh,
cool.
that was your Ragnarok.
That was Radgos, Force of Radgos. What is up with them? They said they sent me a copy, and they're like, a day before the campaign ends, they're like, your copy's arriving a day before the campaign ends. Can you do content? And I'm like,
well, and I felt
no.
really bad because that game was still up on my so the Radgos game was on my thing, and I just hadn't put it away yet, and it had been sitting there for a while. And then like he messaged me, Ivan messaged me, and he's like, hey, I need you to send that to this guy. And I was like, okay. And I was just like, and then like I was like, dude, I am like in the weeds for work right now. I don't know when I'm gonna be able to make it to the post office. He's like, well, just when you get to it, let me know. And so then when I finally got it going, I like literally like I was like, it was like a Saturday morning, and I was just like, I gotta get to the post office because they close at 11. And I looked at it, and I literally had to do the sweep to get the stuff in the box.
Oh, I'm all good. It worked out better for me. I overcommitted myself to like doing it like a week with like I figured I had a week till the Kickstarter ended.
Well, no, and I
like
found 3 tokens to it
it's all good
on the floor where the cat must have knocked him on the floor.
At this point, I told him, I said, I'm happy to get some coverage up before that when you open the pledge manager, or I'm happy to send it on. You tell me, and they said they'll let me know. So it's up to them.
You put like a hasty sorry message in there too, Lance, just like in Sharpie, like, oh god.
Well, the sorry message should be that I thought it was after the Empire. So I was excited.
He put a copy of Johaku in there too.
So I knew it was going to Alex, and I thought about putting something else in there. And I had a plan of like I was going to put just a note or something. But then like literally it was like I woke up on Saturday morning, and like there have been so many times like I've always convinced myself the post office closes at 11:30 on Saturday. Right. But then it was like I was looking over at the clock, and it's a good, because I live out in the sticks, so it's a good 15-minute drive to get to the post office. And now I know that means nothing to a lot of people, but like I live in a relatively small Minnesota town, so it's like I live in the sticks and for that town, so it's just a straight stretch of road. I mean, literally, like I get on a road and I just head north for about 11 miles, and then you get to the post office. But it's lots of stoplights, and you when you get into town and everything like that. So it's and I was like, I looked at the clock and I was like, I go to the post office, but they're open until 11:30, and it was like 10:35, and I was like, oh no. And I was like, no, they close at 11, and I was just like, and I rest down, slant, and I have, as any board game enthusiast / media person / whatever knows, you have a mountain of boxes, unless you're Forrest and you get one box. You absolutely have to have, because it's just like that's the
can't
box.
help it, I'm not a hoarder, bro. Well, I'm not boxes anymore.
No. So I mean, like we actually have a in our garage, we actually have a pen for the boxes, and like because I just throw them on there, and then when it gets filled up, I have to go in and I tear them all down, throw in the back of my pickup, and I drive over. I'm actually kind of pissed off about that, because there used to be a recycling center 2 minutes from my house. And when COVID started, when the whole COVID thing started, after like 3 months, I drove out to my place, and then they had taken all of the dumpsters away. There was a pen next to these soccer fields that had like 20 some dumpsters in there. And they took them all away, and there was just this note that was hastily hammered into a post that said, due to COVID, we no longer use this as a collection spot. And it was just like, it's like, please use the next closest one. And the next closest one is literally like almost right next to the post office. And I have to drive like 15 miles out of my way to go to. I was so mad. I was just like, son of a bitch. But And the only thing left in there is that they have this this collection box for old books that you can drop off. It's something like books for children or something.
Yeah, where you can kind of go like a post. It's like a box, like a kind of, what are they, like almost like a donation thing where you can go back and donate books and kind of.
Yeah, they'll accept books, CDs, video games, and just basically stuff like it's for like Big Brother, Big Sister kind of thing or something like that. And so I've definitely dumped a ton of books. I don't know what you're gonna do with this 1985 chemistry book, but here you go.
You just
made old Glencoe and here's a good old Glencoe book before the partnership.
Here's a history book that that stops at 85. Just like because nothing happened after that. No, anyway.
What was that old? What was the name of that old history show that was on PBS? It was a learning show. McNeil Air.
I don't know, but I do remember the McNeil Lair Hour. I remember that. But,
Okay, so the reason why I'm saying that is because our history teacher, one of my other most stellar, Mr. Tipple, shower of videos, Lord of Videos, would show this one. And back then, there was a young actor who played the role of every freaking president and general ever. His name was Brad Pitt, and he was in there. Yeah,
I remember.
It was pretty funny. He used to say that. He was like, this guy, he's a young actor. He's hot now, but back then he was doing these silly little.
So I remember 7th or 8th grade. I had a science teacher that was Mr. Film Strip, or just basically I don't want to have to do a lesson plan. But I remember I was sitting there, and I remember this is like the first one when I realized you could get away with this, is that I was sitting there and we're watching some film strip about whatever. And I remember it was boring as hell. And I remember I put my backpack on and you didn't have desks. We had long tables where 2, 3, 4 people would sit at long tables. Now. And so I remember I put my backpack on the thing so I could just go like this and rest my head and watch the film strip. And I was just tired, and I just closed my eyes and I fell asleep. And I remember I woke up like seconds before they turned on the lights, and I woke up and I thought for sure somebody had seen me sleeping, and I looked around at everybody and nobody had paid any attention to me, and Mr. Wentz, the teacher, hadn't noticed, and I was like, oh, I can take naps in school. Nobody cares, nobody knows.
That did not go as smooth for me in a college class. I fell asleep, and I woke up to him waking me up in front of the whole class. That was not
in college. I almost failed. I almost failed out of freshman history class twice, and then I took Mr. Tipple's final year of school, and I took his test. I aced his test because I memorized the answers.
Nice.
He thought I was an idiot. He decided that I did not pass his class, and I cheated. So then I had to take a test with an administrator there. I took the test. I got it 100% again, because guess what he did? He gave me the same fucking test.
So he was just lazy.
Now, hold on. Here's the best part about it. I was in an accelerated math class, but he thought I was just being a smartass, which I was. But I just didn't like history. I just did not like to go to history class. I could not stand it. And he was so boring, and he was like, well, you're never going to get out of high school, whatever. I'm like, man, all I got to do is float off this AP shit. I'm straight. Nobody's going to say shit to me. I play great basketball. You can't say shit. So it really sucked. And I just thought about that. But in college, I had 2 great teachers, 2 great. And because we live in Wisconsin, we have to take native history. We have to take native history. And I went to a Catholic school, so you have to take, all these different things. So much history stuff, and it was just great. I had great teachers. They hit everything home, and I was just so into it. I'm so glad I went to college just for that part right there alone, other than teaching. But Aldi, my drink has produced another idea. I pitched this, and people go, "Oh, dude, no."
You're going to be the
Have you ever? Hey, I actually one of my favorite stories about college, but that isn't true, but it sounds like it'd be true. Those stories that people tell I forget what they're called, but the 4 guys go out partying or whatever, and when they should be studying for the big midterm the next day or whatever, and then they pass out and they wake up late for the test and they don't. So they come up with a plan. They go talk to the professor, who's of course the hard ass, right? And they say, it's like, we're so sorry for late for the test. He's like, oh, that's okay. You're just gonna flunk. You'll take it again next year. They're like, we can't do that. We were out of town, and we were driving back, and we had a tire blowout, and we ended up by the this of course wouldn't work anymore with cell phones, but back in the day we were in the middle of nowhere. There's no way we can get back. We just finally got back into town, and just please let us take the test. And he's like, all right, you can all take the test. So and then he puts them in the room,
and he puts them all in one corner of each room, and then he goes and gets the test, and he puts up and he makes it a point to staple an extra sheet on the top of each test, and he hands it out to him and says, "Which tire was flat?"
Oh, nice.
That's good shit right there.
I missed the final once. My friend called me. I was sitting at home and waiting for the final because I thought it was like at 7 p.m. or something. He goes, "Where were you?" He calls me and he's like, "Hey man, where were you?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "We just had the final. You went there." Like, fuck, what? He goes,
Fuck.
"Yeah." He goes, "I'll drive you. The final's still going on. If you want, I'll drive you and pick you up and take you to it." I'm like, "Yes, please." And I run in there and I'm like, it was over. Like there was like 2 people in the room. And I tell the guy, I'm like, "Sorry, I miswrote the time down." He's like, "Yeah, okay, you take it." I finished that test faster than any other test I've ever taken. Like the adrenaline was like,
yeah, I had that
pumping.
happen
I mean,
in
I
one of my
finished in, like,
classes too,
it
where,
was like
where I
physics 3
overslept.
final was like crazy hard.
We refused to take a final. We refused to take a final. I was in my math club. Yes, I know. I was in math club, and we had like a mutiny against our math teacher. We had a guy. We were taking a class called discrete structures.
Yep.
And
I know that class.
yeah, and we were. It was like one of the worst teachers ever. Like this is the type of teacher. Like day one, he invited us like to office hours. He had clear office hours, which were really weird hours because he took the bus to teach. So I was like, all right, it's weird. We got to figure it out, whatever. Well, it ended up where we had like a curve for our test. He recreated a curve for us because it was difficult. Like it was difficult. We were towards the end of our math degree stuff. So it was pretty crazy. And we weren't getting it because he was such a bad instructor. And he didn't show up for office hours before a test.
Oof.
And we were like, dude, you got to be here. And it was the first time I had like gotten to see in college. Like it was the first time since I had joined the Stritch the main university. And my coach was like, dude, like, I can't believe I have to say this. Like, I don't know if you can play. Like, I don't know. And I was like, what? He was like, well, you might want to check out your scholarship. I said, hey, man, I'll be right back. So I went down there, and like there were still people waiting for his office hours, and he wasn't there. It was like almost like out of movie. It was perfect. He wasn't there for his office hours. So we ended up he ran our math club too, but we did different stuff. And we were just like, dude, if you don't do this right and you're not here for our things, we're not going to show up to our final. We're not taking our final. And he was just like, what? Then the African folks took over and they were like yelling and all shit like that. They were pissed off too because they didn't want to have bad grades. Like nobody wanted to have bad grades. And we ended up telling, like, instead of going to the final, we went up to the dean, the math dean. And he let us, we worked out something, and then we ended up taking the test. And he really did not care. He was so pissed off, and he got fired right away.
Turns out collective action works, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. But I was worried the whole time because we actually didn't even meet. It was like after that event, because it was closer to the end of the semester, we didn't even meet for class for like a couple weeks. And then he was like, hey, we're going to have a review. We reviewed twice, and then we had our final. And that was it. Like we had 2-3 weeks, but we didn't even have class. It was crazy. It's completely crazy. But I was not going to lose my scholarship because of him. I was not going to lose. I said, I'm not going to let you make me lose my scholarship. That ain't happening. And when he looked at me, I was like, I'm not fucking kidding. You're not going to take this away from me. Because it was an academic scholarship. But still, it's basketball. Like in basketball, you still can't have bad grades. So it was like, I would have had 2 failures there. I wouldn't be able to play my junior year of basketball, college basketball, and fucking pissed, man. I would have been pissed. It would have been embarrassing. Oh my God, it would have been embarrassing. Yeah. But Aldi.
Yeah.
How about a live review on your BGG page? See?
Could be interesting.
It could be interesting. Oh boy. You know what?
No, I mean, I'd try anything.
I know you try anything.
I'm not trying to shut it down.
Yeah.
What would you do?
Let's
Like,
put the Alaboom live on BGG on Wednesday nights. You said you try anything.
He wants to gain subscribers, Lance.
That should have burned down real quick. Hey, you know what, Lance? Hey, I ain't coming.
We get reported in a minute.
I ain't coming. I know we would
look at
get.
that.
Dude,
I'll try anything. Oh, but that not
We
for
would-
one of my
oh my
oldest,
God.
dearest friends in the board game industry.
Aldi. Hey, Aldi.
But Freddie,
one week he would
Johnny
show up.
come lately. I'll be happy to.
One week he'll show up. We're like, hey, Lance, we're doing this live. He'll show up first week with a painted beard. He'll show up with a spray beard. The next week, when he gets negative feedback, you're like, Aldi be like, hey, man, we got a little bit of pushback. He's like, no, I'll change. He'll come back shaven.
No, I won't.
Drastic changes
That'd be
week
awesome.
1 to week 2.
So my other favorite tall tale thing about college is like there's of course once again there's the hard ass professor, like it has to work that way. There's the hard ass professor, and then there's the young guy, and like they come into the class, and this guy's all no funny business. You pay attention to my class. It doesn't matter. There's 250 people in the lecture. He takes roll every day. If you miss my class more than 3 times, don't bother showing up. I won't let you take the thing. He's just a hard-nosed guy. And so they get to the final, and he's like, this is the final. It'll comprise 60% of your total grade. You have exactly 2.5 hours to do this. If you're still doing when I say time, I will not accept your test. You will take a 0 on the test. It's like, goes through this whole process, and this guy gets in there, and he's doing this test or whatever, and like 250 people there, everybody's just quiet, they're facing the towards their things, and the guy calls time, and the guy's got one question left. It's like, of course every question is a long essay for him, and he kind of looks up and he sees the guy's way at the bottom. He's collecting all the tests. He's like, well, I got time, so he's like, I'll finish this question, that'll be okay. And then he looks up, and there's this teacher standing over him. He's got this big pile of these test booklets in his hand. He goes, I couldn't have been more clear. I said you had the allotted time, nothing extra. He's like, I will not accept your test. You're going to fail my class. And the guy gets up and he goes, you can't do that to me. Do you have any idea who I am? And he goes, no, I have no idea who you are. Furthermore, I don't really care. He says, great. He shoves his test inside his pile and runs out the door.
Wow.
I've heard that before.
Yeah, it's a
tall tale.
It's the wouldn't it be cool if this was true kind of thing, like it's those stories of like the people that go to Mexico and they find a Chihuahua and they're like, like they adopt it, but then they have to like sneak it past customs or anything like that because this poor dog was left in the thing, and they get home and they take it to the vet, and they're like, the vet says, this isn't a Chihuahua, this is a rat. It's just like, once again, it's like a tall tale.
Oh yeah, that's definitely an urban legend.
Yeah, it's like, wouldn't it be cool if kind of thing.
Oh hey Scott, I got a video for you, Marshmallows. I got a review.
I want to have a live video.
No. I'm just saying I did a review of your board game Geek Bowls. My buddy Brandon bought
really?
a
Awesome.
10-pack. And so I made a 4-minute little review where
Did you get the new ones or the old ones?
I don't know. Let me look at it.
Does it have the
He has a video where he's like throwing the old ones across the room and talking about how the new ones are much
Well, we've been
better.
ripped off 2 times.
This one crushes it.
It does. Bamboo
This
Bash
one
kicks the
crushes
shit out
it.
of Tic Tac Lumberjack. I don't care what anybody says.
Oh
when
my
that comes
God.
out,
Okay, now that
How
I've
many
stirred that
views have you
pot,
gotten on that video?
now that I've stirred that pot,
Insane.
it's 2:30 at night. I'm done for the night.
Right.
I'll see y'all.
See you, Alex. Thanks for coming on, man.
Can't
Is
see
this
it.
the new one or the old one?
Does it have the old logo head, or what is this?
Yeah, it's got the geek face on it.
Okay, the
I
guy.
don't know. I don't think you really see that in the review, honestly. I didn't zoom
I'm
in.
just curious which ones you got. I don't know. I mean, they're the same except for the logo.
Yeah, I ended up smashing a couple bowls in the video, but it turned out well. Not these bowls, but like glass bowls.
Did you hit it with a Talk Woman?
I did. I know I slapped a Bauer's Best seal on it, actually.
Okay,
How much
cool.
I like them. I
Thank
think
you.
they're great.
Yeah, I think they're awesome.
Nah, but I broke a couple of my kitchen bowls for the intro.
I actually have 2 knockoffs that copied it to a T on Amazon. Like there's a secret feature on there that unless you know to identify it,
Is there like a
they
hologram
copied
seal?
it. They copied it exactly.
Can you? What? Oh, there's a secret. Okay, there's
Well, there's something on there. If you were making those bowls, you would probably not think about.
Okay, so it's not a
As-
secret feature for
It's
me.
not a secret feature, but it's a feature that was thought about and designed with a specific reason. that I think most people would not like if they're coming up with it on their own would not think about. Can
Like
you
the
figure it out?
stripe on a dollar bill or the $100 bill now.
Well, no, it's just like
Most
a little
people wouldn't
thing.
even
It's a
look
little
for
design
it,
feature
but-
we added,
yeah.
and I was thinking, wow, that's really smart. And this is Chatty Boy, who did it, and he's like, yeah. I just thought that this would, help secure the knobs to the hole. I'm like, wow, that's really smart. I don't know who would come up with that. The people who copied it came up with it too. So we must have been.
Well, they're great.
Can you see where it is?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly right. Like if you were making those, you would not notice that little feature.
Oh, is it on the bottom where there's actually it's raised up? Is that it?
It's a ring raised up
Yeah.
around the hole.
Oh yeah, now that you mentioned it,
Like
that definitely does
specifically
make a
added
difference.
on purpose, so I can tell who knocks us off. Because I mean, did anybody think about that? Maybe, but
Oh,
I don't know. Anyway,
I
You
just
play
had
kick-ass bowls, Scott. Kick-ass.
Thanks, man.
stupid
Yeah, they're
ass
awesome.
teacher.
I want more
Again.
colors.
That's the other thing. We actually got to use them for a game, and I realized how perfect they are.
I use them
Like
all the time.
The few games that don't like give you something to really mark what color you are, these work so well. We all had our own unique colors.
Oh, okay.
I don't know
That's
what
fine.
the hell happened. I'm not blaming anybody here, but I don't know. I backed something with Peter's Kickstarter, then I bought some with you, and I don't.
Oh,
think
he
I
did the
have
game
all-
trays. I didn't know he did a games trays.
I don't even know what I had. Like
Kickstarter.
I don't know what I'm supposed
He did
to
the
have. I don't feel like
he
I'll
did
have
the
everything.
burgundy ones or red or something like that.
I don't have those.
Orange.
They didn't
too.
send them to you.
think I do.
Did anybody back that game trays thing? Not game trays. It was the thing where it had like the spinner in the middle and you could put bit holders around it. We talked about it for a while. I
No.
forget the name of it. Where you could
But let-
customize the edges.
Oh, I think I know
really?
what you're
You remember
talking
that?
about.
Did anybody
Don't
get that yet?
remember
Did
the
anybody
name
back it?
though.
Nobody backed it. What was the name of that one, Lance? Do you remember?
I don't remember. The only spinner I remember is I remember one time when I ordered some games from Boulder Games. This is for some people who know what we're talking
Boulder
about.
names?
Yeah,
Did they put
it's-
a candy in the box?
They put candy, but I got a handful of these little fingers. That like
What? Okay.
okay.
Oh, the
spinner.
Okay.
The
finger.
finger spinner because it gets
Spinning
the-
finger.
It had like it was perfectly weighted, so it was centered, and there was a little spot, and
The fickle finger of fate.
yeah, and it was just this finger that would point like this, and it was like it would lay flat on your table, and you'd spin it, and so it was a first player. It's like who goes first, then it would stop, and you're like, okay, yeah, you're first.
God, I think it was Token Sesame. I just used the Googles.
That's it. Token Sesame. Did anybody back that? Nobody did. Okay.
I was gonna
just
say
wondering.
that's not the finger. What are you talking about?
I should have backed it just to see what it was, but I'm like, I'll never use it.
Looks like 4,500 people backed it. Almost.
Yeah, so it was quite successful.
Yeah.
I just wonder if anybody actually has used it.
Well, would it have delivered yet? It was.
The fickle finger of fate guy called me and asked me if I wanted to acquire it.
Did you?
They're
I don't know.
remaking
I
the
don't.
molds.
I think it lost its interest. I think with apps like picking first players, like a physical spinner is not.
I knew for the longest
It's
time
not as fun.
I had that one thing that would shock the person. You put your finger in the four.
Yeah,
I
shocking
had that.
roulette.
I had that for the longest time, which that
Shocking roulette, right?
Yeah, the
It
shocking
would go.
roulette.
It would play the song like like some music, and then it would.
Oh,
shock
I
you.
still have it over there. I could probably find it, but I'm not going to shock
Yeah,
myself
shock you.
with
Put
it.
your play all four spots.
No, well, because
Come on.
I lose. No, but that was fine. First player marker. You don't put them in there. You see like this because it wasn't.
Do you remember the chain reaction one where you had to whoever pulled the trigger last would get shocked? Do you remember
Yes,
that
I remember that one too. But I mean that shock roulette, it wasn't pleasant. I mean, during first.
one? No, it
player,
was a
you're
good
like-
shock. It
Yeah, it was.
It
It was
didn't
I mean,
hurt, but it was like, oh, I don't like that.
yeah, it was. It was
Yeah, I
definitely
was
not
gonna
one of those.
say,
Oh
it
yeah,
wasn't
this
pleasant.
is fine.
It could
Yeah,
be
it's-
more than a couple milliamps.
You know what's
illegal.
you
It was
know what's
nothing.
crazy is
It's
my
like when you
son-
put your tongue on a Duracell, like
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like a
My-
9-volt. Yeah.
yeah, 9-volt.
My son has you've seen him before, like the crocodile dentist thing, but my son just has a shark where you open it up and like each person takes a turn clicking one of the teeth down.
Right.
And, like because it's one
It'll
of
snap on
20
somebody.
teeth and there's one tooth
Oh,
that'll
yeah.
cause the thing to. We usually play that like 2 or 3 times before we go to bed, and it is like, I mean, it gets tense when it gets down to like 5 teeth. You're just like, You know, and the thing is that if you touch it and you just put a little bit of pressure on it, you can tell. You can tell like which
Is it
one it
random
is.
every time?
Oh yeah, it is. It is. It
Huh,
is
I wonder
completely.
how it
I
works.
spent a good hour and a half one night just writing down, like numbering each tooth and running down to see if it was actually random. If
If there was a pattern.
Well, I wanted to know if there was a pattern, so
Christ,
I
you're a
could just
killjoy.
beat my son every single time.
Testing
I
to
was
see if you're
just-
actually inside the matrix or
Yeah,
not.
I mean, it was. You know, I got my jeweler's glasses out. I was like, all right, let's just check this thing out. Click, you know, and I would be like, but yeah,
I wonder how
is.
it does that.
No, well, it's I've seen the insides on videos. It's basically when you click it up, every time it slams down, that's the randomizer. So like when it
Oh,
slams
so something
down,
will spin and
there's
it'll,
a thing that'll like spin, and then so when you
and it makes the hole. Yeah.
yeah,
I get it.
it's locked up in the place, and then when you open it up, it locks it into you know, and then you're like, but you're
I
like,
love
click.
I love stuff like that.
And there's a pretty classic video of these guys that have taken, like, it's a crocodile, but isn't the shark one, where they've taken the top teeth and they've replaced them with razor blades. And the people, and you see their fingers are just covered in scars and stuff like that.
Why would you do such a thing?
Because who knows? Because they're idiots.
I mean, I thought shocking roulette was a little much. I mean, it gives you a good shock. It's not.
Oh, I know it isn't pleasant at all. I mean, it was definitely one of those things where it was like, I'll just go last. You know,
Be a man. Use a taser.
Was it between two cities that came with a deck for first player choosing? I want to say it was, and I remember.
Can't remember.
I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I had a he gave me a promo card on that. It was definitely that one.
Yeah, I remember that being like almost worth mining just to pull out for your games. Always, it was a neat.
Well, there was a
feature.
game called First Player from Bezier that had like little games you would have to play to decide who was first player.
I got a voting game called the no, that's never mind. That's not first player. Never mind. Shut up, Forrest.
Shut up, Forrest.
I'll check the
Shut up,
video.
Forrest.
Well, thank you. They got a good review.
No, I did one that was the pick the game where you would actually have 4 or 5 games out on the table and everyone would play cards to decide which game.
Why?
I remember that.
Why does that remind? There was wasn't there a thing that says what should we play tonight or something like that? Or
Yes, some guy did that for he printed out you could put your collection into it and it would make cards and you could print them out. It was like or it was an app or something. What was it? Yeah,
Something like that sounds like an app
or something. Gosh, the old days of BGG.
How do you organize your game nights? Because basically I just give people a list of stuff that arrived in the last 2 weeks or like things that I need to play, and then they just pick them.
I normally have
when
mine
we had
set
game
up.
nights.
I just let people pick them. Like I'm like, yeah, I'll just pick them. Or when I give stuff to people, they have to bring it back and teach me.
Well, for me, it's usually, like I usually have a game specifically that I want to play.
Exactly. Usually I do. I have one that I'm like, maybe this is the one night we have this one, without a doubt.
But for the most part, back when I used to have people over for game nights, and then it wasn't a, hey, I need to play this, because I need to review it.
You need content.
Yeah, I mean, it was usually like, what's a game that we all know how to play and we don't have to read the rules, and then let's play that, because it was. I know, once again, these are tropes that I keep saying over and over again. I when I go to conventions, I think that like one of the saddest things that I'll see, and you see it at so many conventions, and I realize that other people don't mind. It's like it's a table of 4 people. 3 people are sitting on their phones looking at something, and one person's got the rules like this.
Yeah.
And then once in a while they look at the board. Okay, yeah, put that there. Okay.
Yep.
And it's like 45 minutes later, you see they've just finally started. And it's like,
you know what I do? I swear to God, if I can find, I actually will do this. And even when I was like not creating content, which was not for long, when I was still going, when I started going to conventions like this, I would find the designer. I was like big on finding the designer. Like I used to say, even like, especially when I worked with a lot of indies, so I'll be like, hey, they'd be like, hey, this is my game, da da da. I'm like, are you the designer? I used to say that. Are you the designer? And they'd be like, well, he's hosting a game over here. Well, even if I wasn't playing, I would sit down and watch them play, because I just rather know the game from the designer, because even the publisher sometimes, and I'll tell you, there's a really person that's under hot water right now, and it's absolutely hilarious because 2 years ago I saw it where they didn't even know how to explain the theme of the game, and they didn't know the mechanics of the game, and the designer was right there, and he was just like, "Nope, that's not accurate, and that's not how it goes."
That's a terrible spot to be in.
It was a terrible spot. Like, it was actually pretty. I mean, I was trying not to laugh, and I was just like, "All right." And then it checked out 2 years later. It checked out big time because there's still fallout of it.
Oh,
so,
did any of you guys go to the castle? Do the Castle Tricon thing last weekend?
Ooh, look at you!
I was going to, but I didn't.
It's pretty fun. Yeah, it's really cool. It's like you're in a 3D world flying around. It's like it's like
CG
extra
thing?
life.
The CG.
Yeah,
the Second Life thing. Yeah,
it's a little Second Life.
Yeah, the Second Life.
Pretty cool. But the thing is, it's like if you fly into a zone that turns on your camera and microphone, it just turns on. Like you cannot stop it. So I was
not good.
Like picking my nose and like, what? Oh no, I'm good. But accidentally walked into a whole group of people talking and like, the person you're looking for is over there. Like, oh, okay, sorry.
Well, no, I like the one. What was that Atlanta one I was on like a month or so ago with that? Like you're walking like as a digital character, like a digital kind of like old school Zelda like character walking through.
Oh, yeah, was that the top down one?
Yeah, where you like you're walking around and you actually walk up to the little booth. And when you walk into the booth, your camera is you like walking to the booth and saying, "Hey," and then like you can actually look at the table, look what people are doing, and then be like, "Hey, like, can you tell me about the game?" And it was really cool. I was like,
that's like way more engaging than just
no, seriously,
tabletop simulator only.
It was like people got a chance to be rude, just like in a con. And like, no, I'm serious though. It was like the guy came, like people were lurking, like people could lurk. They could lurk, like a good lurk, and the person could be. I watched the interaction. The guy was like, "Oh, can I help you?" He was like, "Yeah. What is this game? Can you tell me about the game?" And then one guy was like, "Hey, you're playing. Can you tell me how you feel about the game?" And da da da. And then the designer was like, "Hey, this game is into this. It's coming to Kickstarter." I'm like, that's no different than being at a convention. Like that's about as good as it's gonna get. And then when I left that game, I was just walking up and down the alleys, and there was still the same guy sitting at his thing and not paying attention. So I walked away.
Just like a real con. Yeah.
I had the digital real experience. I had the game that I walked up to and I saw the rule book that they had there. I looked at it. I wasn't interested. I kept walking. Everything that I do at a con was there.
That's actually great.
Yeah, I was like, this is awesome. I have to ask him. It's a guy who does. By the way, this is a really fun little game. It's got that classic feel. It's called Questing Cannons.
I've been looking at that. That's really
Eric Keller. The best thing about what he's doing is he's playing with everybody. Like anybody who wants to play, he's playing with everybody, and it's such a tight game. It's hard to pass up. So it's like one of those types of games where it's like you have to decide, do you want a game that's heavier or lighter at that point? Because it's one of those games. It's just like right in the middle. Do you
it
want
looks
something
great. I mean, visually,
it's really good, dude.
It's got a great table presence. Look, I haven't seen it physically. But
when he showed me the one prototype he had, I was like, yeah, man.
Does he have a prototype printer? Like, it looks like he's printing punchboard or something.
I don't know what he's doing, but it looks good. And I told him, I said, I think he was contemplating it at the time because it might have been more like 2 months ago. And I was just like, I'm sure those prototypes are expensive, but even if you get like 3, you just send them around. I think for this game, it'd be worth it.
Lance, did I ever tell you what after the Empire prototype cost us to send around? Because we 3D printed all the walls and everything.
It was a lot.
Like $350 a copy with shipping off. Yeah. Lance got one of them back when. Yeah.
Trying to make me feel bad right now.
Hey, Scott, would something like Jeremy was saying be possible for like BGG Con this year? Since you're not I'm assuming you're not having it. Like, could you set something up where like there's a main hall you go?
Let the record show I do feel bad.
And then from there, you can move into different rooms. Like,
I mean, we have Discord. I don't know.
No, I mean something.
It's not our. I don't know. I don't know what to do.
It's not
honestly.
your brand. Yeah,
Because we did spend a lot of time on cons last year.
Yeah.
I just feel like the move is different though. Like I just feel like, don't you feel like everything is we're year one now though, not year zero? I feel like it was year zero last year. Like we were just trying to figure out if anybody even
people were
gave a
trying to do
shit.
anything and see what worked. I mean,
right? Like it was just
but
like
it was a struggle getting people to come to this thing.
I don't think we're in year one though, because I just think I think what's going to happen, especially now that they move those vaccine dates up, Gen Con's going to say, "All right, fuck it, we're going." And once people get that taste of the real thing,
but here's the thing: fuck it, we're going equals how many people?
Yeah, I don't think attendance will be high.
50,000. Why are you they're saying that everybody should be vaccinated by like a couple months before.
By the way,
vaccinated.
By the way, no. This is easy. The fact that you are so misinformed that you think that 40% of the population, I'm giving you 40%, trust me, by October will be vaccinated. Do you know what it takes? Do you know what it takes to organize people? To organize people.
Biden said that anybody who wants a vaccine will have it by the end of May.
Man, let me tell you, there was a lot of people who said a lot of things about rolling out this vaccine.
Well, I'm not saying that it's going to happen,
ago.
but I'm saying Gen Con's going to be like, all right, there you go. President says it's going to happen. We're going to open the doors August 5th through August 9th. Here we go.
That's not how states work.
Yeah, but we're in Indiana. Nobody.
That's not how states work.
Yeah, but Jeremy, I live in Indiana. No one.
I know
cares.
that. I'm just
Nobody
saying.
Cares. I went to the grocery store a couple days.
Last time I checked, did they only allow people in Indiana to go to Gen Con?
Well, what does that matter? What does that matter?
What does it matter? It matters that just because it's in, okay. But you were saying we're Indiana. We don't give a shit.
Right.
Other people in the world do give a shit and maybe aren't feeling comfortable about going to a convention.
Oh, you're going that route. And here's
you can open the doors.
You think the 50,000 people come from Indiana?
Nobody's going to go.
No. I understand. I thought you were saying there were regulations that were going to. I was looking at it.
I would tell you this. There's still no way that Indiana would say 50,000 people could congregate
in August. I disagree.
I don't think.
I mean, Texas opened up. Texas freaking opened up.
Texas is not. Yeah. Texas is not your point. Texas is damn near a different country, bro. Like.
We have no electricity running water. You want to follow us?
I'm serious. Trust me.
No. I'm saying Texas is just as red as Indiana.
That's not your bar. That is not your bar. Texas is a damn near a whole.
You don't think they're going to slap it down again when thousands of people start dying again?
I'm sorry.
I mean,
I even expect them. I even expect.
You know what I thought of today, and I'm not. I hesitate to even bring this up because I'm scared to bring this up a little bit. Remember back when South Dakota decided, they said, "Hey, you know what? Screw you. We're going to have the motorcycles.
We're not locking down at all.
We're not locking down. We're going to have all the motorcycle people here, right?" And all those people went and and the thing is that like there was really no good way because of the fact that people came from all over.
Yep.
To Sturgis, and then left. There was really no good way to track who got sick and who didn't, from that. And and everybody just forgot about that. Everybody just forgot that
Lance, I got the best piece of information about that. So this fun fact is the most horrifying fun fact from that whole thing, in my opinion.
I like it.
Which is that, Smash Mouth was like the headliner, right? At the music there.
Rockstar.
Somebody did the math, and by the averages and by what they assume, statistically speaking, that Smash Mouth concert will have killed more people than 9/11.
Wow.
Smash Mouth, died for Smash Mouth.
I'm not putting
dark math
on here or anything like that.
I'm not putting think about those guys that don't even like Smash Mouth.
So I'm not.
I like that dark math.
First of all,
Smash Mouth is the last concert you'll ever see.
Time out.
I will find dark math to share here every week if we do.
Okay, I have 2 points. That is one. Like, if you're just gonna say law of averages, that's what happened. Fine.
Yep,
but
no one knows.
But it isn't documented. And two, I would posit that the aftermath of 9/11 killed more people with like all the cancer and
Definitely.
everything from the people. So it is a fun grab you headline.
Yeah,
I'll give
it's
you
a
that.
terrifying. It's a dark math fun fact. There you go. But it's not.
Here's the deal.
proven.
It's like
Hashtag
everybody just forgets that there was hundreds of thousands of people not wearing masks, just congregating in Sturgis, South Dakota, and it's just like, and everybody just kind of forgets about it. Like it was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they're doing that. And you heard a couple of stories here and there. Oh yeah, these people got sick and these people died. I'm not trying to make light of their tragedy. I mean, people dying sucks, period. And I'm not trying to make light of it, but like nobody ever pointed to it saying, look at these idiots who went here and now there's like 7,000 whatever people died after getting. And so what this is once again not. I had COVID. It sucks. It is shitty. It is not something that to take lightly. I mean, it was like I was worthless for like 5 days. It was just like, as far as like chronic pain and just not feeling good. And I'm still feeling the effects of it. And so I'm not taking it lightly or anything like that. It's a real thing. So, but it's also like one of those things where it's like, since nobody can draw a parallel to it and saying, look, all these people were idiots and like, look how, since you can't prove something really, really bad happened to them, everybody's just like, well, that doesn't fit in our narrative. So we're just never going to talk about Sturgis anymore. We're not going to bring it up. We're not going to talk about it. And that popped into my head. I was like, I mean, it was almost weird. It was like people wanted to hear about like tens of thousands of people getting sick at this giant bike rally, and then having like some sort of weird domino effect of like these people like, and it most likely happened, but because we couldn't actually connect the dots and prove that it did happen, then and then so this ties into the conversation about the convention is that if we do have one of these big giant conventions, if Origins happens or if Gen Con happens or like that, I would posit that it will be very hard to connect the dots as well. So a bunch of people descend upon Indianapolis. They're there for 4 days. They mingle around. Some people are vaccinated. Some people aren't. Some people are wearing masks. However the process is, right? And then after 4 days, people leave and they go home. And then like 2 or 3 days later, all of a sudden, oh, I'm not feeling well. Well, did you get it when you were at the convention? Did you have it like, did you catch it in the airport? Did you, it's one of those things where it's like, I think like if we have a big giant convention, because we won't be able to point to it and say, look how stupid this was, we can't do this because we can't point to it and have hard fact and data behind it. It's like, I worry that we're going to, and then people are like, well, it's fine. Let's go. Let's have big giant congregations of people. Open up the football stadium.
70,000 people got it yesterday.
Here's my question.
We're not even close to that.
No, I have a question. This is the question. If it's the end of May, is what he's saying. Let's say in a perfect world that actually happens, and everyone who wants a vaccine can go get a vaccine. End of May. That leaves June, July, August before we would potentially get into Gen Con, and chances are there's going to be another large convention that happens before that. Somebody's going to do it. Comic-Con, PAX, somebody's going to do it.
Nobody's going to have that. Nobody's going to have that. Go ahead.
Liability is
how can you possibly say that? Like
you just named conventions where almost was like, how many people go to Comic-Con? Like what, 80 to 100,000?
It's massive. Yeah.
Right. So that's not happening, and it's also in LA. So no, that's not happening. So let's be realistic. Let's cut. Name another one.
What makes you say?
Name another one.
No. I've got a question. What makes you say? Let's be realistic. Once the vaccines are in people's veins, once we're like,
Forrest. Give me a number. Give me a number. Give me a number that you think. Like, even if you say, "Hey, man, I'm just giving you just to prove that I'm right." The percentage of Americans, even if you say that want to get vaccinated, will be vaccinated by August of the American population.
Wait, is that a number? Are you asking a question?
Just give me a percent. Like,
I have no ungodly clue. I'm not trying to speak like that. I'm just
saying safe enough where you would even take your children to a place like that would potentially have in a day. What, like, how many people cycle through Gen Con in a day? Possibly. what, 20?
30.
20, 30? Yeah.
Something like that.
So a Friday, right? So you would be taking your spot to a cycle of 20,000 people with your children. Masks, just free no masks.
Iffy masks, right?
Yeah, iffy
Some
masks.
people wear them.
Iffy masks.
I would have to. I'll tell you what, I can't give that answer now because I got to see how many people start like how well the vaccine works. To be honest with you.
So with that being said, we are on March 1st with what percentage are people vaccinated now? I don't know. Wisconsin is 13%.
Texas is
like
what
10.
7%, I think, right now.
So okay. So with that amount of people, we are expecting this drastic amount of increase to the point where you can think of over a weekend, 50,000 people. I'm just gonna take away 15,000 from Gen Con just as a whole for the whole week, just because people won't come.
Yeah.
But 50,000, let's say 50K people come. They would allow up to 50K people to come through the doors for a weekend in Indy. Even like I don't give a fuck Indy, which I was at Indy. They really don't give a fuck. But I would just say not 50,000. I give a fuck though. Not 50,000. Like, hey, we're bringing in conventions, and just to let you know, we're kicking it off USA with the biggest convention and gaming convention in the US.
I think let's say it's way smaller. Then how does a con make it work? Do they just up the cost, or do they just lower the room?
No. I actually wouldn't even table that until I knew like that was even happening, because it would just be like, let's say we cut it to 20K, 5 a day, right? 4 or 5 a day.
Yeah.
That does nothing for anybody, honestly.
All right, here I'm going to ask you this then. Do you think that there is any truth to the supposition that if, say, a Gen Con doesn't hold their convention, that they are in danger of financial bankruptcy?
I think they can make you believe that. Yeah.
They could Chapter 11.
They could Chapter 11 that. Yeah.
Probably survive it, maybe.
And they can also move it somewhere, right? They moved it from Milwaukee to Indy.
By the way, anybody doing Gen Con this weekend?
Yeah.
You know it's coming up like in 2 days?
Yeah.
Oh, you're doing it? Okay.
Yeah.
I've seen the schedule.
Yeah. I'll be digging into it big time.
Okay. You're gonna consume it.
Yeah, I'm gonna consume
it
pretty hard. I'm interested in some of the stuff that's going on, so I'm gonna try it.
Yeah, if I have time, I'll tune in.
I'll tune in. See what I just want to
I
see what
got
everybody's
shelves
doing.
coming into the house this weekend.
But the people who are
Calyx, you calyxing it up?
Lundia.
All right, I want to.
Well, what time?
You know Lundia?
No, what's Lundia?
It's great. Google it. It's a rebrand or remake of Scandia, which I used to buy from Container Store. They're awesome.
But
What
tell
are they
me,
made out of?
give me a link.
What's the name? Mike Young uses those.
LUNDIA.
Okay, but what kind of shells am I looking at here? LUNDIA?
Yeah.
I also want to point out one thing: 25,000 people went to the Super Bowl in February. This is in August. I think all of you.
Okay,
are
but
greatly
hold on. Where's the Super Bowl held?
But how many people died? We're at 500,000 dead.
Do some research into how they handled those 25,000 people
it
in that
was
giant stadium.
Like that giant fucking stadium.
Do some research
before access to a giant stadium. Like
you honestly think they're gonna have gaming tables set up in Lucas Oil Stadium?
They have for the last few years, Lance.
With all those people that are good, they want to go. You honestly think that like the people that like for the Gen Con experience that they want, are they going to have all those people playing games there, plus the vendor hall, plus the events, plus the symposiums, plus like everything going on in Lucas Oil Stadium?
Okay,
they have the exhibitor hall. They have the entire convention center and they have Gen Con. I'm just
okay. So now I'm going to put you in the convention. Okay. So I'm going to put you in the convention. So we've gone from 6 feet to no feet, assholes to elbows, walking through on a hot Friday afternoon. Right. 1 p.m. Everybody's running and bumping against each other, trying to get to games. We're also high demo tables. We know everybody's not using the fucking, the pumps and shit like that. They've run out of pumps. Nobody knows what the fuck to get the pumps. And they were supposed to be provided by Gen Con or Origins or whatever. It's all fucked. And people are demoing like crazy. Food on their hands, kids. I'm just fuck that. Man, fuck
Yeah, what's the hurry?
What's the hurry? Like,
I'm
what
not-
are you
Hurry.
missing out on? What are you
make it
missing
sound
out
like
on?
I am going to speak this into existence. I just think that people are
I
not
know.
going to be as cautious as you are.
I think you are right.
Yeah.
I think you're right. If you open the floodgates to 65,000 people, at least 1,000 people will go. At the least, the people will still go. Of course, since it's an indie, a big chunk of them are going because they want to be outside. It's right there. It's right down the street. It'd be hard not to, right? And if you're working for a big company, it'd be hard for them to say, hey, like, you either go or you don't have a job, right? I understand that there's a lot of pressure with that. And I'm not really willing to take people to task. In all cases, they got to decide. It is risky as fuck, but I'm sorry, like, it just ain't worth it, man.
Okay, so here's my question.
Even-
Just to put a little another notch in the thing, even with the vaccine, you are not guaranteed to not get sick and not die. There's failure percentages.
Probability. That's what I was going to ask. I don't know. Like, I know I'm so far away from getting it.
It's in the 90s if you get certain
I don't
types.
give a shit. 90s?
Oh.
Good. I'll be there. I mean,
Yeah,
if it's 90 percentile, and I
had
got a good
couple.
immune
I
system.
had a couple scares. You know what I'm saying? Condoms don't work either.
I don't know. Game convention doesn't seem really worth it. A 10% chance of dying.
Hey, let's just say I was waiting it out, bro.
No. I want to shut you down right there, Scott. That is incredibly misleading, and you fucking know it is.
What?
Timeout. What?
10% chance you're going to get it. 10% chance you're going to get it. And you don't know if you're going to die or not if you get it.
Well, you just got a 10% chance of dying.
Yeah.
Like, it's a 10% chance of getting it with the vaccine.
Sure.
On top of your chance of percent. So yeah, that is.
So
Forrest,
that's not over the.
You're saying there's a chance.
Saying there's a chance.
So Forrest,
the percentages don't.
Again,
the answer is yes, and you know the answer is yes.
No. I'm saying, I like. Let's just say, I put 10 Skittles in front of you and say you have to eat one of them, but one of them will kill you. Would you eat one of the Skittles?
That literally is what Scott just said, which is not the case.
No. Just follow my train of logic here. Just forget what Scott said and follow my train of logic. I put 10 Skittles in front of you and I say one of these will kill you. Would you eat one?
No.
If I put 100 in front of you, would you eat one?
No.
If I put 1,000 in front of you, would you eat one?
No, because there's no incentive for me to eat it.
No. Like, and then the other thing is that you get to go to Gen Con. You can eat one, and you get to go to Gen Con.
No big deal. No big deal. Just 1,000. There's just one in there.
If I put 1,000 in front of you and you eat one Skittle, would you? And then you get to go to Gen Con.
But once we get to the 10,000, yes.
Okay.
And I think that would probably be about the COVID number, because that's the likelihood of getting into a.
But you're also going to bring your family too.
No, I'm not. I don't
But
bring
you would bring your closest friends too. Like, you're all going to be together. You're also going to be together. By the way, the people that you brought with you, right, before, they would be your team. They'd be sharing a room with you, right? So all those people have collected all the germs and possibilities for you and brought them back to you. So they've helped your odds. They've helped not only your odds. They've not only helped your odds, they helped your family's odds too, by the way. So when you bring them home, when you come home, who says you wash your clothes all the time like everybody else doesn't? And now you've helped everybody at home catch all the possible germs that you've created and came back home.
Thanks, Forrest.
And to Scott's point, we also have to remember viral load, because the amount you're exposed does increase the severity of what you actually get.
Okay, so what exactly are you guys waiting?
I mean, I'm not trying to like.
No, and I'm
prove it.
asking that as an. Well, here's the thing. I get it all you're saying, but it's like once I get the vaccine, I'm good. I'll still wear the mask and everything like that, but I'm gonna start living my life.
It's just so good for you.
But you
That's
can
right.
spread it
It's so
still.
good for you.
Yeah.
To be fair, he's given the example that's probably true of a lot more Americans than we want.
And that's exactly that's what I'm saying. Like, what he's saying is exactly what people like. I even heard somebody, a publisher, say, "I'm like, I get it. You get the shots. Like, Jesus, just stop." I actually don't. I remember my mom used to say that, or Chris Rock, was the Chris Rock joke too. Like, man, nobody gives a shit about you. Like, nobody has to give a shit about you. Like, we care about you, and that's how people are. They don't care. Like, they care about themselves, their family. Community is not what it used to be. You know, like, it's not what it used to be. Like, people don't care about the welfare of others. They just care about the people they got to skirt around. And like, when people get like a vaccine, this proves it. So it's like, once this vaccination happens, even more people are going to complain and say, like, I want to go out. Why can't I go out? Why can't I go out? I am vaccinated. And you can't tell me anymore. I've been inside all the time. I'll take my risk. Don't tell me what I can do. So before it was like quarantine, let's be safe. People kind of like tuck down. They're like, all right, I see it. I get it. I understand. But then it's like, once I get vaccinated, they're like, well, this is just like the fucking flu shot, right? I'm good. Like, I'm good. Like, what am I going to do? Like, you can't tell the common man, as I said, you can't tell the common man, like, they can't do stuff for only so long. People are going to stick their chest out. I'm American. I can do what the fuck I want to do. You get your shot. Then you just added confidence to that. You know, it's like, fuck you. Get out of my way. I'm going to go grab whatever. You know, fuck your line limits, Apple. I got money. You want my money? You know, like it's going to be tough. As we get closer to,
I think we got to pay attention to what happens in Texas.
But you're not going to find people signing off on congregation, things like that. Otherwise, the sports would have done it. They would have done it.
Yeah. And I think you're talking about now versus 4 months from now, and it's going to be a completely different landscape.
What do you think? What do you think? Give me the world that you think we're going to be living in 4 months. The U.S., the United States.
Okay, and I want you to know this is not what I want.
This is absolutely ridiculous conversation on both ends.
Scott, is this one of those predictions you're going to write down?
By the end of the summer,
this is too dark of a prediction to write
down. By the end of the summer.
So wait, it is. This is good. He said
it's March. It's March.
This will be easy to remember. 4th of July this year. This is Forrest's prediction.
Whoa, no! I just said by the end of the summer.
Actually,
I think by the end of the summer, you're going to
actually 4th of July is a good event because 4th of July will be the congregation of a lot of people who are potentially going to be outside during the summer. Vaccinations will be moving forward. Do you still feel like, even in small communities, like we have Summerfest, which is one of the biggest freaking music conventions in the United States. I think it's actually the biggest one now, but we have a gigantic fireworks presentation. Think about July, we're gonna have that presentation. Everybody gonna be outside, laying on blankets and shit. I bet you're gonna have to scuttle them motherfuckers. I bet you're gonna have to scuttle people right up out of there because they're gonna be like, I can come here. No, it's not open.
I am lucky because I have a lake place, so we just go there and it's big enough that we can just shoot.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, you got spots, like people will do their private lawn shit, like we always do, but like none of that lakefront shit, none of it. I'm sorry, it's just it sounds so good. I wouldn't want it to happen, but I will not go to a convention until it's.
Well, that's
like
not
mask
what I'm
optional.
I'm not talking about
like
what
the number is like there, something there.
It's
like,
what I think is going to happen. And here's the thing: I think most of you deep down probably think that it's probably going to fucking happen too, because half the country is going to be like, "Yeah, fuck it, we want to go," and then probably half of the other half is going to be like, "All right, fuck it."
But they don't have a convention to go to. It doesn't matter who they fall. They don't have a convention to go to. That's the most important.
No, but okay. And I don't want to. I want to say this. This is my opinion on this. Is that what it comes down to as far as a convention happening? It comes down to the people that actually run the convention, and whether or not they are personally like. It's basically how much financial trouble, like how much financially do they need that convention to happen? And that's going to weigh against, will I be okay with the fact that I'm inviting a bunch of people here? And it's quite possible that those people are going to die because they came to my convention.
Exactly.
And so quite honestly, if you run a convention and you aren't considering that, because like if that's why Scott said I'm not going to be first. You know, like if the people that run Gen Con are saying, you know what, I think it's okay. We got a lot of people that really want to come here. In the back of their heads, they have to then decide. It's not a like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. No. There are going to be people
that are going to go to that convention who think it's going to be fine and it's going to be safe, even if they got the vaccine, and they are going to get sick and they are going to die because Gen Con happened.
Dude,
and for the rest of their lives, they're going to have to think about the fact that, well, if we hadn't had the convention, that wouldn't be on me.
Okay, so I've got a question.
Could you picture the levels of? You remember Concrud, right? Concrud. You remember Concrud?
COVID vid or the convid?
Yeah. No, I'm just saying. You remember Concrud, right?
Yep.
Like, do you just realize the potential of just? I almost want to say it. I just want to be a little dismissive and just say the whole bunch of bullshit people deal with, like with Concrud. Whatever people are making it up or not, or people are getting sick or not. There's people get really sick, like 2 weeks sick, like very sick, and I've seen it. I've seen people get sick before they even fucking leave. So there, it is like that plus other potential things. Like some content creators are under a lot of pressure, man, and they will go to any lengths at risk. They risk their mental health and all that stuff just to go to a fucking convention or take too many things and make themselves, man, somebody will go there with a compromised immune system, go there and get fucking sick. It's a whole situation. It just, if you think they can't afford to not have a convention, what if they have a convention and then somebody dies from that convention? Like,
Jeremy, I hear what you're saying. Look at Disney World. They shut down for 6 months. They're open now. They're the money's.
How many square feet does Disney have? How many square feet does Disney have?
I don't remember, but they are upping the capacity.
Like, would you agree that like you could say Disney World is a city, almost a city?
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. They got their own fire.
So if someone says that if you let 20,000 people in Disney, just 20,000 people walking around Disney, they have still a lot of space to navigate. I would agree with that, right?
Yeah.
Sort of like having Cowboy Stadium open during the Super Bowl.
Right.
So we can do that. That's different.
There's still a chance.
It's not the same. That's not the same size as like even Lucas Oil Stadium. It's big, but I'm just saying like it's still not enough, man. It's just not enough.
No,
and that's not resources wise, it's costly. Also, that is an indoor stadium. Indoor.
But that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
people are fucking gross, by the way. People are fucking gross.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. What I'm saying is people will die from going to Disney World. They will. It's just impossible.
Yes, they will. I just like to stick to it. Yeah, they will.
And they made a choice because of money to open Disney World back up and the surrounding businesses. I'm not just saying it's Disney World, but because Disney World opened up so that the rest of the shit around.
Of course.
So I see Forrest's point. If not Gamma, who runs Gen Con? Yeah, Gen Con. If they decide we need money, we're going to open up. They're going to open up regardless of the body count.
People will go, and people will go. I'm not. Yeah. I'm just saying to you that if it won't be anything like what you think, and I don't know if that'd be profitable or worth it.
Yeah, I don't think the numbers will be there.
I don't actually. What I want to be clear though, let's just make one stopping point here. It's going to cost a lot of money to run Gen Con. It's going to take training that's never happened before, and probably hiring people that actually cost more than normal to run to be running this. Like, it can't be just dudes who are security guards that said, "Hey, can you do some overtime this weekend?"
Jeremy, here's my question: Why? Why can't those dudes? No, and I'm not trying to troll. I'm asking.
No, why? One, because security will have to be upped, just like a lot of different things. Like at our VA hospital, we have to up security just because of the way people come in and out. There's also a flow that you have to have in facilities now. So if you do have, let's say, like a concert, you're going to have a specific security flow to it all on top of security. So that's just the way it is. In a pandemic, there are certain protocols you have. Every building has a protocol. It's like it's how it is. It's like an emergency case. Like, how do you leave?
This is August. I'm talking about August.
No. Let's not use August as like a.
No, we are using August because we're talking about Gen Con.
But I'm just saying, let's just use it as like we're still operating in a pandemic, but we're a little looser than normal, right? We'll just say we're a little looser. This is not going to be open to floodgates thing. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, no.
But this is not open to floodgates. This is a compromise, but it is going to happen. So it's like we're having this, but it's what's going to happen is it's going to be a really weird, very funneled, very long experience. It's almost like when Great America's not full, but for some reason you're still waiting 3.5 hours. It's going to feel like that to get into the convention. And then when you get there, it's not going to be full of vendors and just staffing to the point where it's going to be good for you to be there necessarily. Like, I think you will see a poor showing of what the industry has to offer there. You will see some, like, don't get me wrong. It's like if I saw AAG there, I wouldn't be surprised. Not saying anything about AAG. I'm just saying that, like, you will see a presence there. No question. Like, I'm sure they can find some people to go there. Somebody. Some interns who are crazy that want to go there. But it's like, it's not going to be what you want. I mean, you might get what you want, right? But if you get what you want, you just realize it's going to be a shell of what it is. Yeah. And it's going to be bad.
I think that when I go, because I honestly do not believe that it's not going to happen. I believe Origins is going to happen. I believe Gen Con is going to happen. I believe Essen's going to happen. And I believe by the end of the summer, people are just going to stop. They're going to be like, all right, the death rate is low enough that it's just, and you guys are like, and it's like, people are already fucking doing it now. Yeah, I think it's just it's a snowball rolling down the hill. And I'm in very, very red Indiana, and I already see it. I see people complaining. I see so many people at the fucking grocery store. It's not just the nose. It's just like, I'm not wearing a mask. I see people walking around my grocery store all the time with no mask on. And it's just, people are going to get more and more comfortable every single day. And but here's my question, because I'm asking this, like, not.
Okay, hold on. This is just personal. Would you wear a mask if it was mask optional?
Are we talking about at Gen Con?
You and your family are going to Gen Con. Mask optional. Are you wearing a mask? If it's
my family, 100% they're wearing. My kids are wearing a mask. Yes.
Right.
For me, I would. Yes, but I would get a mask where it'd be able to hear me talk. But I would most likely invest in a good mask that had good whatever the airflow, and also I could be clearly heard. I would probably get like a kick-ass mask, put some Bowers Game. I will get a kick-ass mask, put some Bowers Game Corner stickers on it. I mean, I put some thought into this already, because I do believe that I believe by Christmas we're going to be back to normal. As much as people fucking think that's crazy, I think people are going to just be so yearning to do it. Christmas time, I think is going to be back to normal. Black Friday shopping, that's going to be going on, packed to the gills.
Black Friday shopping doesn't even exist anymore. But
that is not true at all.
Yeah, well, it's nothing what like it used to be.
It wasn't what it used to be. But
you talk about like, hey, let's look up the deals online. Yeah, they do. They exist. I'm talking about Black Friday. I'm talking about in person.
I think you are under.
I think I put like this. I think you're right when you talk about Walmart and Costco. Sure. Nothing else. Like Walmart does count. Walmart does count. Walmart will always count. Walmart will always count. But I'm just saying. Black Friday ain't what Black Friday used to be, man.
I want to hear from Grant, because I know he lives in a very dense part of the world.
As you can see, he's in a bunker right now. Like, he's in a bunker. like he's not fucking coming out. He's in an undisclosed. He's in an undisclosed place.
Coming to you live from undisclosed location.
Undisclosed from parts unknown.
From parts unknown. I drove by Courtney's today. I was gonna take a picture and send you it. The big closed,
cute.
The big closed sign outside. But no, okay.
Better one. Have you been?
Lance, who was the wrestler that said from the outer regions of your mind? You remember that guy? From the outer regions of your mind. I can't remember that guy. Anyway, go ahead.
No. So you live in LA, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so how serious do people take the whole mask and everything out there?
Very serious.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not allowed into any place. There's no indoor dining. There wasn't even any outdoor dining until 3 weeks ago when our restrictions got lifted. So there's outdoor dining only. Most stores won't even let you in if you don't have a mask on, that sort of stuff. Any grocery store, anything like that. So yeah, I mean, it's real serious. And like, you know, you'll even see the one that gets a little, like some people will like give you, like say you're on a hike, half the people even on a hike have masks on, and you're like, all right, well, I mean, we're like outside and we're passing each other for 1 second. We'll probably be all right without you know, that sort of stuff. But even there, some people are like, you're jogging, you need to wear a mask.
Yeah.
You know?
Wow,
Wisconsin is pretty fucking serious. Like we have, you know, Wisconsin, we have a lot of old folks, man. Like it's pretty serious where I'm at, especially Milwaukee. You know, we got a lot of older population, so it's like it's dead fucking serious. Man, when we had that when the initial shock hit us, it was just like, oh my god, all these old folks are gonna die. Like we gotta watch.
So
it. Like that was a big threat, and I think that threat still exists. So we really watch it. You know, like we're doing well as far as vaccinations go. Like we're doing great. You know,
so Grant,
it ain't happening anytime soon, Doc.
With that in mind, Grant.
Yes.
Then what's your take on the possibility of like there being some sort of convention with a large number of people present? I mean, do you see it as something that like, I mean, because you see how people in a fairly dense area, you know, are handling it right now. What would you say is like the chance of that? You know, just give me a perspective that maybe we don't
happens.
See. I mean, is there any? Are
you asking me the chance that one will take place, or the chance that I'll go to one?
Well, no. What I'm asking you is that, I mean, what's the general mindset out there as far as the people? Are they like, you know, screw this, we're all just gonna hunker down still? I mean, like, you know, because of the fact that you have you're around, or do people feel like, well, I haven't caught it yet, so.
Well, there's certainly a bunch of fatigue. I think fatigue is happening everywhere, but I also think, I don't know if this is everywhere, but there's definitely an attitude in Los Angeles of like, well, I don't want to be the one asshole that gets it right at the finish line. Yep. You know, like I'm not gonna stop taking it seriously right now because we're so close to being vaccinated. You know, I already have a bunch of friends that have gotten vaccines and stuff. If you're asking me what are the probability that someone is going to hold a convention, well, I think the probability is 100% somebody's going to do it.
Somebody's going to do it.
You know, somebody's going to feel like it's worth the risk and they're going to hold it. Will I be the first to sign up? Definitely not, you know. I think I also want to see a little bit more of the science of, you know, okay, so hypothetically, let's say there is a convention and 90% of the people or 80% of the people have been vaccinated. I still don't think we fully know the science of like, okay, how safe is that? How, you know, if 80% of the people are vaccinated, is that a safe convention? I don't really know. I hope so. Would I go to that? I would certainly consider it, but I feel like we're still figuring that out, right?
I mean, I'm even going to load this up with this. Like, there are people who don't feel safe at conventions. Just
For
safe.
sure.
There are like safe. We're not even talking about pandemic shit. We're just talking about safety. Lack of security, consistency on rules, that kind of shit like that. We still have problems with code of conduct at fucking conventions. Now we're talking about things that are like, all right, we're going to have a convention. We are going to have specific regulations in place. There's no gloves off approach to this. There's no like, hey, running this shit is normal. That'd be irresponsible. The government,
gotta go,
nobody
guys.
would ever, nobody would ever do that. Nobody would be dumb enough to sign up for that. As a person representing a company like Gen Con, they wouldn't be like, oh no, just open the floodgates. We're going. Hey man, COVID's good. The numbers look good. Go. They have to do some kind of. They have to say, hey, this is what we're doing to keep it safe. So you guys want to come. You know, there's going to be a waiver, and these are the things that are going to be here. These will the you know, what's the name will be always available. We'll always make sure they're changed every hour. Bathrooms will be cleaned every hour. Sanitized every hour. Things like that. If you don't see any of that shit, like, and it's not clear
If you're gonna
you're
make
basically-
out,
'cause you're-
do it outside, okay?
Right. Like, because I'm serious. Because I'm serious. Like, it would have to be way more impressive than they've ever been, ever.
Yeah.
Like conventions would have to be way more cleaned up and impressive than they ever have been. Like we've been so chill for so long, right? We've been very chill. So it's like it would have to step up in this game in a way, and it would cost. It would cost. That's another thing. It would cost more than a convention would normally have to pay, other than like room and board in a sense, right? Like, so yeah, it'd be hard. It's just hard.
I think
To be
cost
fair,
and
though,
liability
Jeremy,
is
I don't-
definitely gonna
Cost
be the
of
block.
liability is super high.
That's like the thing for me, because to Forrest's point, like, so my partner is from Ohio. I live in Portland, Oregon myself, and she had to fly home for like a possible family emergency. Like her grandma wasn't doing well, and she just was like November, December maybe. And she said, like, she took all the precautions flying. She's a nurse. She knew how to, like, all the way, PPE it up on the flight and everything. And when she got there, she said she basically was in a different world. This is kind of what Forrest was saying, where it's like she was made fun of basically by her friends and family there for even wearing a mask in public. And like they were full on eating at restaurants every single night.
Our
when
restaurants
we were in Indy, when I went to Indy,
and they
no, I'm
have
serious, like
all year.
when I went to Indy to visit those guys, visit MVM, I was just like, this is nuts. Like I was from Wisconsin, like we were, like man, I'm talking about sip your beer like this, like Wisconsin, like it was crazy. People are just like sitting there, like whatever, and here we are, all three of us, like this is crazy. And like I remember one of the guys, whoever we were with, they were like, yeah, Indy is just like way too lax. So it's not like you ain't telling me anything. Like Carmel, it was Carmel, Indiana, but they were like, it's too lax. It's all too lax. They don't give a shit. So you have to give a shit.
That also makes it the liability question. It absolves them of some of the potential liability because there's no way you can prove where you got. Like, right? You can't say Gen Con gave me COVID. Right. They're like, maybe you got it on the flight. Maybe you got it at the hotel. Maybe you got it. It's
no. You just gotta sign a waiver. That's it. You gotta sign a waiver. That's it.
Sign a waiver.
Sign a waiver.
Ah, sweet precious waiver.
Sign that waiver.
Skydiving waiver. Like you
sign
might
your life.
die.
I mean your name on the card. Yep. Sign your life. I mean your name on the line. Yeah. I mean, if you're ready to risk it all, man.
Put up a poll right now.
That's what I tell people. Like, hey,
I'm very interested.
If you are ready to risk it all, whatever that means to you, for board games,
you get one trip.
Here's my question. So you guys are all saying you would not. So at what point are you then? And that,
like I said, mask optional, numbers check out for me.
What does that mean?
Mask optional, first of all, means that there is at some point a national not as concerned to say, hey, like we can really start to host these events. I think the numbers look good enough where there's still some cause for concern. We have parameters in place. We've been living in this over 2 years almost now. We figured out some ways to run things efficiently. These are guidelines we're sending out to states for blah 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 blah. It just requires some organization, and people will have time now over a year or so to respond and how to run this stuff because they do want to get up and run it. Yeah. There might be federal support behind that to make those things happen. So that will allow conventions to happen. I'm just not out in a rush. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't work for a board game company that provides and pays for my bills. So I understand people who have to do that maybe, but I understand the pressure that brings, but I can go of my own free will and I can't risk that. Like, I just can't.
I got the tagline for the first con that happens this year.
What's that?
Gen Con. You just go Gen Con.
Give it to me.
It's a roll of the dice.
Ooh.
That's great.
And you got like shirts. You got shirts that said I rolled a 3. What does that mean?
Back to Douglas hashtag dark math. Yeah.
I rolled a 3. I got a 3. No, that's not good, dude. But yeah, man. I
see. Here's where I go with
I'm vaccinated. I'm not charged about this. I'm vaccinated. I'm not. Just not.
Where I go with this is the idea that, like, like I'm surrounded by my children in a bed in a hospital and saying, "Oh, I'm sure glad I got that game right away."
Oh my god.
It's still not out.
Twilight Imperium one last time.
It was so great. It was so great. I got a hold of that game 2 months before the normal release. It was definitely worth. It was definitely worth not seeing my children graduate from high school.
It's like, hold this game and think of me, because people will hate it on BGG 3 months later.
Yeah.
But play it in the name of your father.
Yeah, no, thank you.
No, thank you. We're being extreme, but at the same time, realize it's all in play, right? It's all in play.
Jokes. It's all jokes. But I will, in defense of people, I don't think the number one reason they're going to a convention is to get their hands on the new. It's for the camaraderie. People are gonna.
No, you're actually you are wrong,
I
Grant.
disagree.
You are.
As a matter of fact, that may be even worse for publishers, because people want to play with other people, but there's going to be a different set of rules that everybody's going to have to define when they see each other. Everybody's going to want to hug and shake, and they don't want to be the one to get caught seeing somebody shake. People are going to be hugging. They're going to be trying to be cool about it, but there's fucking shit ton of germs everywhere. And we got a lot of people coming from different parts of the world and states that have different regulations. It's going to be really fucking weird. But you know what you can do, and that's still weird, is just grab a bunch of games, get your games, get the fuck out of there.
I want to go back to what Grant said. I think you guys dismissed that way too fucking fast, because here's the bottom line. What? 75,000
There's no bottom line.
No, 75,000 people come to Gen Con. What percentage of those people are actually the fucking people running to get games? That's what, like 1,000?
Yeah, I mean,
1,000.
Yeah.
I think you're drastically over.
But I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you at all, because you could say 1,000. Let's say 1,000 people per day. Yeah.
Okay, so it's 4,000 out of 75,000.
Okay, but we're also talking about a convention where not as many people will show up either way. So it's like, I just, it actually, you know what? I don't know what that number is either, because I don't know what publishers would be showing up, and that'd be important to know who's going to be there. I would also want to know about the quantities that they would bring, because they may say, hey, like, we're not bringing any of our new releases. We're just bringing games. We want to test this out. So there may be no. Like, it's not like
it's the opposite.
It's not
Wouldn't
like
they just bring the new ones to try to hype that.
I'm just saying. I don't know what they would even. What's okay? So that's another thing. So it's like, what is
Lance question? Lance, what's your vibe
What
on
is
that?
Gray Fox's strategy if they said, hey, we are definitely, like, if they announced right now that we are definitely having Gen Con, hell or high water, we're having it. But it's like, you haven't prepared for this window. Like, no publisher is prepared for this window. Some people have projected games that were in 2021 out to 2022 already. It wasn't even a thought. It wasn't even a thought. They're already projected out.
Fair.
Which means that we're going to have some great games in 2022, because a lot of people have been working on them for a long time. I can tell you that. We are going to have some great titles in 2022. I don't know what they are yet, but I've heard a lot of people said, hey, we're going to do this in 21. We're punching in 22. There's going to be some great developed games coming up in 2022.
So I mean, I can't be held to this, because it'll definitely, like, as far as like what we will do for if the convention happens or if not or whatever, is that my personal belief is that Shane has never been a huge fan of conventions. He's already
That's accurate.
He has already told a couple of different conventions that there is no way on earth that we are going, like UK Game Expo. He's just flat out said, yeah, that's not happening. We won't be at UK Game Expo, which is like, I mean, which, that's what that is. And it's just like, we definitely are doing a wait and see with Origins, Gen Con, BGG Con, and PAX Unplugged. I mean, it's just, it's we're taking down the information, we're figuring this stuff out, but I mean, he doesn't like them. I mean, it's the only reason that he would go to a convention, or he goes, is, he can make some money there, which is the reason he goes. But I mean, as far as the whole process of it, is that, he's like, he doesn't enjoy it. He doesn't enjoy, the time and the effort, the whole process of, like,
putting together like all the logistics of shipping all the stuff to these things, and then figuring out who's going to be at the booth, and getting all of your volunteers put aside.
Did you picture people flaking out? You remember Lance? You remember that was when we had the last PAX and like people were flaking out everybody was looking for booth people, and there was literally people. There were straight up people that were publishers working with other publishers and exchanging staff, and some people were the publishers working for another booth. Like, picture that happening, because it will be in play. Trust me, it will be in play. Like, I'm going. I'm freaking out. You'll have. I remember when I was at, because I kind of ducked in and ducked out, and actually that was 2 conventions in a row where I did that, and I got a room the night of for free. I was like, I gotta come down there. I had some shit go down. They were like, I got a room with nobody in it right now. Like, people were just flaking out. Picture now, you might not even have a staff. And I'm serious, like, conventions don't make money, like, for a lot of people. Their exposure, their exposure. So, like, then it's not even worth it then. And I can't leave my booth.
Is that a purposeful double entendre? It'll be exposure.
Yeah.
The thing that drives me crazy, I mean, God bless.
Right, I got interviews tomorrow. I'm sorry, guys. I got interviews tomorrow. I got to run interviews.
Yeah, it's running late as it is. So
Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry.
No, that's okay. We were having good conversation, and it's fun. It's fun to talk when Forrest is wrong. So
wrong about what? I'm not saying this is what I hope is going to happen. This is what I
bruh,
think is going to happen.
Come on, bro.
I hope it happens, but it's also what I think is going to happen.
You are standing on the hill.
You guys said I was standing on the hill last week, and
you said,
"Hey, there's been go to your controversy since then."
Go to your favorite call. Hey, I'm
tell
just
my wife
everybody.
I love her. I'm standing on this hill.
I got to
go back.
Tell my wife I love her.
Go back Ragnaroks if you haven't already, and if you've already backed Ragnaroks, back it again. Go call up your local game store and tell them to pre-order you a copy of After the Empire if you don't have a copy. Don't worry about the whole like, I want the Kickstarter special edition. We are going to sell upgrade packs, once we print off more stuff, so you'll be able to upgrade your game to the full cool Kickstarter edition. You don't want to, go buy the game. Support Ryan, support Gray Fox. I don't know, support Forrest channel. Go give every single one of his videos a thumbs up right now.
Every single one.
Hey, Forrest played my game.
Yeah, Grant's Game Rex, the up and comer baby.
Oh yeah, I'm getting to review that hopefully this week. I'm gonna play
go on Amazon Prime Video and watch Killer Kate, starring Grant Line. Good movie.
Killer Kate. Yeah, I keep forgetting the name of that movie.
I
should remember it. My mother's name was Kathleen.
I watched it. I watched it fully, just chilling and playing. I was playing different games on Steam, and I just kind of watched my other thing, and then I watched his background noise the other day. Just I'll watch this.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah. So
I appreciate you watching it.
But anything to boost that algorithm for you, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, good night, everybody. I hope you had fun discussing things. Yeah. Anytime you and Evan should come on and just hang out sometime.
Yeah, I mean, I've been watching the last few weeks. You guys were entertaining. Last week was like reality TV entertaining. That was great.
I don't even remember what was last week. So
you guys just getting into it about the controversy. It was highly entertaining. I'll give you that much.
What was the controversy last week?
I don't even remember, baby. Bamboo Bash and Click Clack Lumberjack.
Oh yeah, the Click Clack Lumberjack. We're also
he's launching in a week and a half.
So Forrest was wrong also. So,
how was I wrong? It's a better and different game, and time will prove that.
Sorry, not to restart it. Anyways,
no. Well, I mean, it's fun one for us.
Lance, how many people have played both the game on this planet? A very small number. I'm one of them, and I'm telling you, they're different games. You both use the fucking tree chopping mechanism.
But can we agree that the process that the publisher has gone through is completely slimy?
It does look like that, but he did say that he reached out to them and tried to get the rights.
No, but after the fact,
he tried to do the right thing, but
you can't try to publish the thing and then say, hey, by the way, can we do this? And the thing is that that's all supposition. I said I did this. I said I did that. I mean, again, I like Seth. Seth's a friend, but I mean, it isn't a good look. It is
No,
not
it's
a
not.
good look.
I would agree with that 100%.
And
but I will also
the fact that he sent emails to reviewers saying, "You want to check out this game?" It's basically Talk Wizard with a panda.
Okay, so that is actually they beat Jonathan Gilmour beat him up on that, and I was like, dude, I get emails like that on a pretty routine basis comparing it to other games, just flat out. That is not new.
Well, but dude, that is also not a good look.
A bit incriminating.
Yeah, it is. It is not a good look. It is.
Well, I'm a lowly content creator, and when somebody's coming in my face and say, "Why aren't you taking this down?" It's like, bitch, I'm gonna slam that ball back at you. It's a different game. I didn't even like the original game, and that's how different it is.
And here's the thing about that like, and I'm sorry we're still talking about this, but here's the whole thing is that, and I am going off a small presumption that I think that like he's all like I would hazard a guess that Seth might be financially like already in on the game. And
yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. I had the prototype copy of it, and it looks very, very finished.
Yeah, and so I mean, and so it's like and you know, for whatever reason, it isn't legal for him to do what he's doing, right? And so, you know, so he's going to have the game for sale regardless because he's financially, you know, he's already, you know, the marbles are already out of the bag kind of thing. And I don't know. I mean, like he is in a position where he can't pivot, right? He can't change it in some way. He can't do anything because, you know, it's just he's too far forward. And I don't know. I just there was probably a better way that this could have been handled by everybody involved. Not just Seth, but also, you know, and it's too bad. It's too bad that like it just didn't get handled in a situation where Seth could produce a game that, you know, that, as you say, is a better version of the same game in some way where he could partner up with the designer and give them due credit and compensation in some way.
So I have a question for you. This is just this is not a gotcha. Do you think it would be okay if Simon came out tomorrow with another chopping mechanism game? Like, do you believe that he should have the right to just say, nope, that's my game mechanism. No one else can use it unless you contact me about it.
Okay.
Because I understand what you're going to say is that Seth did it in a really weird, roundabout, shady looking way, and no one's disagreed with that. No one's like, no, that all looks on the level. I'm just looking at it purely from the game design point of view.
I mean, the problem is that, yeah, I'd have a problem with that. I would. I personally would. I mean, to answer your question, because it isn't like, oh, this is just another worker placement game. Obviously, after the Empire, you know, stole it from Kalis. This is just Kalis with some castles.
I've been tweeting that for weeks.
Yeah,
he's on it.
I mean, so you know, I mean, so when you have when the structure of the game, I mean, yes, I mean you can change up the rules and add a panda on the top and everything like that, but when like your core mechanism is so like and since it is you know, it's just it's tough to, I mean, I'm not doing a good job of explaining it, but I mean, so like take like your core mechanism. I mean, I saw them trying to say, oh, well, you know, Dominion is deck building, and so every other deck builder is stealing from Dominion. It's like, yeah, no, because like think of all the different card combinations and the themes and everything like that. They are all so radically different from one another. Yes, you have this like same thing with card drafting games.
Okay, so what if Simon came out with like a 90-minute Euro that was built around the tree chopping mechanism, which I actually think would be fucking cool. Like I do think it would be a very cool idea.
I would have no problem with that, because that would be like all of those Cube Tower games that came out that were basically just spin-offs of where they basically, when Queen Games had Shogun or whatever, and they said, hey, we want people to make Cube Tower games. And so then there was like they accepted a ton of submissions for Cube Towers. Like
for Wallenstein. Shogun or Wallenstein was first. I forget which one was first. And then there was, like, for a brief little period of time there was a fair number of people that were just creating these cube tower games, and it was like, so that, but each game brought something different to the table as far as, you know, what they did. Wallenstein wasn't anything like Shogun. I forget what the game is, by Chad from Board Game Geek. It was about the cube tower was actually like a crystal ball. It was really fun, and it was like a kind of
that
like
mad
weird...
scientist game one.
But no, it was like a stock market / potion creation game. It had great art from Quanchi. I forget what it's called. It was a really, really good game though. I really enjoyed it. No, so I mean, there is like, I mean, so in each of those, like, yeah, okay, they have this basic, you know, this cube mechanism, this cube tower that it's right there front and center. You can see it, but no one would ever say those games are alike. They're just using that same core mechanism, but it's not the same thing as this one. And like I said, you could very well be right, Forrest. It could be just completely different.
It's not completely different, but it changes a good deal. The scoring, the turn structure.
But those are just, the thing is, my biggest thing is that you could probably take the rules, and I mean, and it wouldn't be exact, but you could probably take the rules for it and apply it to like a copy of Talk Woodsman, and probably be able to play Seth's game.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So therein lies the answer to my question, why it's like not the same thing, where it's like, oh yeah, here, take this rule book. You don't own this game, but here, take this rule book and take this home with you. And you have Talk Woodsman. Now you can play this new game. And that's where the difference is. Whereas you can't take the rules for Thunderstone and put them on Dominion and be able to play Thunderstone. You know, it's just like there's a radical difference there.
That's a fair point.
So, and I mean, it's just, and I mean, whatever. I mean, it sucks. And you know what? In a month's time, nobody's going to care. You know, it's just because some other atrocity will have happened within the board game community.
No. There's been 4 in the last week, because I've been keeping close tabs on this. Like, trust me, if that wind started to go south, I was like, I'm pulling the plug on this motherfucker. Like if it was like, if I started to see -5, -10 subscribers, or just like, because, you know, someone mentioned to me that, you know, there might be some publishers who aren't willing to work with you. And I was like, there's 1,000 publishers in the sea. I don't particularly worry about that in any way, shape, or form. You know, I've had quite a few people reach out to me and say, hey, you know, actually 2. I don't want to say quite a few. I've had 2 that say, we're still going to work with you. Don't worry about it. We like the fact that but whatever. And it's just, but at the end of the day, I looked at my subscribers and had 500 views, 0 subscribers gained, 0 subscribers lost. Nobody cares. And the people who do care weren't watching me anyway. So it just, I don't know. And yes, there's been about 3 or 4 big controversies since then, because I've been following it. And it's,
oh no, it just, you know, usually there will always be something else new that people are going to be upset about. So and I shouldn't, that sounds dismissive. I apologize. I mean, there's going to be something else. We are humans, and the thing is that things are going to happen, and people are going to, there's, you know, there will be further dicketry by people that will need to be called out and assailed. And again, that also sounds kind of dismissive, and I'm making light of things. I don't mean to be like that. It's that's where we are, right? I mean, as I think we've had this conversation a few times, but due to the fact that we just are gaining exponentially more and more people within the board game hobby, the propensity for us of dealing with, you know, more bad eggs, you know, and bringing their bad eggitude into our hobby, it's just, it just stands to reason.
Well, even beyond that too, if you just view board game design as like a form of artistic expression, like there's so many pieces of art being created in this medium that like a bunch of them are going to be bad or misplaced or offensive, or, you know, like that will at the very least, like just those numbers alone are going to lead to a bunch of toes getting stepped on and people being wrong often, you know. So there's just a lot of content.
Yeah. I also
that's my
noticed
point. There's a lot of content. Like it's inevitable that there's going to be a bunch of bad
Yeah.
plays done within it.
it's only going to keep growing.
I mean, that's a good thing overall, right?
Yeah.
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 I
All
also
right,
noticed I don't
everybody.
think anybody took down their videos. I don't think anybody took down their Bamboo Bash videos. I see Tantrum House. I see Dan King. I think they just didn't respond to it. I think I was the only one stupid enough to jump in.
I think.
Oh, Richard took down his, actually. Richard did take down his. Okay. Interesting.
Very interesting. All right, everybody. Go to bed.
Thanks again, Lance.
Enjoy. Ryan, yeah, you just anytime you see you around, you want to join in,